Section 1 of Death Below the Dam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Part 1. Wanda awoke with a start. Even after she realized where she was, that feeling of sinking endlessly into space still clung around her like a gray and oppressive mist. There seemed to be a weight upon her chest, upon her whole body, as if they were still stupefied while only her mind lay awake. It came to her suddenly that dying might very well be like this, only a small part of one alive at the end after the rest had gone. But what a silly idea! She wasn't dying, only sleeping on her back with her mouth open from the feeling of it. She should have known better than to take a nap in the daytime. It always depressed her. But her mother had insisted. And then, all at once, her body seemed linked once more with her brain, and she was able to move under the down comforter and stretch luxuriously. The sound came to her in the middle of a yawn. Just a faint shuffling noise from the other end of the room, but she lay there with her mouth still open, listening, her heart beating wildly. There was someone there, over by the windows. Someone in her room. Perhaps that was what had awakened her in the first place. And then a voice crackled through the silence, breaking her fears into 1,000 ridiculous pieces. "It's time you were up, Wanda." It was her mother's voice, peevish yet affectionate. The voice of a woman who sees her authority slowly slipping away, and seeks to reassert it by 1,000 little acts of interference, even though she realizes they are irritating to her children. Wanda stifled her annoyance. Her mother had not intentionally crept into the room to frighten her, but she could not help saying, "I'm perfectly capable of getting up when it is time, Mother. You set the alarm yourself in case I should oversleep, and it really was frightening to wake up and hear you moving about over there." She almost said that she was afraid it had given her a headache, it being both the nap and the panic of the sudden awakening. But she remembered just in time that this would only bring down upon her a fresh shower of solicitous attention, for Mrs. Murray liked nothing better than to arrange endless combinations of pills, hot water bottles, and cold compresses for anyone whom she considered indisposed. "But you know you have to dress for the pier deck's dinner. I'll lay out your green." Mrs. Murray was busy pulling up the shades and arranging the wide ruffled curtains. Her hands made quick, nervous gestures that belied the placidity of her plump face and figure. "Not my green, Mother. I want the black velvet tonight. I told Peter not to bring his car if the rain should stop. Thought we would walk through the woods." She spoke lightly, with a hint of amusement in her voice, and the last statement was deliberately included to keep her mother from arguing about the dresses. Walk? No car! It had worked splendidly. Her mother had forgotten about caring whether she wore the green or the black. The thought of her daughter trailing through the March woods in a dinner dress, no matter what the color, was more than enough to confuse her. Mrs. Murray had never been able to accustom herself to her children's interest in outdoor sports of any kind. Such things had not been considered fashionable in her day. The Murrays lived in a spacious colonial house on the outskirts of Hartwood. Their grounds included 10 acres of landscaped gardens and 40 of beautifully wooded land, almost the entire lower half of an island. A family named Peerdeck owned the upper half. And yet, with a river on 3 sides and a breathtaking birch grove almost at the door, Mrs. Murray lived most of her life indoors. As her son Hamilton once said, "They built the house on the island because they imagined it would seem like an estate, and ever since they have put up with innumerable inconveniences from their point of view just for the use of that one word." "Yes, walk. Don't you think it will do me good? I need to get out in the air after this nap." Wanda sat on the edge of the bed, smiling innocently at her mother, her feet fumbling for her slippers. "If the rain has stopped, the path over Birch Knoll will be fairly dry, you know, and I can wear those fur-lined overshoes. They look dressy enough, and pull up my velvet so it won't get splashed. How about the rain? Has it stopped?" "Yes, but—" "Grand. Then I'll start my tub now, unless you want to do it for me. There's a dear." With an impulsive kiss and a smile that wiped away all signs of protest from her mother's face. "I don't know how I'd ever get ready without your help." After her mother had gone, Wanda lay back on the bed again and pulled a comforter over her. She did feel strangely tired, dopey as she put it to herself. Just a second more to relax, and then she would be ready to get up. Her brown hair lay about her on the pillow in soft waves, beautifully done that morning by the new Frenchman at Cecile's, and she had spent half the afternoon selecting just the proper earrings to go with the black velvet. Peter hadn't seen her in that yet, and lately what she wore when she was with him had seemed increasingly more important. She had no way of knowing, how could she, that before the evening was over, her earrings would be lying somewhere trampled in the mud, and the black velvet would have seen its last party. She heard her mother moving about in the bathroom, and suddenly her conscience hurt her. A strong young girl wheedling service from a middle-aged woman with high blood pressure and a bad heart. But her mother was bound to fuss about something, and it might as well be something useful. Also, it had certainly prevented a long argument about the walk through the woods. Her mother had lately taken to arguing even about Peter. She apparently didn't quite approve of a man who made his living by writing. Even the fact that he wrote on economics for some of her favorite magazines had not seemed to advance him personally in her estimation. Perhaps she was still antagonistic toward anyone who lived in the cottage at the lower end of the island. Years ago, the Murrays had given the cottage to an old servant, and only after the woman had died and the property had been inherited by a nephew in Seattle had they realized the mistake of an outright gift. An island, by its very nature, gives its inhabitants a more intimate feeling about one another, and because the cottage was on what had once been their land, Mr. and Mrs. Murray had considered the succession of slightly undesirable renters a personal insult. Their complaints had aroused an unexpected stubbornness in the nephew in Seattle, and when at last it occurred to them to buy back the cottage, he refused to sell. It was Wanda who had brought Peter Kerrigan to the island. She had met him in Chicago 2 months before. He had been looking for a quiet place to live while he finished his book, and the idea of the cottage had appealed to him at once. No, to be perfectly honest, she knew he had come here because of her, and from the first she had been interested in him. Perhaps her mother disapproved of Peter partly because he sensed this interest. She had always fussed over Wanda's clothes and worried about her popularity, and at the same time had done her best to discourage any man from becoming seriously interested in either. Wanda's eyes turned toward the clock, and she scrambled out of bed. It was after 5 now, and the Peerdecks dined at 6:30, unfashionably early even for Hartwood, but Mrs. Peerdeck considered their social position invulnerable and made her own rules. It wasn't far to the other end of the island, but Peter was coming for her about 6. She rushed through her bath and was almost dressed before she thought to look at the weather. The view from the window was not encouraging. It was late March, and a dull gray sky hung over a dull gray world. Such an outlook ordinarily would have presaged a real Wisconsin March blizzard. The unseasonable rain that had been beating across the bare trees and pouring in sheets over the window pane since early morning had stopped, but it had washed away the clean white snow of the day before, and the frozen ground looked grim and ugly under the pools of dirty water. Even the green surface of the river off to the right seemed to have been beaten by the rain into a gray pulp of soggy ice. The cinder path through the woods had been clear of snow last week, however, and Birch Knoll was high and apt to be fairly dry. Perhaps they could manage. She rather anticipated a dull time tonight at the pier decks, and had wanted a few minutes alone with Peter before. She had thought of asking him to come for cocktails, but her mother had insisted upon the nap, and at the time the walk had seemed the better plan. It certainly provided more privacy. When she came downstairs, she heard her mother and father in the library. "But I tell you, Harriet, I had that book right here this morning," her father's voice was saying querulously. "Why can't you train that maid to leave my things alone?" Wanda did not need to look into the room to know that her parents were moving round and round among the tables and bookcases, clucking at each other like two plump and fussy fowls, heaping recrimination upon recrimination, and leaving a trail of scattered magazines and disordered shelves behind them. "What'll we do about them, Ham?" she asked, laughing, going into the living room and slipping down on the davenport beside her brother. "In a few more years they'll be turning the whole house upside down looking for a postage stamp." Hamilton Murray was slouched with his chin on his chest and his long legs almost in the fireplace. Even in that position, it was easy to see that he was tall and well-built, 3 or 4 years older than his sister, and the scowl on his face could not hide the look of immaturity, of uncertainty that lurked behind his eyes, the look of a man whose family still treated him as a boy. When he spoke, his sister was startled by the violence in his voice. Hamilton, who was always so complacent, so easily led. "Oh, let them alone, Wanda. We'd have something to worry about if we had parents like those old fossils over there." And he nodded in a general northerly direction. "The pier decks?" she asked in astonishment. "Why, I thought you'd forgotten your grouch against them. These last few years they have seemed to me to grow more lamb-like every day." "Ram-like would be a better term," he grunted. "Talk about medieval torture chambers. That pink stone pile of theirs beats anything I ever heard of for refined cruelty disguised as parental love." "Pink stone? Why, the pier deck's house is red." "Pink. Red." There was a silence, during which Hamilton limped to the window and looked dismally up the drive. Finally his sister spoke. "And I take it that since your leg isn't supposed to be fit for use on icy paths, someone has been down here filling you full of melancholy tales?" No answer. "Antonia?" she insisted. "No." Typical answer of a brother who confides in his loving sister. Hamilton made no reply, and Wanda went over to the window and slipped her hand gently through his arm. "You've never quite got over the notion that I had a hand in breaking up your affair with Tony years ago, have you, Ham? I was only 17 to your 20 then, and as romantic as you were. I'd have cut off my right hand before I would have breathed a word, but I'd never been able to make you believe that. I suppose nothing I can say now will make you change your mind." "Nope." He grinned down at her for a moment, and then his face became set again. "I can remember that you were the world's worst tease, a positive plague on my young life. Oh, you may feel differently now and imagine you had nothing to do with it, but I can't forget, that's all." There was another silence, and then his voice came out again, overloud. "The thing that gets me now is the way they've been treating her these last few months. Cut her allowance until she has hardly a dime, and everlastingly nag, nag. But I understand Mr. Peerdeck has had heavy losses lately, and with all the family home again, even Marie with a husband and 2 children, it must be quite a drain." "Drain? Raspberries! With all his money? Besides, there are other things too. Tony never has been able to get along with her stepmother, but lately it seems to have been her father who has been bearing down on her. Only this morning he made her give up her big bedroom in front, the one she has had ever since she was a girl, and move into that old sewing room at the back. Pretends it's economy, closing off the front of the house to save heat and so on. But they haven't made Alice or Andy move. Claim their side of the house is easier to heat than hers. And the way he browbeat her, accused her of ingratitude, of disrupting the peace of the home. Why, her face was actually swollen from crying when I talked to her out in the garage a while ago. So she was here? You forgot you weren't going to trust me, didn't you? But I'll promise not to say a word to anyone, although this time I'm not sure I approve, or even like her as well as I used to. Wanda moved off toward the fireplace and then turned to say, I always thought she was marvelous, so tall and slim, with that cloud of dark hair, wide smoldering eyes, a husky voice that should have been able to move heaven and earth. But the last 6 years must have done something to her, Ham. A girl couldn't have been married to an out-and-out rotter like Sonny Turner without being changed somehow, and the things that came out at the time of the divorce were rather horrible. Yes, but most of those were Sonny's escapades, not hers, and Sonny is dead now. I think Tony has paid enough for her mistakes. There was a weariness in his voice, as if he had gone over the thing in his own mind countless times before. But I can't see why Mother takes on so about it. Even the church doesn't forbid marriage to a divorced woman if the husband is dead. You know how old-fashioned Mother is. Divorce is a permanent stain to her. Even death can't erase it. She always disliked Tony, even in your high school days. Thought she was a designing minx who kept the wires hot chasing after you. Wanda gazed out of the window and then turned again, her voice more gentle. Go slow, Ham. You know Mother's health won't stand much, and I'd hate to have another scene like the one last month. If I could only believe it was her heart and not just a convenient habit of throwing fits whenever I seemed to be getting out from under her thumb. I thought it was another set of parents you were complaining about, young fellow. I was, and if I'd been able to walk, I'd have gone up there this afternoon. Practically turning his own daughter out of the house. I'd like to wring that old man's neck. His voice again startled her with its violence, and the sight of his hand, trembling as he held the match to his cigarette, was later to send a chill through her when she remembered it. At the time, the whole thing seemed trivial enough to her. Merely asking a girl to change her bedroom, hardly worth Ham's agitation, but she supposed there might be more to it than he had said. The room episode was probably the last in a series of petty disagreements. Antonia had been a self-willed and difficult young girl. Probably even the disaster to her marriage had not taught her patience nor given her the ability to compromise. And then, although his own parents had been primarily responsible for stopping his elopement with Tony years ago, Hamilton had gradually transferred his anger to the pier decks. She could still see his desperate young face the night her mother discovered his suitcase, packed and ready behind the garage. He had been hustled off with his father on the late train that very night, the same suitcase, just as he had packed it for the elopement, clutched grimly in his hand. Mr. Murray had given him a week of New York sights. Nothing like a little gaiety to take his mind off that girl. And then had bundled him off on a round-the-world cruise. The pier decks had locked Antonia in her room for 2 days with a great show of indignation, but the girl afterward declared that her parents were angry only because the thing had failed. They'd have stood for anything, even an elopement, in order to get rid of me, she was reported to have said, and Mrs. Murray used that phrase to good effect in her letters to Hamilton, making him believe that the girl had been using him merely as a tool in order to get away from her parents. Tony's own actions had served to give credence to this tale, for by the time Hamilton reached Egypt, she was married to Sonny Turner, the scapegrace son of a rich downstate politician. Old Tim Turner was in Leavenworth now, with 3 of his political pals. Sonny was dead, burned to death in an overturned car following a drunken brawl, and Tony, penniless and still haunted by the lurid tales of her useless divorce, had been forced to creep home again after several disastrous attempts to get on the stage or to run a tea room. Wanda could well imagine that the pier deck house seemed like a prison to her. The doorbell rang just then, and she flew to get her coat and overshoes. Peter was rather late, and she wanted a leisurely walk. When she came down again, ready to go out, her father and mother were sitting in the living room talking to Peter, and Hamilton had disappeared. She wished she had had a minute more to talk to him. Something about his attitude worried her. Shut up in the house for 3 weeks by a wrenched knee, he might well be ripe for recklessness. If he would only let this affair with Tony slide for a while until they could win Mother over gradually. "Don't know how we will look when we get through the puddles," Peter said when they were out on the cinder path. "But it was a good idea of yours, Wanda. I've been in the house all day working on that article for National Opinion, and I need a bit of air before dinner." They walked slowly through the woods, picking their way over the icy spots and through the water that lay in the hollows. Once Wanda slipped and almost fell, laughing at Peter's description of their imaginary appearance at the dinner, mud-splashed and torn. Caption: "Sorry, hostess, we always take the air before meals." They did not know that they were later to look back on this laughter and wonder how they could have walked so cheerfully, so unsuspectingly into horror. Birch Knoll was disappointing, for the sunset was a dispirited thing of pale yellow, and a cold wind coming up from the river kept them from lingering to view even that. Once through the clanging iron gateway of the pier deck's drive, they seemed to be out of the wind and walked more slowly. Wanda studied Peter's profile in silence as they neared the house. He wasn't actually good-looking, but there was a strength and fineness about his face that meant more to her than good looks, and he was easily the most companionable person she had ever known. Suddenly he startled her by rumbling, "Hideous old pile." "What? The pier deck house?" "Yes, look at it. Medieval battlements, Moorish turrets, and American Victorian stained glass and gimcracks. It is rather awful, but I've looked at it for so many years that I suppose I don't really see it any more. It was built about 15 years before I was born, and I've seen those towers from my bedroom windows every day of my life." "Must have had money to build a thing like that." "They did, lots of it, back in the old days. Mr. Peerdeck's father was a wealthy man, ran a fair-sized brewery. A few of the buildings are still standing down by the river. But the present Mrs. Peerdeck didn't think the business was quite respectable, so they sold their equipment and have lived on their investments for the last 20 years. And you know what has happened to most investments nowadays." The pier deck house was on the highest part of the island, the northern end, set back only a few hundred yards from the sandstone cliff that jutted up into the river like the prow of a ship. The cliff was 30 feet above the water and divided the Beaver River into 2 channels, which flowed past on the east and west, not to unite again until the alder swamp on the southern tip of the island, 3/4 of a mile away, had shrunk to a tuft of cattails and a bunch of swamp grass. A half-mile up the river from the pier deck house and out of sight around a slight curve was the large dam belonging to the Hartwood Power Company. The channels themselves were each as wide as good-sized rivers, and ordinarily the water flowed quietly enough, for it widened into a bay in front of the city of Hartwood on the eastern side, and on the farther shore of the western channel there was a wide stretch of sand beach fronted by shallow water. In the summer, the inhabitants of the island could often look across and watch the summer people walking along this beach, swimming in the blue water or playing tennis on the small green squares between the cottages. But today, the voice of the river was audible even above the rush of the wind, and Wanda commented on it as they passed the bare trellises of the rose garden. "The road sounds hungry, Peter, clamoring for something." "Well, it's had its fill of drink today, at any rate. Think of the rain we've had," he said, stopping to look her full in the face. "But that remark doesn't sound like you, Wanda. What's the matter? Why so morbid?" It was strange that she had made that remark. It wasn't like her. Even to her own ears the words had carried an ominous sound. "Oh, I don't know." She tried to speak lightly. I had a sort of nightmare when I woke up this afternoon. Perhaps I haven't shaken it off yet." She pointed out the formal garden with its empty cement pool just south of the house. Someone had begun their spring work prematurely, for the usual winter covering of boards lay in a pile beside it. There was a path leading straight north from the house to the edge of the cliff, she told him, and another leading east to the boathouse. There, she said, the bank was lower, merely a gradual slope of grass. "There's a screened porch on the top of the boathouse," she went on, "that makes a perfect place to sit in summer. It's especially marvelous just at twilight, when the lights begin to come on one by one over in Heartwood, and you can see the slim shapes of the canoes from the city park slowly moving up the shore and out of the bay into the dark." "That's something I'm hoping we can do together this summer," he said, and her heart skipped a beat at the feeling she sensed rather than heard in his voice. "The perfect companion and the perfect river," he said slowly. "It's a combination I've never met before." "That's a big order to live up to," she answered, keeping her voice calm with an effort. But her eyes caught his and held for a long second before she broke the spell and mounted the steps. The door was opened by a thin, round-shouldered girl of 17, who smiled at them out of vividly over-rouged lips. Wanda was amazed to see that the lanky child she had known last summer had bloomed so suddenly into this imitation of a woman. "I'll have to be careful not to spend another 6 months in the East, or you'll be a stranger, Alice," she said to the girl. Alice looked as pleased as anyone could who wore an expression habitually sulky, and she touched her carefully waved blonde hair with a self-conscious finger. "Mama was just saying today that she supposed we would have the house full of boys now. She just knows I'm going to be popular." There was a heavy silence during which Wanda tried not to look at Peter. Then the girl shook her earrings, and her orange lips smiled pettishly as she said, "You're a bum, Peter, not to meet me on the knoll for that walk you promised. I won't come to see you again if you treat me like that." Wanda looked at Peter quickly and was surprised to find him grinning unperturbed. It couldn't be possible, of course, that Peter actually made dates with that infant. Why, she was silly and impossible. Wanda watched in bewilderment as the girl slouched out of the room to call her mother. "The grace of a camel and the mind of an ostrich," she thought, and then was ashamed of herself. After all, Peter didn't belong to her. He was perfectly free to choose whatever he wanted, but she was terribly disappointed if this was a sample of his taste. "I didn't know she was a friend of yours," she said, careful to make her voice sound casual. "Not exactly a friend. Just a sort of stray that is grateful for any attention. She calls me her Peter Pumpkin-Eater. I take it she's lonesome around here, and she often tramps down my way. If I'm busy, I have Mattie fix her a package of cookies and sandwiches, and she has a picnic by herself on the knoll and thinks it's a great lark." The Peerdeck family trooped in just then, and Wanda forgot about the whole matter until much later, when this absurd combination of Peter and Alice was to rise up to cause her many hours of wretchedness. Sidney Brown, a pasty-faced youth of 19, who seemed to be Alice's guest, was introduced to Peter, and red-haired Andy Peerdeck, who worked for a commission house in the city and was about Wanda's age, came up and offered his freckled hand to both of them. Mrs. Peerdeck, who had never met Peter until the week before, but had then kept him almost an hour after his talk to the Women's Club, asking questions about the latest textile strike and his opinions of the new regulations of the power industries, was cordiality itself. The whole heavily paneled and over-furnished room seemed to take on a new life as she entered. "Peter was right the other day," Wanda thought, watching the two in animated conversation in front of the black marble fireplace. "She has a fine mind and a vibrant personality, but I've never been able to see those qualities before because of the many irritating things about her. The house is just as impossible as it was when she came as a bride, and her taste in clothes is equally atrocious. But, just as Peter says, you forget all that when she talks. It must have been a real disappointment to her when Alice turned out to be stupid. Alice stood beside Peter and her mother, listening to their conversation with such an overpowering expression of boredom on her face that Wanda knew the girl was wondering how a man, a very personable young man at that, could possibly stand the aged drivel coming from her mother's lips. Mr. Peerdeck bustled up just then, and Wanda had to listen to his spring garden plans and his eulogy of the new imported lily he had found for the pool. Marie, the eldest of the Peerdeck clan, slipped up and said a few words, but she seemed preoccupied, and her husband was not in sight. The children had just been put to bed, she told Wanda, in answer to her query. Just as dinner was announced, it began to rain again, the first drops coming with such force that they shook the wide plate-glass windows, and the room re-echoed to the fantastic sound of winter thunder. "A freak storm," Mr. Peerdeck said in his gentle yet authoritative way. It was easy to see that he prided himself on his nature lore. "A thunderstorm at this time of year can't possibly last long." Wanda was surprised to find that Mr. and Mrs. Peerdeck seemed to have changed since her last visit. Perhaps it was her own viewpoint that had shifted. She hadn't been inside the house for almost 2 years, and her opinion of Mrs. Peerdeck had certainly been altered by Peter's expressed admiration. But she thought it strange that it had never before occurred to her that Mrs. Peerdeck was an imposing woman, larger than her husband mentally as well as physically, or that Mr. Peerdeck was a timid, futile little man. Tonight he seemed actually to have shrunk bodily, and again he deferred to his wife about the most unimportant of matters. Antonia, who hadn't bothered to come into the living room to greet them, sat in sullen silence, her reddened eyes fixed on her plate throughout the meal. Most of the conversation was carried on by Mrs. Peerdeck, who had placed Peter on her right, while Andy rattled on pleasantly halfway down the table, and Alice and Sidney carried on over in their corner in the unintelligible jargon of high school. Halfway through the meal, Jim Sears, Marie's husband, came in and sat down with a sheepish apology. Everything about him seemed to have deteriorated since the last time Wanda had seen him. A year and a half ago, he had been an agreeable, well-dressed young bond salesman, newly out of a job. Tonight she noticed that his hands were uncared for, his nails actually dirty, and his face had a strange furtive look about the mouth. "They say over in town that we can expect quite a flood after this rain," Wanda heard him say in a low voice to Andy. "The ground is still frozen hard, so that no water can sink in. And Jobson calculates we had 3 inches of rain this morning, beside all the ice and snow that have been washed into the river. They've opened the dams now, full capacity, and they say that when the high water from up country finally gets down here, the river level will be the highest since 1850. If either of the 2 old dams farther upstream should go out, it would be goodbye to the big one here in Hartwood." Wanda wanted to question Jim further, but was too far away, and no one else seemed to have paid any attention to his remarks. His arrival had done nothing to clear away the gloom that clouded his wife's face, and every time Wanda glanced up the table, she found Marie eyeing her husband with a peculiar cat-at-a-mouse-hole expression. In spite of all this, the meal was a jolly one. The food was delicious, and the table appointments especially lovely. Judging from Andy's remarks, they were some that were reserved for such special occasions that the family had not seen them for years. It came over Wanda suddenly that the Peerdecks had done very little entertaining lately. It was a shame, too, when they had really beautiful old linen and glass, and silver pieces that might have graced a museum collection. She remembered hearing that these had belonged to Mrs. Peerdeck's grandmother, and there had been much talk about keeping them intact for Alice. It was just one of the little things that had been emphasized until it had become a family sore spot. The other girls had been made to feel that their own mother had failed miserably in not providing them with ancestors possessed of a similar discriminating taste. Mrs. Peerdeck fairly outdid herself in the matter of conversation. This surprised Wanda, for though she had always known that her hostess was well-read and highly educated, she had been an assistant professor in a small college when Mr. Peerdeck married her, always before Her stories had seemed dry, and her humor more than a little caustic. "Perhaps my judgment is more mature," the girl thought, after one of Mrs. Peerdeck's sallies had reduced the entire table, with the exception of Antonia, to wet-eyed laughter. Even Mr. Peerdeck rose to the occasion at the prompting of his wife, and offered several quaintly worded toasts. To the ladies, to the guests, to the first rain of spring. There had been an appropriate crash of thunder just as he finished this one, and Tony had jumped and dropped a dish of jelly, rather spoiling the effect of her father's speech. There was a significant look from Mrs. Peerdeck to Mr. Peerdeck, and although not a word was spoken, Wanda felt vaguely uneasy. Martha came in and removed the broken pieces of cut glass, but the ugly red stain was left uncovered, like a streak of blood in front of Tony's plate. What was it? Oh, yes, the Jews in Egypt and the lamb's blood of the first Passover around the door. But that was silly. She must really be getting morbid, as Peter had hinted. And the Passover had been a sacrifice to prevent death, so there wasn't anything to grow frightened about. And anyway, Tony wasn't the eldest son. She'd have to keep her imagination under better control after this. There was another toast to "our new neighbor, who has added literary luster to our island," with a bow toward Peter, and then, at the end of the dinner, as if he wished it to climax all the others, Mr. Peerdeck rose and spoke again, his tone strangely animated, as if he were under an emotional strain. "To Andy, my only son, who will carry on the family name and fortune, and to whom I—" There was a shriek from Mrs. Peerdeck, and they turned to find her standing at the other end of the table, one of her long flowing sleeves in flames. It had happened rather mysteriously, it seemed. Something about moving a candle to prevent wax from injuring the table. "So stupid of me," she groaned, when it had been extinguished. "I'm terribly sorry to break up the dinner in this manner, but it is fortunate we are through, isn't it?" She seemed to be suffering, and she clung pathetically to Mr. Peerdeck as he led her out of the room. Even when she came back, very pale and a little dowdy in a plain black dress, with the bandage showing in tiny ridges under the tight sleeve, she still clung to Mr. Peerdeck's hand, and when they adjourned to the parlor for coffee, she arranged for him to sit beside her. It was Wilbur this and Papa that, until Mr. Peerdeck was smiling benignly upon them all, the center of the family. Jim Sears slipped away after dinner without attracting attention, and shortly after that Marie excused herself to take a look at the children. She was gone long enough to have covered several dozen babies, and when she returned, Andy looked up from the bridge table where he was waiting for her to be his partner, and asked, "What's the matter with Jim? Can't he stand our company?" "What difference does it make to you?" Marie tossed at him angrily, but Mrs. Peerdeck threw in a laughing word, and the cloud blew over. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Chapter 1 continued. The rain was coming harder now, in such quantities and blown with such regularity against the windows, that it almost seemed as if they were on a boat and that it was waves and salt spray that washed across the black squares. The wind pushed against the house in strange rhythmic gusts, and now and again the lightning flashed, a weird drenched light as if it had come through miles of water. Sidney and Alice had intended to drive to town for a show, but the outlook discouraged them. Wanda rather wondered that it should be Mr. Peerdeck who urged them to stay home, while Mrs. Peerdeck seemed confident that the storm would soon be over, and remarked several times that she thought it a shame to miss a good movie when it was such a short way into the city. Even Peter commented on it. "Strange to find a family where the usual parental role is reversed," he whispered, stopping behind Wanda's chair for a moment. It was almost the first word they had exchanged since dinner, for Mrs. Peerdeck had been demanding as well as entertaining, and she had kept both Peter and Mr. Peerdeck in close attendance. "She's just anxious for Alice not to miss any good times," Wanda whispered. Alice and Sidney turned on the radio to dance, and the bridge game broke up to join them. Peter danced beautifully, and it was comforting to feel close to him once more. It was terribly hot in the huge, dim room, and something about the heavy, tasteless furniture, the heat, the storm, perhaps just the overpowering combination of too many Peerdecks when she really wanted to see only Peter. Perhaps merely that nightmare still making her morbid. Whatever it was, she didn't feel at ease. There was an oppressive something in the air that weighed upon her spirits, and it had nothing to do with the heat. But the dancing did not last long. The static was bad, and Mrs. Peerdeck organized a pencil and paper game, under the plea of wishing to test her worn-out mind against the more agile ones of the young people. Peter and Andy trotted out what card tricks they could remember, and even Tony came out of her sulk long enough to sing 3 songs in her sweet, husky voice. As the evening grew later, Wanda noticed Tony wandering from window to window, watching the sheets of rain and looking so disconsolate that Andy chaffed her about it. "Expecting to see a face at the window or something, Tony?" "Only my own face, to see if my nose needs powdering," she shot back at him. But Wanda remembered afterward that the girl kept away from the windows the rest of the evening. Mrs. Peerdeck had Peter beside her again and was arguing about law enforcement, but only when she began a dramatic tale of a recent jailbreak, giving details which had not been included in the news reports, and which she said had come to her from a relative who knew the politicians and sheriff involved, did the others gather around. She was a born raconteur, and when she chose to exert herself, she could tell a story with such vividness and spirit that even those who disagreed with her were swept along for the moment. "It isn't beyond the realms of possibility, you know," she said, her face no longer pale, "that some day a desperado the federal officers are hunting may find a hiding place on our property." "But we live on an island, Mother," Andy said, half laughing. "Surely no criminal would run the risk of being boxed up here when both the east and west bridges might be watched." "True, but unless they suspected something, the authorities would never think of having the bridges watched. There are only 3 houses here, and over 80 acres of wooded land. Those old warehouses of ours down by the West Bridge would make an excellent hideout. No one has gone near them for years, and they are so far from the house that almost anything might go on down there without our knowledge." Wanda, who sat next to Antonia, saw the girl's head go up and her mouth open and close, as if she had been about to say something and then had thought better of it. "And there is one entrance to the Middle Brewery Cave," the warm, excited voice went on, "that has never been properly boarded up. A man might live there for weeks without being discovered. Our wooded land is rather high and open, but the Murrays have a patch on the other side of Birch Knoll that is low and swampy. The underbrush is thick there, and the whole lower end of the island, beyond Mr. Kerrigan's cottage, is just one tangle of willows and alders. You know," her voice lowered and her fingers tightened about the arms of her chair, "I've lived on the island 22 years, and I've never grown quite used to it here. I've always been not afraid, that would be silly. But it's so isolated, so far from help. If anything should happen to us—" "Now, Lily, it's just your burn that has upset you," Mr. Peerdeck said with a worried frown. Marie tried to change the subject, and Wanda could see Sidney Brown's face growing whiter and whiter, and tried to signal Peter to turn on the radio beside him so that they might dance again. But Mrs. Peerdeck was not to be diverted. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," she said, laughing suddenly, as if it had all been a joke. "But some day there may be a criminal as notorious as that pasty-faced Johnson right here on our island." "Baby-face Nelson," Andy whooped, and the general laugh broke the tension. A few minutes later, Wanda looked about for Peter. They might possibly be able to make their excuses and get away, she thought. She found him over by the window with Mr. Peerdeck discussing the storm. "Any possibility of the river rising and flooding my cottage?" Peter was asking. "I don't believe so," Mr. Peerdeck said thoughtfully. "I was born here on the island, you know. On this very spot, too, but the house was a small frame building then. That was the real way. Small house, large brewery. We grew rich in those days. But look at us now. Large house and a brewery in ruins. But I'm going to change all that. I intend to have Andy carry on in my place, build up again what I let fall to pieces. He is my only son. I want him to carry on the name and the business." "You mean you intend to have him open up the Peerdeck Brewery again?" "Yes." "But he's in the wholesale grocery business now. He's had no training." I know, but that can be rectified." And the little man rubbed his hands together cheerfully. "But you were going to tell me if there had ever been any serious floods on this river." "Oh, yes. No, I can't say that I ever remember the water flooding your end of the island. The big dam here in town, and the two others above it, regulate the flow of water pretty well, so that the river generally rises only 3 or 4 feet in the spring. I'm a bit anxious, though, about that new pier we put in last summer. I told the man at the time that he hadn't built it solid enough for the spring rains." A few minutes later, the storm stopped as suddenly as it had begun, and Mr. Peerdeck excused himself to go look at his pier. It was exactly 9:30. Wanda remembered the time because she glanced at the clock, thinking it might be an opportune moment for the party to break up. And as she turned to look for her hostess, she noticed Tony's figure halfway down the long hall toward the kitchen. Something about the stealthy way the girl walked told her that Tony had some urgent reason for wanting to leave without attracting attention. "Papa always takes a walk alone about this time every night," Marie was saying. "He's the most romantic person in the family. Just sits on his bench at the top of the west cliff and gazes out at the river for half an hour or more. He really dislikes to be accompanied. We haven't decided whether he goes out to commune with nature or to get a rest from the family for a while." Andy offered to drive them home, but Wanda declined. The air seemed unbelievably fresh as they stepped from the warm house, and she stopped for a moment on the porch and lifted her face to the wind. The sky was still overcast, but just ahead the wind had blown a hole through the clouds, a jagged hole just large enough for one star to peep out. They were still on the porch when Wanda clutched Peter's arm and motioned for him to stop. "Listen," she whispered, her voice suddenly strange even in her own ears. "Did you hear that, Peter?" A wild rushing noise filled the air, as if a hurricane were blowing through a million pine trees. It seemed to grow louder and more clamorous as they stood silent, listening. "Great guns, Wanda! It's the river!" Peter cried. And the next instant they were running up the path toward the head of the island. The river looked dark below the cliff and swollen to twice its usual size, and the water, dotted with broken ice, boiled and roared past until their ears were filled with the sound. Wanda felt herself tingling with an excitement that was part fear and part exhilaration. "Peter!" she cried close to his ear. "Isn't it awful and wonderful? I've never seen anything like this. Never. I'm glad you're here." And it did not seem strange that she should have said that, nor that he should put his hand over hers. It was as if they had been shut away from all the world by this rumbling, hissing force below. And she was glad, in the days that followed, that they had had this one moment together, before their world fell to pieces. The noise of the water was so tremendous that they did not hear Mr. Peerdeck's approach, and did not know he was standing next to them until he touched Peter on the shoulder. "The pier is gone!" he shouted. "God, I've never seen anything like this in all my life!" His face, dimly seen in the dark, wore an expression of half-controlled fear that Wanda was never to forget. He slipped away as silently as he had come, and it was only after he had gone that Wanda remembered Jim Sears's remark at dinner and repeated the gist of them to Peter. "That's it, of course," he shouted hurriedly. "The frozen ground can't absorb the moisture, and all the rain that fell this morning and tonight over this whole river basin is trying to push its way down this one stream. If Jim was right about there being 3 inches this morning, the total rainfall must be nearly 5 inches by this time. I faced the windows during dinner, and it looked to me like a cloudburst. What about this dam? Ever been any talk about its breaking?" "No, but even Mr. Peerdeck seems frightened by the river tonight. Let's find him. I don't believe he heard what Jim said." It was darker down the path than at the edge of the cliff, because the trees and shrubbery cut off the faint reflected glow of the city lights. It was slippery also, and more than once Wanda kept herself from falling only by clutching at a tangle of branches. And their voices, when they called for Mr. Peerdeck, seemed faint and thin above the noise of the river. "Careful of the edge!" Peter shouted once, and pulled her back from a slippery rock. The path had to be abandoned, finally, because of the ice, and Peter took the lead through the brush, Wanda stumbling along at his heels. All at once it seemed terribly important to them to find Mr. Peerdeck. They had forgotten that they were in evening clothes. Suddenly a crack as of a shot sounded far ahead of them. "Wanda, stop! What was that?" "We were making such a noise crashing through those bushes that I didn't hear very well," she whispered with a shiver. "Perhaps it was the ice in the river breaking up." But she knew very well it hadn't been the ice. "More like a gun to me," Peter muttered. "And why in thunder any fool wants to be shooting at this time of night, I can't imagine." He stood listening, with his hand on her arm, for several long minutes, but no further sound reached them save the rush of water off to the right and the rattle of wind through the winter branches. They had gone perhaps 20 yards farther when Peter placed his hand on her arm again, commanding silence. They could hear someone tramping up the slight rise toward them. Suddenly a man stepped out into the clearing ahead. Wanda recognized him before Peter did. "Oh, it's Jim," she said in relief, wondering why she had felt so fearful, so breathless just a moment before. "Just the fellow we want," Peter cried, jumping over a windfall and striding forward. "Hi there, Jim. We're looking for Mr. Peerdeck. Wanted to tell him what you said at—" The man turned like some frightened animal at Peter's first words and then hurried forward to meet them. "Look here, Kerrigan," he interrupted in a voice that seemed harsh and strained. "Let's get up to the head of the island. The west bridge just went out in the flood, and they said over in town 20 minutes ago that the dam was in danger. I went to see what it looks like from the point." There was a breathless quality about his whole manner that hurried them along with him back over the path they had just come. "But what about Mr. Peerdeck?" Peter called after him, stopping suddenly. "And we heard a shot just about 5 minutes ago. You didn't hear it, did you, Jim?" "A shot?" He seemed hardly to have grasped the question. "No, but I just came from the bridge. I tell you, it's an inferno down there. And the noise of the water would drown anything but a cannon. Mr. Peerdeck has probably gone back to the house by this time. He never stays out long." "Peter," Wanda cried, seeing him hesitate, "let's go with Jim. We ought to tell the others about the bridge and the danger to the dam. Let's go." The river, when they again stood on the cliff, seemed to have changed and widened, and its sound had grown deeper and more menacing. Wanda could feel Jim's breath coming in short, panting sobs, and her own body was seized by a spasm of trembling such as could never have come from the March wind alone. "I'm going to the house to tell—" Peter shouted in her ear, and suddenly stood silent, looking north, his mouth still open. From up the river came a grinding roar, as if the side of a mountain had crashed over a precipice into the sea. "The dam!" Jim's scream scarcely reached Wanda, standing by his side. It seemed an eternity of seconds before the flood was upon them, coming in a wall of water that shook the island and thundered past with a crashing of trees and the grinding of ice and rocks. It seemed to the girl's dazed mind that the water rose almost to their feet. The impact sent them stumbling back from the edge, and they stood for a moment stunned and clinging to one another. It was Peter who first recovered. "Your father and mother, Wanda, are they in any danger?" "I can't remember how high the water comes, how high the house is." And she was entirely unconscious of the fact that she repeated the words over and over in a wailing sing-song all the way back to the pier deck's house. Jim was there before them, talking excitedly to Sidney and Alice, who stood side by side on the porch with such identical expressions of stupidity on their open-mouthed faces that Wanda and Peter laughed shakily. It never occurred to them to get Andy's car, and they ran on, the velvet dinner dress, torn and muddy, held high in front, and one of Peter's hands under her arm to steady her. The earrings had entirely disappeared. No one knew or cared where. By the time they reached the pier deck's iron gate, Wanda's breath was gone. "I just can't run any more," she gasped. "But they must be all right if there's no water here. I'm sure our house is higher than this spot. And running in a long dress and high heels is simply torture." They went more slowly after that, keeping to the road instead of taking the longer path through the woods. And although they did not stop, they could see that where the east bridge had been, there was a gaping hole, with splintered timbers and twisted steel hanging crazily down into the roaring water. The Murray's house was dark except for a faint yellow flicker of light in the library and in one upstairs window. It was only then that Wanda and Peter realized that the broken bridges had taken down with them all water, gas, telephone, and electric connections. The island was now completely isolated from the city that had seemed so close only that afternoon. "I'll run up a minute to reassure Mother," Wanda said, "and then I'll go down to your house with you. I wouldn't be surprised if there was quite a bit of water there. Get out Dad's car while you're waiting, will you?" She came down in 5 minutes, dressed in a tweed skirt and a leather jacket, and carrying a lantern and 2 flashlights. "Dad found this in the attic," she said, waving the lantern. "And do you know, it's funny, but I couldn't find Ham anywhere. He surely wouldn't go out on a night like this with his legs still in bad shape. I didn't tell Mother about the dam. She thinks the storm did something to the lights, that's all. I suppose we'll have to tell her in the morning when she finds we're using well water." The lantern was an old-fashioned affair that threw a cheerful bobbing light along the path as they went out to the car. Peter wouldn't let her use the flashlights. "We can't afford to wear out the batteries the first night," he said, putting the lights in his pocket. "We may be here for days without electricity, and the flashlights will be our last link with civilized conveniences for some time to come." "If the gasoline holds out, we could keep up the car batteries and park it close to the dining room windows. Imagine eating a meal in the glare of headlights." It was then Peter told her. "Ham's car wasn't in the garage just now," he said shortly. "Perhaps he's in luck and is stranded over in town." "Not in the garage? Why, he must be crazy going out in the shape he's in." Wanda felt clothed for any adventure now. She seemed to have shed her fears with her dinner dress. She even spoke hesitatingly to Peter about her wild emotional display of the last half hour. "I'm glad to find you aren't always poised and perfect," Peter teased. "And I take it you lay most of your distress to that dinner dress. Now that you are more suitably clothed, you can stand any excitement, is that it?" "Something like that," she laughed and climbed in the car. "But everything that could possibly happen has happened already, hasn't it?" She was later to wonder how she could have been so innocent, so unsuspecting. Peter backed out of the driveway and turned the car down the road that led south. Around 2 turns and down an almost imperceptible slope, and they would be there. And then, around the last bend, the lights of the car were reflected back by something wet and gleaming ahead. The brakes screamed, and the car came to a stop, the front tires in the water. "Gone!" Peter cried, his jaw dropping. "Washed out completely. And here I've been worrying about everyone but myself." It was comical to see his look of blank astonishment. "And your book, Peter. Oh, I hope nothing has happened to that." A swirling sea of water covered the entire lower end of the island, the ice cakes looking strangely white against the black water as the car lights flickered over them. And where the cottage had stood there was nothing visible, nothing solid, that is, only some scattered boards that were moving slowly around in a backwash of the current. Finally, the circling flashlight located something white, the walls of the cottage. It had been partly turned on end, 400 feet from its former site, and jammed into the center of a grove of small maples. "Not much we can do here until the water goes down," Peter said after a careful survey. "I don't think the house will float any farther. Looks fairly solid out there in those trees. But you'll have to put me up for the night, Wanda." When they got back to the Murrays, there were candles burning in the hall, and Mr. Murray was fussing about there waiting for them. "Mother's in bed, finally," he told them, with an air of having completed a difficult task. "And I think I just heard Ham come in the kitchen. Better put Mr. Kerrigan in the back bedroom, Wanda, so that Mother won't know he's here. She would never be able to sleep tonight if she knew his house was gone." "Come on, Peter," Wanda laughed. "You'll be in the room next to Lizzie's, but she won't be back now that the bridges are down. You could stay back there forever, and Mother would never suspect your presence. I'll get you some of Ham's pajamas." They tiptoed out through the dining room and pantry and into the kitchen. A slight noise near the stairway made Peter wheel about and turn his flash toward that corner. There stood Hamilton, blinking in the circle of light and grinning foolishly. He had a shoe in each hand, and his wet hair and mud-spattered trousers announced plainly that he'd been doing more than driving. There was a gasp from Wanda. "Why, Ham, how could you? With your leg, and you're all wet." "I just wanted to watch the flood," he said quickly. "Even a cripple has to have some excitement. I've only been down by the East Bridge." "Well, if that's all," she said doubtfully. "But you look awfully wet, as if you'd gone through any amount of bushes. Go upstairs and put on dry things and lay out a pair of pajamas for Peter. He's going to sleep in the back bedroom tonight. His house has gone." A step outside on the gravel brought her up short, her hand at her breast. Then she recognized Sidney Brown's voice calling timidly from the yard. "They can't find Mr. Peerdeck," he said thickly, sinking down into the nearest chair. "They want you to come back to help hunt for him. Jim says you were the last to see him. His bench, where he usually sits for his evening smoke, was washed away in the flood, and they're afraid he went too, maybe lying hurt somewhere." "See here, old fellow, you look all in," Peter said. "How about a little whiskey? Wanda, is there some handy?" "Oh, no," the boy said quickly, some of his former precise manner returning. "I don't drink whiskey. Only water. I promised my mother I'd keep away from strong." "All right, water then, Wanda. But he'll need something if he's going to help us hunt. Brace up, Sidney. They need another man at the pier decks now, and you don't want to disappoint Alice." "Alice?" The boy almost snorted, and his round white face turned a bright pink. "I wish I'd never seen her. What do you suppose my mother is going to think when I don't come home tonight, or tomorrow? I may be marooned out here for days, weeks." "Cheer up, kid. You don't have to marry the girl, you know, just because the bridges went out." Hamilton laughed. "You haven't been cast away on a desert island with her, or anything like that." Wanda came back with the water and another flashlight. After some argument, she persuaded Hamilton to stay home, promising him that she would wake him and give him all the news when she got back. And she sent him upstairs with Peter to give the latter some corduroy trousers, boots, and an old sheepskin coat. "My clothes are probably already ruined," Peter laughed, looking down at himself. "And I'm a flood refugee now, and will be mighty grateful for whatever warm things you can offer, Ham." When they reached the pier decks, the place was in an uproar. Andy and Marie had just come back from their second futile search of the grounds nearby. Mrs. Peerdeck was wandering about in a nightgown and a blue silk wrapper, wringing her hands and begging them to find him, do something. All the women showed signs of weeping, and Alice's face was especially red and swollen. One of her earrings was gone, her hair was flattened by the wind and by the rain that had fallen from the bushes, and her makeup lay in streaks of pink and white and orange, smudged with mascara. It was almost ridiculous, in view of her appearance, to see her throw herself on Peter with all the abandon of a siren, and sob hysterically that she knew he would be able to find poor dear Papa. This last with a glance of scorn at Sidney. Evidently, the latter had failed to measure up to expectations. "What's the matter with Tony?" Wanda asked, pointing toward a huddled figure in the corner. "She looks dripping wet. She wasn't swept off in the flood, too?" "Not a chance," Marie answered quickly. "And she's so stubborn that she won't tell where she's been. Oh, Mother warned me about the goings-on here, but I've been blind until now." Wanda thought for a moment that the girl's mind had been affected, so little coherence did there seem to be in her remarks. But all at once it came over her that Marie was looking at her husband with the same suspicious glance she had just given Tony. "Why, the girl is jealous of Jim and Tony," Wanda thought. "And it has reached the place where even Mrs. Peerdeck must have noticed something. Oh, Tony, Tony, isn't it enough to mess up your own and Ham's life without adding this?" They seemed to have been waiting for Peter to take charge, and after he had asked a dozen hurried questions, he issued his commands. Marie was to run the house, see that Antonia changed into dry clothes, and that Mrs. Peerdeck was put to bed. Jim and Andy were to take lights and go along the west cliff. Peter and Wanda would take the inner path. Both groups were to call from time to time to keep in touch with each other, and Sidney was to take Andy's car and meet them by the old brewery buildings. "The lights of the car may help," Peter said, "for we must search all the warehouses and sheds, and perhaps the caves. Mr. Peerdeck may have gone in out of the storm and fallen, or been injured somewhere, or perhaps been hurt going through the woods. I can't believe that a man in full control of his senses would remain sitting peacefully on a bench with a raging flood like this going on. That bench is near the shore, with half the height of the cliff rising behind it, so Andy says, and it's true he wouldn't have been able to escape once the water was on top of him. But he surely would have heard the roar when the dam broke. There was a moment or two when he might have scrambled to the top of the cliff to see what was happening upriver. We'll hunt along the shore below the bench as a last resort, but I can't make myself believe he was actually swept away." The hours that followed were always to remain a nightmare to Wanda. The wind grew colder, and their lanterns flickered and flared in every gust. It seemed to her that they walked miles through the woods, this way and that, calling first eagerly and then hopelessly. She fell so many times that she lost count, and her knees and hands were scratched and chapped from clinging to rocks or pushing through the brush. Sidney slipped over an icy ledge and cut his head so badly that Peter sent him back to the house for first aid, and Tony came in his place, looking like some tall and beautiful wood nymph in her brown corduroy. They climbed ladders and poked into forgotten stalls and dusty old bins. They searched the old warehouses and the stables thoroughly and found nothing. Nothing except a strangely clean spot in the far corner of one warehouse. But they were only mildly curious about this, for it seemed to have not the remotest connection with the disappearance of Mr. Peerdeck. Jim insisted it was useless to bother looking in the caves, because they were locked. He had noticed that only yesterday when he passed there. And Tony agreed with him, so they turned and filed wearily down the path until it disappeared in a tangle of alders below the west bridge. Here the land was lower, the cliffs and rocks disappeared, and the brown waters of the river had swept in and obliterated all traces of the path. Wanda had tramped through these woods hundreds of times. She had even had a tent here as a child, yet now the whole scene seemed unfamiliar, infinitely changed. The tired voices of the searchers, the darkness, the feeble lights, the menace of the hungry water, it was like something at the end of the world. The girls stayed back on dry ground while the men waded out into the current, flashing their lights into every likely clump of trees. It was heartbreaking work, and fruitless, and by 3 in the morning they were back at the pier decks, drying their clothes and discussing what to do next. Marie made hot coffee and sandwiches, and Wanda fell asleep in front of the fireplace before she had finished eating. She awoke with a start, her whole body cramped and aching. The candles on the mantel had burned down to an untidy heap of wax, and a thin, foggy light was coming in the windows. It was morning, and she could hear Marie's voice crying, "They're coming with him! Bring the blankets!" There was a wave of cold air from the hall, the stamping and shuffling of many feet. Almost without realizing what she did, she moved toward the door. She didn't want to look. She didn't want, but her eyes turned in spite of her toward the white-faced group carrying that bedraggled bundle. She could see a white hand hanging over Peter's shoulder, and a twisted, almost shapeless mass of wet garments. Then they moved on into the library directly opposite, but her eyes were still riveted on the place where they had passed, where she had seen him. The wailing of the 3 pier deck girls stopped suddenly, and in the silence Wanda could hear Peter's voice saying tonelessly, "Yes, he's dead. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't say how much. And Andy wants me to tell you he wasn't drowned. He was robbed and shot." Shot. The room seemed to move about her, and she sank into a chair, her head throbbing with the word. It seemed to echo all about her as one voice after another took it up. Shot! It was Marie's voice that finally came out above the others, loud with an almost exultant fury. "Then Mother wasn't so foolish as the rest of you thought when she said she was afraid of some criminal hiding on the island. It's come true, and they've got Father, poor lamb." Wanda sat crouched in the far corner of the car all the way home, scarcely listening to Peter's terse story. "It was just an accident that we didn't find him before," he was saying. "He wasn't far below the bridge. We must have passed him several times while we were down there. But he was just a dark, shapeless mass jammed into a crotch, and I suppose none of the lights happened to reach that exact spot. Fully 10 feet above the ground. Of course, it never occurred to us to look as high as that. He must have been swept away at the height of the flood. And it was a miracle the small tree held him. Andy and I both fell trying to climb it, and Jim finally had to bring a ladder from the stable. He must have been shot just before the dam broke. I hope he died instantly. It would be horrible to think of his being swept off half alive." Wanda stirred in her corner, her face drawn and white. But Peter did not look her way. He continued talking, as if thinking aloud. "But whoever did it had time to go through his pockets. His watch and money were gone. Even his upper pocket, where he usually kept papers, seemed to have been disturbed. And Andy is almost sure that he was wearing a ring at dinner. That was missing too." They stopped in front of the Murray's entrance, and Peter turned off the ignition, but neither made a move to get out of the car. It was only after they had sat some minutes in silence that the whole sequence of events seemed to clear in Wanda's mind. She had been dead tired before, but suddenly something clicked, and a new aspect of the affair flashed a wave of energy through her body. "Look here," she said, turning excitedly and grasping both his shoulders. "If Jim was right about the West Bridge going out before the dam, then the man who shot Mr. Peerdeck must still be on the island. Still on the island. Do you hear me? The current is even swifter on the east than on the west, and that bridge must have gone before the other, or at least at the same time. They were both the same, old pile structures. Even if the East Bridge held until the dam broke, and that's unlikely, it would be almost impossible for anyone to get across the island and over the bridge in the short time after the murder. Peter, do you understand? The man is still on the island." "I've thought of that, and 1,000 other things, Wanda, but my mind refuses to make anything out of it. Give me 3 hours of sleep, and I'll be ready to tackle the world. Whoever did it won't want to show himself in daylight, and he can't get away. There are no boats, every one was washed away, and it would be suicide to swim. That gives us all day to find him. And it should be an easy job to catch one man bottled up on a relatively small island." Peter tiptoed to his room, and Wanda went off to keep her promise to Ham. It was only as she was leaving his room that her eyes happened to fall upon Ham's shoes in the corner. "How far did you say you went last night, Ham?" she said in a careful voice. "Last night? Oh, just down here by our dock and up by the East Bridge. Why?" His tone was casual, but she noticed that he rubbed the side of his nose, a gesture he often used when embarrassed. "Oh, I just wondered when the East Bridge went out." "I can't tell you exactly because I didn't get there until a few minutes after the dam had broken, but there wasn't a beam left when I saw it." She stood there a moment, looking everywhere but at his face. Then she closed his door quietly and went to her own room. It seemed to her that, tired as her body was, her mind would never grow calm enough to sleep. There had been yellow mud on Ham's shoes. She was sure of that. Yellow mud such as could be found nowhere else on the island, as far as she knew, except near the pier deck's caves. And Ham had twice insisted he had gone only to the East Bridge. She tried not to think of it, but the jumble of thoughts went round and round in her mind. The bridges were gone. The island was shut off from the rest of the world, for days perhaps. The man who had shot Mr. Peerdeck was here on the island with them. And Ham, her brother Ham, had yellow mud on his shoes. It was impossible, ridiculous to imagine any connection. But why hadn't she asked Ham more about it, confronted him with her knowledge of the mud? Because she knew he had evaded her other questions, because she was afraid of what she might learn. Just before she dropped to sleep, she remembered Ham's voice and his shaking hands as he had said earlier in the evening, "I'd like to wring that old man's neck." End of section 2. Section 3 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Part 2. A soft tapping on her door awoke her, and she was surprised to find it was nearly noon. It was Hamilton at the door, bringing her breakfast. "When both women stay in bed, the men have to buddle," he said, grinning. "Mother's still in bed, had a bad spell in the night, but is quite contented now. We had to tell her about the bridges in order to explain why Lizzie and Ida aren't here, but Father thought it best not to say anything about Mr. Peerdeck being shot. Later, we might tell her he died of exposure or something like that. We're going to try to keep her in bed for the next few days, until the excitement is over anyway." She noticed that Hamilton looked badly, deep circles under his eyes, and that he limped as if his leg bothered him more. Probably having to pay for his jaunt out in the rain last night, she thought. It was surprising how a little sleep had dissipated her fears. That mud on Ham's shoes. Of course, it couldn't have any especial significance. She must have been too tired to be rational when she came home last night. She was half through breakfast when he came into her room again and stood about awkwardly, as if he had something to say and didn't know where to begin. "Going to tell me something, little boy?" she teased. "Guess so," he grinned wanly. "In fact, I couldn't sleep after you left last night, thinking about it. Wanda, I saw something. Well, it makes me believe that the person who shot Mr. Peerdeck was crazy. Some escaped lunatic, perhaps. And as long as you say you believe the murderer is still on the island, well, it seemed to me you ought to warn the Peerdecks. And we should arm ourselves and guard the house. We can't fall back on the police. The phone isn't working, and they won't be able to get over here until the water goes down anyway. I have my gun here." He patted his hip. "And I'll get others for you and Peter and Father. But I wish you would run up and tell the Peerdecks. I'd rather not be the one to do it, and it's dangerous for them with a murderous lunatic at large." Wanda's heart had been sinking during this speech, and her lips were so dry that she could scarcely form her next words. So, Ham had seen something. He must have been by the caves then. And this story about a lunatic? He even had his gun in his pocket. But what makes you think it was a crazy person, Ham? That sounds awfully far-fetched, she stammered. Because I saw him, Wanda. He ran out of the bushes just ahead of me last night and disappeared down the path toward the river. It was a very large man. I didn't see his face, only his back as he ran. Probably over 6 feet tall, black-haired, and either nude or wearing long white winter underwear. Just a white blurring human form pattering off through the mud. If I hadn't heard the sound, I might have thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Ham, do you realize what you're saying? Yes, of course. Then you were over by the caves last night in spite of what you told me? Yes, and I knew that after you had left my room last night that you had seen the mud on my shoes. Pretty smart little sister, after all. No use trying to kid her. I'm the dumb one for forgetting to clean that off. It came to her that perhaps he was telling all this only because he knew she had seen the mud, and he hoped to cover things up, divert her with this story of a crazy person. But why did you tell me you went only as far as our bridge? Because I knew you would jump all over me for being out at all on a night like that. Maybe, but that doesn't explain what you were doing in such an out-of-the-way place as the pier deck's cave path. I wasn't doing anything, and that's a fact. Just walking. For your health, I suppose? And you with a bad leg and the ground wet and icy? I know what you were doing over there, trying to spy on the pier decks, or looking for Tony. That's what you were doing, Hamilton Murray. Now admit it. She hoped passionately that she was right, that he would admit it. But his voice was cold with denial when he answered. I wasn't doing any such thing, and I don't admit it. There's no use your rushing off to tell Mother and Dad to ship me away for fear Tony is on my trail again, because it isn't true. I wouldn't walk 20 feet to see that girl, even if I had 2 good legs. His face was flushed and angry, and Wanda was bewildered by this very evident change of feeling toward Tony. His dislike of the girl seemed genuine, and yet only a few hours before she had been wondering if the old love weren't about to flare up again. Then you'll swear you were just out walking? That you weren't over there to see Tony or anyone else? She spoke the last words with special emphasis. Yes, I swear. He looked straight at her, and his jaw was clamped shut until it looked almost square. And yet Wanda wished she could be sure that he was lying. I saw Tony out there by the side of the pier deck's house, but she walked right past me and went down toward the river. We didn't exchange a word. In fact, if you ask her, I'm sure she will tell you she didn't even see me. You might as well give up the idea that we were having a rendezvous. His interest in poetry was slight, otherwise he might have realized that his last word rang in her ears with a sinister implication. There was a poem which he had forgotten years ago that began, I have a rendezvous with death. Wanda closed her eyes to try to shut out the thought. She put her head back against the pillow, her face very still. She must try to control herself. Her imagination was running away with her. Maybe, she said slowly, and it fits in with what I know of the other side of the picture. Tony left the house just as her father did and came back after the flood, drenched to the skin, with not a word about where she had been. But this man in underwear, it sounds too fishy. Fishy? It was real enough, all right. Too real to suit me. And you don't imagine I would have told you unless I felt I had to warn the island. Later Peter joined the brother and sister in the living room and heard Hamilton's story. Wanda sat silent during the recital, fighting to keep her face stolid. Peter mustn't, under any circumstances, read her thoughts. Looks to me, Peter said when they had exhausted all possible explanations, as if we needed the services of a real detective. None of us seem to fill the bill. You're a banker, Hamilton, and Wanda is a social butterfly." Peter dodged a well-aimed sofa cushion. "And Andy is a butter and egg man. Jim, I take it, is an ex-bond salesman, and I think someone told me that Marie used to be an interior decorator. And as nearly as I can find out, Tony is merely an ex-wife and an anything-but ex-siren, while Alice is a cute little nitwit with her entire battery of brain cells functioning only on one idea, herself. I'm a writer with a bent toward economics, but you see, none of our specialties offer much training toward crime detection." "I suppose I'm to feel flattered that you didn't call me an ex-butterfly," Wanda laughed. "You can have the job, Peter," Ham said soberly, ignoring his sister. "I'm out of it on account of my leg, and Jim and Andy are too close to the thing to do it justice." "You're elected, Peter," Wanda chimed in, "and I'll appoint myself your assistant. Get those guns you spoke of, Ham, and we'll drive up to the pier decks and see if anything has turned up since this morning. While I'm gone, you'll have to see what you can do about organizing some food, Ham. I'll come back later and beat up some biscuits. I imagine the bread is almost gone, but there are boxes of canned goods in the basement and some condensed milk on the emergency shelf. If we ration ourselves, we should be able to have fairly good meals of a sort until the river goes down." She went to help Hamilton find the guns, and while she was gone, Peter drove down to his end of the island, taking along a pair of rubber boots so that he could wade out to the cottage. When he came back, he brought his manuscript and a shotgun and a revolver. "It's the worst mess I ever saw," he reported. "There is still a lot of water in the house, and the mud is inches deep. I looked around to see if anyone had been hiding there, but that would be impossible without leaving tracks of some kind, and the mud hasn't been disturbed by anything but the slowly receding water. The car is half submerged, lying on its side 100 feet from the house, but the garage has disappeared, probably broken up or miles downstream." When they reached the red stone house, they were surprised to find Mrs. Peerdeck up and about and bearing the tragedy with amazing fortitude. Her face was white and set, but she carried her head high, and there was a look of energy and determination in her eyes that aroused their admiration. "Old Martha the cook has collapsed and been packed off to bed," she told them quietly, "which means I must assume complete management of the household. The children," she spoke the word tenderly, "wanted me to rest, to sit with folded hands, but that was impossible. You can understand that. I want to work hard, hard. If I keep very busy, perhaps I can forget. And then my place is at the head of the household. I can't fail the children." "She's been going since daybreak," Tony told Wanda with tears in her eyes, "and we can't get her to stop or consider herself at all." "She cried, oh terribly," Marie said later, "when we told her this morning about Father. Just repeated over and over again, 'Oh, I'm glad you found him.' Just the presence of his body in the house seems to make her more able to carry on. You remember how hysterical and all to pieces she seemed last night? It was probably the uncertainty, the not knowing what had happened that unnerved her so." Alice had been put to bed an hour ago, Wanda and Peter were told, because she had screamed and cried and gone all to pieces, imagining she had seen someone in the kitchen. She had even insisted that a plate of bread she had placed on the table had disappeared while she was in the pantry getting some jelly. "The little glutton just didn't want to admit she had eaten the whole plateful," Jim said. "So she made up this yarn about some man in the kitchen. Andy ordered her to bed and read her the riot act for adding to Mother's worries." Just then, a thin figure in a rose dressing-gown flew down the stairs and flung herself on Peter, while the others stood by and smiled wanly. "Oh, Peter, I knew you'd come," she sobbed. "No one else would believe me. But there was a man in the kitchen. There was." "Let's get this straight right now," Peter said quietly, patting her shoulder. And Wanda hated herself for the momentary feeling of jealousy that swept her at the sight of the yellow head nuzzling into Peter's collar with the abandon of a puppy. "You say you had a plate of bread on the table and it disappeared? How many slices were there?" "4 or 5. It was what was left from the dinner last night. Rather dry, but I was going to get some jelly for it." "Then Martha would know about it." Peter's voice rang sharp in command. "Andy, run up and ask Martha how much bread was left from dinner last night and where she put it." He placed Alice firmly in a chair and paced back and forth before the fireplace. Mrs. Peerdeck passed the door several times, busy about something, but did not stop or speak to them. Then they heard Andy running down the steps 2 at a time. "She says there were 4 slices, and that she put them in the bread box on that old blue plate with the picture of Bunker Hill Monument on it," he announced breathlessly. They trooped out into the kitchen, and Marie and Tony climbed on stools to search the cupboard, but the plate was gone, and there were no traces of any sliced bread in the box or in the kitchen. "What did the man look like, Alice?" Peter asked. "Oh, a big black man. Awfully big and awfully black." "You mean a colored man?" "No, just any kind of a man. I didn't see him very well, and I can't tell you where he went. I just saw him out of the corner of my eye through the crack in the pantry door, and by the time I got the door wide open and came out here, he had disappeared." Alice stood on one foot, the other curled up for warmth. Her bare legs were almost as pink as her mule's, and her face was as animated as Wanda had ever seen it. The faces of the others bore expressions of half-credulous amusement and exasperation. "If Martha hadn't insisted the plate was there, I'd certainly think it was another of your romantic imaginings," Andy muttered. "You might have disposed of the bread, but I can't very well see how you could have eaten the plate." He went to the door and the 3 windows and half-jokingly looked out. "Nope, no plate out there." Jim stood a little apart from the rest, a queer look on his face, and when Peter suggested they divide into groups and search the premises, he remained deep in thought. "Come on, Jim," Peter said, taking him by the arm. "You're to help the girls with the house, and don't forget the attic and any old storerooms. Andy and Sidney and I will do the basement and the summer kitchen." It was early in the afternoon, but the day was cloudy, and the long corridors and high-ceilinged rooms seemed particularly dismal. Several of the rooms on the second floor were locked, and Tony's former room among them, and they had to get the keys from Mrs. Peerdeck. Wanda hadn't been in the attic since she was a child. It had seemed dimly mysterious in those days, an enormous space large enough for 3 good-sized rooms and filled with queer old furniture, trunks of delightful clothes, and boxes of old toys. Now it seemed merely huge and dingy. The place had not been cleaned or aired for years. Wanda supposed it was hard for them now, with only old Martha when there had formerly been 3 maids. The girls, trailing behind Jim, turned over piles of dusty rugs and draperies that had been stored in the attic since the days of the first Mrs. Peerdeck. Downstairs they poked under beds and into closets, opened old wardrobes that squeaked on rusty hinges. Tony stood sullenly outside while they looked in the sewing room, into which she had moved her things only the day before. Wanda had been skeptical of Alice's story at first, but as the search went on, the man became more of a reality to her, and she jumped nervously when Tony suddenly said in a sepulchral voice, "And what in the world are we going to do with a big black man if we do find him?" For the most part, they searched silently, touched by tiny irrational fears, and oppressed by the knowledge of the quiet form lying so motionless in the front bedroom. There was something heartbreaking and disquieting, too, in the sight of Mrs. Peerdeck slipping like a shadow noiselessly up and down the corridors on business of her own. Jim seemed to take the search lightly, and Marie took him to task for it, and their quarrel, lasting until the group joined Peter in the kitchen, grew more and more embarrassing to Wanda and Tony. Alice seemed not to care. "No luck," Peter said grimly, brushing the dust from his shoulders. And we've been over every inch of the basement and even crawled under the porches. I think our next bet is to leave someone on guard in the house in case the man returns, while the rest of us comb the yard and the summer house." There were several other suggestions, and a babble of voices filled the kitchen. Finally, Peters rose above the others, commanding silence. "It's all right to make fun of Alice's man when you are sure he is purely imaginary," he said, a seriousness in his tone that turned all eyes toward him. "But first, let's face the facts. The man who shot your father is still on the island. He is shut up here with us and can't get away until the river goes down. And the man Alice saw may be the murderer. If so, it's up to us to find him before he does any more damage." He surveyed the startled faces before him and then glanced up suddenly to find Mrs. Peerdeck standing in the doorway leading from the dining room. "I hadn't thought of that," she said slowly in her full, rich voice. "This criminal who killed and robbed your father is still on the island? Are you sure about that? Did the bridges go out before Wilbur was shot?" The last thought seemed to have just occurred to her, and her eyes were wide and troubled. "That is the only way Wanda and I can figure it out," Peter said, and explained the chronology of the previous evening as they had worked it out going home that morning. "Of course, we don't know exactly the time the East Bridge went out, and there is a possibility the murderer could have got away over it just before it went, but that seems rather slim." When he mentioned meeting Mr. Peerdeck on the cliff's edge, Mrs. Peerdeck said softly, "The last to talk to him, the last." And when he told of the shot they had heard in the woods, she grew so pale that Andy and Marie hurried to help her to a chair. "Thank you, children, thank you," she said, waving away a glass of water. "I'm all right now. It just made things a little too vivid." Wanda noticed that even Tony's uncompromising features softened at her mother's words, and that her eyes were so filled with tears that she turned toward the window quickly to hide them. "Just one more thing, Mrs. Peerdeck," Peter said gently. "Andy thought last night that his father had been robbed. Do you think that too?" "Yes. Didn't they tell you? His money and watch are gone, and the ring he always wore on his right hand." She had been looking out of the window, but now her eyes met Peter's wonderingly. "What other motive could there have been for murdering him? He didn't have an enemy in the world." "That does seem to be the only answer," Peter said slowly. "I must confess I didn't take much stock in the fears you expressed last night that some criminal might be hiding on the island. But it begins to look as if you were right." "It must have been a premonition. I've always considered such things rank superstition, but I wish now I had been less sensible, less intelligent. A more primitive woman would have kept her husband from going out alone after a warning such as that. Oh, it was my fault. I should have foreseen." And she began to cry softly, until all the young people crowded about her, patting her shoulder, telling her she was talking nonsense. Of course it wasn't her fault. Papa always went out alone, had done it for years. How could she have foreseen what would happen? It was beyond anyone's wildest imagination. She made an effort to pull herself together after that, and 5 minutes later was deep in a discussion with Peter as to what measures should be undertaken next. She seemed hesitant about the advisability of searching the grounds again, protesting that it was too dangerous, that it would be better if they barricaded themselves in the house and waited until the police were able to get over from the mainland. "I've never believed in vengeance," she said wearily, pushing her hair back from her forehead. "And after all, it is more important to preserve the lives of those of us who are still alive than it is to catch one criminal. No matter how murderous and horrible this man may be, his capture is not worth even a small injury to one of us. Perhaps if we wait a few days, he'll swim the river and we'll be rid of him without endangering ourselves." A chorus of protest followed her words. "I didn't know I had such a bloodthirsty family," she said, looking from one to another and smiling wanly. Well, perhaps you are right. It may be better to take our courage in our hands." Peter was determined to search the stables and the warehouses again. "We were looking for Mr. Peerdeck before," he reminded them, "and that's a different matter from hunting for a criminal who would be using all possible cunning in hiding from us. Also, he might have been in some other place at the time we were looking down there, and perhaps has changed his hideout several times since last night. Then, too, we failed to look in the caves, and as Mrs. Peerdeck said last night, they would make an ideal place of concealment." "But the caves are locked," Jim said gruffly. "I told you that before. No one could possibly get in." "Locked?" Mrs. Peerdeck looked up quickly. "Why, I saw the door to the middle one swinging open only day before yesterday." "That's where he is, then," Peter said, excitement making his voice husky. "And the 3 caves are connected by a passage at the rear end, didn't you say, Andy? Wanda, you're a good shot. You stay here in the kitchen and watch this end of the house. Sidney can have this other gun and stand outside by the arbor. Tony can guard the front door, and Jim and Andy will come with me." After the men had gone, the women drifted away one by one to attend to their household tasks, and Wanda was left alone in the kitchen. She fingered her gun cautiously. She was fairly good at target practice, but it was a different matter to be given a weapon and told you might have to use it on a human being. But then there was small chance of anyone coming in here. The men would surely find him in the caves, or if not, Sidney would have to tackle him as he came around the house. She stepped over to the outside door and watched the March wind whipping through the clump of birch trees by the driveway. Sidney was standing forlornly near the toolhouse, looking frightened. Over her head she could hear very faintly the querulous voice of old Martha going on endlessly about something, with an occasional soft answer from Marie. Then there was the sound of children crying, the slam of a door, and silence. She felt strangely alone, and the uneasiness that had oppressed her during the search returned. She was not sure afterward how long she had stood there, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps longer, when something, a slight noise, or some sixth sense perhaps, made her turn and step noiselessly behind the water tank next to the range. The basement door just on the other side of the range. Had it been slightly open before, or was it moving now? Slowly the cracks seemed to widen. A hand came through the opening. The door swung back suddenly, and a man stepped into the room. "Hands up!" she cried, in a voice as thin and shrill as the call of a sandpiper. The man whirled, his mouth opened slightly, and something in his arms fell to the floor with a terrible crash. The noise shattered something within her, and the next instant she was standing on a chair, the gun pointing in the region of the man's stomach, her own voice filling the room with shrieks such as she would never have imagined possible from a human throat. The man was large and dark. Even from her perch on the chair he seemed to tower over her, his dirty face twisted with fear, and a long lock of greasy black hair tumbling down into his eyes. After a moment she was able to hear his voice above her own, calling frantically, "Don't shoot, lady! For Cripe's sake, don't shoot!" She did not dare to look on the floor to see what it was that had fallen from his arms, but she had an illogical but terribly real fear that it was a bomb. At any moment, it seemed to her, the whole kitchen might be blown to the clouds. There was the sound of running feet, an army, it seemed, coming from all directions, and the 3 Peerdeck girls burst in from the dining room at almost the exact moment that Peter, Jim, and Andy appeared in the basement door. It was only after the man had been searched and tied securely in one of the kitchen chairs that Wanda dared to look down at the floor. "The plate, Alice!" she cried hoarsely. "The bread plate!" There it was, blue and white pieces scattered across the linoleum. Bunker Hill Monument smashed to bits. Everyone talked at once, and the confusion was appalling. But out of the welter of sound, Wanda learned that the 3 men had actually found an opening from the caves into the basement, and had been exploring there when they heard her scream. That was it, of course. The men had been hiding in the caves, and had come up into the kitchen after more bread, perhaps just as the men entered the caves from the outer end. "We found the middle door unlocked, just as Mrs. Peerdeck said," Peter was telling her. "And when we reached the eastern end of the passage, where it connects with the corridor that leads north and south to join with the end caves, we found a narrow opening. Most astonishing thing. Neither Jim nor Andy had ever heard of it before. I suppose this fellow left it open as he went through, otherwise we would never have noticed it. That end of the cave is awfully dark," Andy's voice was continuing excitedly, "and there are huge wooden pilings that go from the floor to the ceiling, all across it for the space of 20 feet or more. I've seen that place all my life and often wondered why it wasn't brick-lined as most other sections of the cave are. But this door is just the width of 3 planks and extends from the floor to the ceiling, so that there is nothing unusual, not even a crack to give it away. And we just stepped through that opening and found ourselves in the basement," Peter interrupted. "Funny none of you in the house ever knew about this connection." "Must have been an arrangement Grandfather had built," Tony offered. All this time, Alice had been pointing wildly at the man from the shelter of Marie's shoulder and asserting in a loud whisper, "There's the man who took my bread. He's even brought back the plate to prove it. So there, Andy, you old smarty. You would make fun of me." "Good work, Wanda," Peter said, patting her shoulder. Then he stepped over to the table where the revolver lay that had been taken from the man's clothing. "And now what are we going to do with this fellow? He has a gun that has been fired twice. He has been hiding in the caves, and Mr. Peerdeck was found shot last night. It all seems to fit together perfectly. I think this is our man." There was a rustling in the dining-room door, and just as Wanda turned to look in that direction, she caught a glimpse, out of the corner of her eye, of the man's face. It showed stark amazement, not fear, and she saw Jim step over quickly and say something to him in a commanding manner. But she had no time to wonder, for the others had crowded about Mrs. Peerdeck in the doorway and were helping her into the room. She was whispering, "Oh, no, no, a man! Wilbur, how horrible!" And her eyes had become great pools of black terror in her white face. "She can't stand the sight of him," Marie said. "It's too much of a shock. Help me, Alice, and we'll take her upstairs." And as the 3 shuffled awkwardly out of the room, Mrs. Peerdeck half supported by the 2 girls, Wanda could hear her asking excitedly, "And he got into the house through the caves? How could that be?" By the time the others had regrouped themselves about the walls of the kitchen, the huddled figure in the center had come to dominate the room. "And what do you folks think you got on me anyway?" he grunted defiantly. "A killing? That's it. And there's enough circumstantial evidence to get you, too, if we can find the stolen articles." Wanda wondered at Peter, sitting as coolly there on the kitchen cabinet as if he were presiding at a meeting of economists. "We'll search the caves and the basement thoroughly. You may have buried the loot somewhere. Pity you had to take a man's life for the sake of a few trinkets." Then he turned to Andy. "You and Sidney go down now and make a thorough search. Where is Sidney, by the way?" Tony ran out in the yard and returned in a moment dragging a very sick and shamefaced boy. "Don't know whether it is our cooking or the general excitement," she said, smiling not unkindly, "but Sidney's lost his dinner and his dignity. Perhaps we had better pack him off to bed with the rest of our invalids." But the boy insisted he was all right now, and he and Andy clattered down the basement stairs and disappeared in the cave. "Now look here," the man growled. "This thing's gone far enough. I'm not in on any murder, and just because some guy got bumped off the same night I got stuck on your island ain't no proof you got anything on me. You better tell him a thing or two, Sears, or I'll up and spill a mouthful myself." This last was directed at Jim, who stood near, his face a strange mottled white. "Well," Jim said slowly, lighting a cigarette in an obvious effort to spar for time, "I guess I had better explain, Kerrigan, that I think you are barking up the wrong tree." "Meaning?" "That I happen to know you have the wrong man." "Looks queer to me," Peter snapped back. that you were the very one who tried to keep us from searching the caves. Almost as if you were in on this too, Sears." "It's true I didn't want you to go in the caves, but that was because I had this fellow hidden there. He's an old friend of mine, Sam Heil, fellow I used to know when I was a kid. Haven't seen him for years, but he turned up late yesterday and said he was down on his luck and wanted a place to stay. I knew I couldn't bring him up to the house, so I tried to fix a place for him in the stables, but when the water began rising, that looked dangerous, so I brought him up to the caves. Intended to smuggle down some food for him, but didn't have a chance to break away from the rest of you. So I suppose the poor fellow discovered the door into the basement and came up for something to eat. I rather imagine he was Alice's big black man." He was confident now, grinning. "But I couldn't figure out for the life of me how he got out of the cave and into the kitchen so easily. It's the first time I ever heard about that connection into the basement." Andy and Sidney came up from below just then, the former carrying a dusty black coat. "Looks like yours, Tony," he said. "We found it down in the far end of the north cave. Evidently, the fellow slept on it, and there were rather fresh breadcrumbs scattered about, and cigarette ashes and burnt matches. But not a sign of Dad's jewelry, and as far as we could see, there were no marks of any fresh digging where he might have buried it." Marie and Alice came in just then, and a babble of voices explained the latest developments for them. "Is that your coat, Tony?" Peter asked, handing her the soiled garment. "And if it is, what was it doing down in the cave?" "I haven't the slightest idea. The last I knew, it was in the attic last fall. It's an old one I use for rainy weather in the summer. I suppose your friend breezed up to the attic and helped himself to this, too," she said to Jim with something like a sneer. "Why, I gave it to Sam myself last night," Jim said in surprise. "Found it in the cave and thought it would make a better bed for him than the cold rock. Come to think of it, I found it right at this end of the middle cave, right near this new door we just discovered, and it was draped over a pair of old boots." "Find any boots down there, Andy?" Peter asked. "Oh, not a sign of a boot or a shoe. What are you handing us anyway, Jim? Some new variety of fairy story? I suppose you'll be telling us next that your friend chewed those boots up in his hunger last night." "Shut up," Jim grumbled angrily. "What's the matter with all of you? You don't seem to believe a word I say." He looked nervously at Marie, but her eyes were on the floor, and her face was expressionless. "I don't know whether we believe you or not," Peter said slowly. "It makes a good story, Jim, almost too good. And it's hard for me to believe you had anything to do with the murder of your father-in-law. But let's get this straight, all of you. Mr. Peerdeck was murdered last night, shot in the back of the head, so that there is no possibility of suicide. And you'll all agree with me that, barring a miracle, the murderer is still on the island. Ham and Mr. Murray are making an armed search of their end, and I've already gone through my cottage. We have looked in every possible spot. The caves were the last hope. So if this man you call your friend isn't the one who fired the shot, then—" He paused and looked impressively at each face in the circle. "Then one of us must be the murderer." End of section 3. Section 4 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Chapter 2 continued. There was a silence during which no one moved or spoke. It almost seemed as if they did not breathe. Finally, it was broken by the uneasy shifting of the man in the chair. But it was Andy who spoke, his voice echoing about the room. "God, that's so!" he cried. "Jim, you're getting yourself and perhaps some of the rest of us into this thing pretty deep by sticking to your so-called friend. Better think again and change your story." Mrs. Peerdeck stepped quietly into the room, and someone gave her a chair. She was entirely composed now, but her face looked strained and queer, almost shrunken, and she seemed to have lost some of that gallant courage that had aroused their admiration earlier in the day. "You shouldn't be here," Wanda whispered compassionately. "Spare yourself as much as possible, Mrs. Peerdeck. We'll take care of everything." But the older woman shook her head and then jumped in fright at a loud knocking sound that seemed to fill the whole house. It was the old knocker on the front door, and Andy went to answer it, his gun in his hand. No one spoke while he was gone, and from the tense expressions on all the faces, Wanda knew that each was wondering, just as she was, if it weren't barely possible that the murderer himself stood at the door. Who else could it be, when almost all the known people on the island were already in this one room? But it was Hamilton who came in, talking earnestly to Andy, and the general greeting broke the tension. "But I can't change my story," Jim said, as if there had been no interruption. His hands were deep in his pockets, and his shoulders hunched in dejection. "I can't change it because I know Sam didn't have anything to do with the shooting, and neither did I. We'll have to furnish alibis for each other, much as the rest of you may doubt us." "All right, let's go over the ground again," Peter said. "The time element may throw some light on this thing. It was exactly 9:30 when Mr. Peerdeck left the house. Wanda remembers looking at the clock. It was only a few minutes later that we talked to him on the edge of the cliff, and it must have taken us 10 minutes to reach the place where we heard the shot. That means that he was probably killed at 9:40, surely not later than 9:45. A few minutes later, we met Jim in that little clearing above the entrance to the first cave. He came crashing through the brush toward us and shouted that the bridge had just gone out and that he wanted to—" The expression on Peter's face changed suddenly, and he turned to Wanda with repressed excitement. "You remember, don't you, that he seemed particularly insistent on our not going on toward the bridge? He rushed us back to the cliff, and when I tried to get him to help us hunt for Mr. Peerdeck, he persuaded us to give up the search. He seemed sure his father-in-law had already gone in the house. As I remember, these were his very words. 'Mr. Peerdeck has probably gone back to the house by this time. He never stays out long.'" "I see what you mean," Tony said, "but the bench is under the hill below the third cave. You say you met Jim in the clearing above the first cave, just a few minutes after the shot. He would hardly have had time to get that far in such a short time." Marie's eyes were on her sister, and her face was inscrutable. "But the shooting may not have occurred at the bench," Peter replied. "We've been taking that for granted, with nothing whatever to go on but the fact that it was his custom to sit there every evening. If you had seen him, as I did, disturbed about the pier going out, excited about the appearance of the river, you would realize that he was in no state of mind to sit quietly on a bench and smoke. He might have been shot anywhere along the whole side of the river. The ledge on which the bench is standing runs just 5 feet above the water the whole distance between the 3 caves. All that we are sure of is that the shooting happened in a spot that was later swept by the flood." "Unless," Andy said and shuddered, "the murderer deliberately pushed the body off the ledge, intending to remove all trace of the crime." "And the flood upset all his plans by carrying it into a tree," Peter added. "If the river had remained merely swollen, it would have been days before anyone would have found the body, perhaps miles downstream." There was a long and horrified silence. "But can't you see that I was only trying to keep you from going back to the caves where I had Sam hidden?" Jim said miserably. "I wasn't crazy to have anyone find out about him." "Why so mysterious about him if he was actually a friend?" Andy put in sarcastically. "I don't blame you for being ashamed of his looks, but then, if he's a friend, why not bring him up to the house, offer him a decent bed? Shabby way to treat a friend, I'd say." Jim began tracing a design on the table oilcloth with his finger. The man in the chair grinned and shot a stream of tobacco juice at the sink on the near wall. "Come on now," he said, looking at Jim. "Get me untied, or I'll do some talking myself. I'm not wanting to be the goat much longer." "Now, Kerrigan, listen to reason," Jim said, squaring his shoulders. "I told you last night when I met you that I had just come from the bridge. Sam can bear me out on that. He saw it go out, too. We came straight to the middle cave, the one that was unlocked, and after I had found the coat and taken him to a comfortable place off in the end of the north cave, I came out again through the north door. It unlocks from the inside, and cut up through the woods toward the house. That was when you met me. I didn't hear a shot, and I don't believe Sam did either. Whoever killed Mr. Peerdeck must have done it while we were arranging matters in the cave. We would certainly have heard it if it had come before we got there, and you say yourself that only a few minutes elapsed between the shot and the time you saw me." "How about it, Hyle?" Peter turned quickly toward the man in the chair. "Any sound of shooting come your way?" "No, and it's just as Jim here says. We was up in the end of the north cave making me a bed out of this lady's coat. If any murder was pulled off, it must have been then, because I didn't hear nothing while I was with Jim, or after he left, neither." "You didn't hear anything after he left? You are sure of that?" Mrs. Peerdeck asked. "No, ma'am. Just something rustling once, but I thought it was bats." "It isn't likely that one of them would go back on the other's story," Andy muttered. "They seem to be in it together, and naturally agree." Wanda, who sat facing Marie, saw the latter's shoulders stiffen and her head go up. "There is more than one side to this," Marie said in a voice devoid of all feeling. "Several other people were out of the house at the time Papa was killed. Tony, for one," and she gave her sister a long, steady look. "You remember I went up to see about the children just as she left the house? I watched out of the south window, because—" here she hesitated just perceptibly, "because I wanted to see where on earth she could be going in such weather." "I remember," Andy added. "And I had been razzing her for staring out of the window so much." "And you remember, too, that she came back to the house after the dam broke, dripping wet, and refusing to give us a word of explanation." It was Mrs. Peerdeck who spoke this time, and it was impossible to tell from her voice whether she was accusing her daughter of murder or merely of disobedience. This sudden shifting of suspicion from his shoulders to those of Antonia fairly dazed Jim, and he sat on the edge of the kitchen table, with his jaw slowly dropping lower and lower. Wanda watched Marie move over to his side and heard her say in an undertone, "Close your mouth and look alive, Jim." Now that there is real danger hanging over his head, Wanda thought, she's decided to forget that she was angry with him about Tony. Probably has made herself believe that he was merely weak and that Tony was the aggressor, chasing him in her usual fashion. Dainty, quiet Marie, artistic and home-loving. It's no wonder she can't understand a tempestuous, sullen person like Tony, always driven to dabbling in whatever is most apt to wreck the lives of others. Suddenly Hamilton cleared his throat and his sister turned to look at him, but before he had a chance to speak, the calm voice of Mrs. Peerdeck broke in above the hum of conversation. "Just before I came to the door," she said, "I heard Mr. Kerrigan say that one of us must be the murderer. He seems to imply that it must be one of the Peerdeck family, although he should hardly consider himself immune, or Wanda either, since they were admittedly the last ones to speak to Wilbur, and have no other alibi than each other's word. And I think we should consider also the fact that we have accepted the time of the shooting merely on their story. No one else heard the shot. No one else saw Mr. Peerdeck. The facts they have presented fit almost too perfectly." Wanda shivered, although the room was very warm. In some subtle fashion, the figures about the wall seemed to have regrouped themselves, without anyone having actually moved, and she felt herself and Peter very much alone, the pier decks massed against them. Peter's face changed too, but she could detect no fear, merely a slight tightening about the jaw. "Of course, I'm not accusing anyone, merely presenting the possibilities." The deep, calm voice of Mrs. Peerdeck went on. "But since this terrible thing has befallen the Peerdeck family, and since, as Mr. Kerrigan has said, we are all under suspicion, well—" She threw out both hands in a little gesture of appeal. "Suppose it was one of our family. It would have to be someone who had a motive, who had quarreled with Wilbur, and I don't think any of us have." "Except Tony." The last was said with a surprised lift in her voice, as if it had just occurred to her. "You did have a regular cat-and-dog fight with Dad that whole last day, didn't you, Tony?" Andy asked quickly. "No need to ask her. She did," Marie put in vindictively. "And she wailed and raged and stamped about the house as if it were a life-and-death matter where she spent her nights." "That's just it. How can you believe I would kill anyone about something so trivial?" Tony was standing now, facing the whole room, her large eyes searching each face piteously. "You made a personal grievance out of something that should have been a matter of family economy." And he stepped forward and looked at his sister's face closely. "Come to think of it, you fairly foamed at the mouth with rage. I believe you were almost insane." "Oh, now, Andy, you know how I usually carry on. It wasn't any worse yesterday than it has been 1,000 times before." "Perhaps not, but when one is as uncontrolled as you are," Marie said, "almost anything might happen. Or so it seems to the rest of us." "I thought you accepted my tantrums as just a part of me, Tony's ravings you used to call them. I never thought you would believe something really awful about me." Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she fumbled clumsily in her pocket for a handkerchief. "But nothing really awful ever happened in the family before, you see," Mrs. Peerdeck said sadly. "Just a minute." Peter spoke with an attempt at a laugh. "Now that we have reached the point of accusing each other, we'd better have some system here. I don't propose to take charge if you are all opposed to it, but in spite of several remarks, I still believe Wanda and I are the least implicated in this thing. I'm sure you want to get to the bottom of the murder, and it will make a nasty mess if the Peerdeck family accuse each other in the presence of the police. In any event, those gentlemen will not be able to get over here until the case is so cold that a solution may never be discovered." He paused and looked about the room, but no one spoke. "All right, then, if no one objects, I'll do a little organizing. Any of the rest of you who have questions can ask them, of course. And, Wanda, I'd like to have you write down any unusual angles that may come out during the questioning. It's especially important to make a note of the exact whereabouts of each one of us from the moment Mr. Peerdeck left the house until the three of us ran back with the news the dam had broken. I'll start with someone else and give Tony a rest. She's been the center of attention long enough." "The butt, you mean," she said with just a flash of her old spirit. "Alice, suppose you tell me what you did and where you were the latter part of the evening." The girl reddened under his gaze and put on a self-conscious smile. She had been surreptitiously eating out of the cookie jar just around the corner in the pantry, and in her haste to dispose of a large mouthful her cheeks bulged like a squirrel's. "Oh, now, Peter, you know where I was," she bridled, her voice half-choked with crumbs. "Perhaps I can guess, but I'd rather have you tell me." "Why, I never left the parlor. Sidney and I danced a bit to the radio after you all went, but the static was still bad. The rest of the family had gone upstairs, so we just sat on the davenport and talked, didn't we, Sidney?" This to the white-faced boy who stood leaning dejectedly against the door. He looked back at her with something akin to loathing in his eyes, the same expression that he might have given a half-empty box of chocolates that had just made him desperately ill. He wonders how on earth he could have sat there last night, smirking and letting her hold his hand, when he hates her so now, Wanda thought with a half-smile. "Is that so, Sidney?" Peter asked, and the boy nodded. "Yes, and we were together all the time," Alice went on coyly, entirely unconscious of his animosity. "Sidney never left me for a minute, until after you three had run up and found us on the front porch. We had been so busy talking out there that we really hadn't paid much attention to the noise of the flood until you mentioned it." "Kissing while Rome burns," Andy said, half under his breath, and Marie gave him a dirty look. "Oh, I heard the river all right," Sidney said with a flush. "But Alice was razzing me so hard about wanting to go home so early that I didn't mention it." "And now you're wishing you'd gone home quite a bit earlier, razzing or no razzing, eh, son?" Peter teased, not unkindly. "Well, I don't blame you, but we're all in the same mess, except that the others have their belongings with them, and you and I have to depend on charity." Then his manner changed to one of deference as he turned to Mrs. Peerdeck. "Perhaps I should have allowed you to tell your story first, Mrs. Peerdeck, but I hated to bother you with this questioning when you have so much else to contend with. But perhaps you can throw some light on the activities of the other members of the family." "Oh, I understand, Mr. Kerrigan," she said, smiling. "Well, I went upstairs as soon as I had said goodbye to you and Wanda. As nearly as I can remember, Marie came up with me, and Andy a few minutes later. I stopped at Martha's room and spoke to her about breakfast, and then went directly to my own room and prepared to take a bath. The children were restless, and Marie was in their room. I asked her if the baby felt feverish, and went on to the bathroom and turned on the water. A few seconds later, I discovered that there was no soap, and called to Andy to bring some. He was just about to go downstairs, but came back and got a cake for me out of the linen closet. I can't say exactly how long a time I spent in the bathroom." She stopped for a moment, looked out the window, and then went on. "When I was through, I came out and met Marie again, and took her into my room to talk over plans for a play yard for the children this summer. I imagine we were still discussing that, at least we were still in my room, when Alice called up to tell us about the dam. We had heard the noise and felt the impact when the flood struck the island, but neither one of us had quite realized what was happening." "Thank you, Mrs. Peerdeck. And now you, Marie. Have you anything more to add?" "No, nothing really important. I was upstairs all the time, just as Mother has said. The baby seemed feverish, and I was busy arranging his bed and bathing his face with cold water. Andy was upstairs too, until just a few minutes before Alice called. I could hear him banging around in his room and singing." "You didn't hear anything else? No peculiar sounds from outside?" "No, I didn't hear a thing. The window in the children's room was open, and the noise of the river seemed to fill the room. Even if the shooting had been done close to the house, I doubt if I could have heard it. I finally decided to close the windows, thinking perhaps the children would sleep better if the room were more quiet. But even then, the noise of running water from the bathroom would have drowned out any sound from outdoors." "Running water?" "Yes, Mother was taking a shower, and later, when I met her in the hall, she was taking off her rubber cap, and I remember saying something to her about the shower having splashed on her kimono." "My turn next, I guess," Andy announced after a short pause, "and I can't add much to the story. I came upstairs directly behind Mother and Marie and went to my room to get a book. I brought Mother the soap, just as she says, and then decided Alice and Sidney would prefer not to have my company in the living room, so I didn't go downstairs as I had planned. Just stayed in my room, barging around, singing and banging drawers, as Marie says." "I suppose you didn't hear any suspicious noises either?" "No, can't say I was looking for any. I do remember the shower." "All right, now we have Mrs. Peerdeck, Alice, Sidney, and Marie accounted for. How about you, Jim? Anything more you would like to add to your story?" "No, I'll stick by it as it stands." Then it's your turn again, Tony. Now, if you'll just tell us in detail what you were doing during the 3/4 of an hour you were gone." "Just walking," the girl answered calmly, and a little insolently it seemed to Wanda. "Not a very satisfactory answer, Tony," Peter said. "You'll have to do better than that. You don't look like the kind of a girl who is in the habit of taking walks on wet and stormy evenings." Tony was still wearing the brown corduroy, and even in this shabby and severe garment there was something exotic about her. "No, but anyone is entitled to get out in the air. The fact is, I felt a headache coming on and thought—" "That's right. She always gets a headache after she has had a tantrum," Alice said. Tony did not turn her head to look at her. "Where did you walk?" "Oh, just around in the yard and then down to the warehouse." "The warehouse? Then you must have known the bridge had gone out. Or had you started back before?" "No, I was there when it went." "The deuce you were! Then you saw Jim and this man?" Peter's eyes were mere slits in a tense face. "Yes, I saw them." Her voice was as calm as if she had just admitted seeing them in church. "Then, Jim, your story seems to be confirmed in part at least," Peter said, facing Jim quickly. But it seemed to Wanda that neither Marie nor her husband looked particularly pleased at the turn of events. "Marie is jealous of Tony again," she thought. "No telling what she imagines the two of them doing, meeting down there at the warehouse. And Jim looks as if the devil had jumped up and bitten him." "Well now, I called that real nice of the lady," the man in the chair was rumbling. "And if she'll just say she saw the two of us, real peaceful-like, and didn't hear any shots, maybe someone'll untie me. I'm getting darn cramped trussed up here." "All right," Tony offered in a dead voice. "I did see them both. They just got off the bridge before it crashed. But the truck went down. It was rather horrible for a moment when I thought they wouldn't get out in time." "The truck? What truck?" Peter looked quickly from Tony to Jim. "You didn't say anything about a truck." "Didn't think it was important," Jim said thickly. "Just a truck that belonged to Sam, that's all." "Seems to me there are a lot of things being concealed around here," Andy put in. "And I thought you said your friend was so hard up he needed food. A fellow that owns a truck can't be very destitute, unless, of course, the truck doesn't belong to him." "Accusing me of stealing a truck?" the man spat out sharply. "Not yet." The two glared at one another for several long seconds, until Peter cut in with, "And what about a shot, Tony? Hear any while you were down by the river?" "No, not there. But I came up on the lower path, the one that leads from the warehouse along the south side of the stable and into the lower end of the garden. And just as I got there, at the opening of the garden, I mean, I heard a shot. It seemed to come from the river in back of me, and frightened me so that I ran across the garden and fell into the lily pool. If you must know, that's what made me so wet last night." "There is no reason why you should have been so evasive about that," Mrs. Peerdeck said sharply. "Except, of course, that it would reflect on one's mentality to do a thing so stupid." There was a burst of conversation in the room, which gave Tony time to gain control over herself. Wanda could see that she was exerting all her strength to keep from making a sharp retort. Mrs. Peerdeck's words had been stinging. It was the first time she had used the old caustic humor that Wanda remembered so well from other years. "And after you fell in the pond?" Peter asked finally, above the other voices. "I squeezed my clothes out as best I could and ran on into the summer house below the garden. I had seen and heard so many strange things by that time that I was thoroughly frightened. First the bridge went out, and Jim and this man barely jumped ashore. Then all the way through the woods I had a feeling, perhaps caused by the unusual noise of the river, as if something terrible were just about to happen, perhaps had happened all around me. I've tramped through these woods since I was a child, and in spite of your sarcastic ideas to the contrary, I've often been in them at night. But I've never been afraid before. About halfway up to the garden, I thought I heard footsteps. Someone walking through the woods on that path parallel to mine. Footsteps that stopped when I stopped and started again when I started. Oh, I tried to tell myself that I was crazy. It was all imagination. But it seemed awfully real. Her eyes stared off into space, as if she did not really see the familiar kitchen and the many people crowded about on the chairs and tables. And then, just as I reached the edge of the garden, the shot rang out behind me. Well, any woman would have lost her head as I did. I bolted across the open space toward the house, forgetting completely about the pool. It was drained in the fall and covered, but enough rain must have run into it since Dad took off the boards yesterday to partially fill it, for I was soaked to the skin when I crawled out. But what I can't understand is why you didn't come on to the house, Andy puzzled. From what the others have said, it must have been 10 or 15 minutes between the firing of the shot and the time Jim and Peter and Wanda came back to tell us of the dam. And yet you didn't return until a quarter of an hour later than that. It doesn't seem logical for a girl who has just fallen into icy water on a winter night to continue to wander around in the cold for a half hour when she could so easily have come into a warm place. "But Andy," she said appealingly, "you can't imagine how frightened I was. There's no logic left in my mind when I'm afraid. As soon as I could climb out, I tore for the summer house. It seemed nearer for the moment, and I huddled there until I heard the shouting on the porch and realized that something must have happened at the house." "Something? I should think you would have known, after the shooting, that something had happened," Andy snorted. "If you'd had your wits about you, you might have been the first back to the house with the news." "All right, smarty, if you think you'd have had so much more wits, why didn't you come outside instead of sitting snugly in your nice warm room? It's no joke to be all wet, shivering with fright in a summer house in March. Well, for Pete's sake, if I'd known there was going to be any trouble, don't you think I'd have come out to help? And I'd have yanked you home in short order, I can tell you that." "Come on, let's change the subject," Peter interrupted. "What I want to know, Tony, is about this other person you heard in the woods. Did you actually see him?" "No, I didn't." "It makes a good story, but hard to prove. None of the known people on the island seem to have been in that locality. You realize that, as far as the time element goes, you had plenty of time to have been by the bench when your father was shot, and then to have run up through the garden and fallen in the pool. Oh, I'm not saying I believe you shot him, only that you might have been there, might have seen who did. Perhaps you are afraid to tell, or are shielding someone. You see for yourself there would just have been time for you to run from the river to the house and arrive exactly when you did. Any of these other possibilities would be easier for us to believe than the array of facts you have presented as your story." "Haven't you forgotten about me?" Hamilton asked suddenly, and everyone started and looked in his direction. "That's right. You are in this, Ham," Peter replied, a new note in his voice. "And I'll admit I have been assuming this was exclusively a Pier Deck affair. Well, what have you to offer?" "Just a little proof of Tony's story. I happen to have been the person that she heard walking through the woods." "You!" Tony's face was a study, one emotion after another jerking across it like the flickering scenes in an old movie. Wanda shifted uneasily and moved until she could see Peter's face more clearly. To her relief, he looked neither alarmed nor suspicious. "Go on, Ham. Tell the whole story," he said calmly. "When I heard it before, I was still under the impression we were hunting a stranger as the murderer. Some of your details may be very important with our changed viewpoint, and then the others may be interested." "Well, I was out for a walk, too." He flashed a half-defiant look around the room, but no one challenged his statement as they had Tony's, and he went on. "Thought I would come up to the head of the island and take a look at the river. I drove over and left my car down by the warehouses. Didn't want to be seen prowling around too close to the pier deck's house. Afraid we might think you were sneaking around to have a peek at the dinner party? Andy grinned. No, but it seemed more discreet to keep at a distance, considering your parents' feelings toward me. From the warehouses, I came up the path along the river as far as the lower cave. I didn't go down on the ledge, so I can't tell you whether Mr. Peerdeck was sitting on his bench or not. I didn't stop at all, but took the path that goes straight east toward the garden. You weren't so anxious to look at the river, Andy said, half under his breath. That path goes to the house, not the cliff. Of course, but the one along the river was too icy for me to try with my leg. And it's quite easy, you know, to get to the cliff by going around the house. There was no further comment from Andy, and after a short pause, during which he looked defiantly about the room again, Hamilton went on. If Tony was coming from the warehouses, she must have been on that longer path that winds on a diagonal toward mine. Perhaps 200 feet from the garden, the paths approach each other, running parallel until they reach the garden. And it was on that stretch that I began to hear footsteps. I couldn't see who it was, didn't know it was Tony, of course, but kept abreast of whoever it was just out of curiosity. I didn't dream the person heard me. Thought I was a better woodsman than that. In fact, I rather imagined I was stealing along like a shadow. But you haven't fawn's ears for nothing, have you, Tony? You're a beast, Hamilton Murray, she flung at him angrily. A beast. I believe you knew who it was all the time and did it to frighten me. But why didn't you come forward at least to help me out of the pool, or come over to the summer house when you saw I was there? Why, that very thing proves I didn't know it was you, don't you see? He said, and Wanda was just in time to catch the end of a warning look that he flashed at the girl. What about the shot, Ham? Did you hear that too? Peter asked. Yes, just as I stood on the edge of the garden. I could hear it plainly, even above the roar of the river. Then I saw Tony sprint off and dive into the pool. Thought you said you didn't know it was me, Tony sniffed. Not then, I told you. Not until afterwards. Afterwards. My eye. I believe you came around to spy on me, and then deliberately stood and watched me half drown and never even offered a hand. Oh, I hate you. Her wide eyes were blazing. I think Tony is more than half right, Mrs. Peerdeck said indignantly. Any young man who prowls about a house where he is not wanted is a sneak in my estimation. I am glad to see that you are coming around to my point of view at last, Tony. This was said with a satisfied air of, I told you so. Then the Peerdecks have been fighting this affair too, Wanda thought with surprise. I always supposed they would be glad of any chance to be rid of Tony in some respectable way, and surely marriage to Hamilton would solve many problems for her. Perhaps it is a matter of wounded pride. They never liked the fact that it was our family that took the lead in breaking up the elopement. They must have felt it would have kept up appearances better if it had been the girl's family that had made the biggest row. Go on, Ham, Peter was saying. It's time to tell the most sensational part of your story. What about the mysterious figure you saw on the river path? I was on the slope above the cave and about 40 feet in from the river path when I heard a noise and turned to look back. What I saw doesn't make sense, and yet I'd swear to it in any court on earth. I've told Peter and Wanda, and neither one can offer a solution. Perhaps some of the rest of you can, only I warn you not to decide I was dreaming or having hallucinations. I saw the thing too clearly for that. Peter was watching all the faces closely, but Wanda noticed that Hamilton was looking only at Tony. I don't know where the figure came from, the woods, the upper river path, or just materialized out of thin air. But I saw it quite clearly through a thin screen of bare branches. The figure of a large man, apparently headless, or else with such dark hair that I couldn't see the outlines of the head. He wore no clothes, or might merely have had on long white winter underwear, and when I saw him, he was running down the path toward Mr. Peerdeck's bench." Every face in the room seemed to have paled under his words, and the air was electric. Finally, Andy broke the tension by blurting out, "But gosh, Ham, you can't expect us to believe that. It sounds too crazy." "Crazy? I wish you'd been there to feel your hair stand on end as mine did. And when I close my eyes even now, I can see that white headless shape slipping through the trees and hear the plop-plop as it splashed along over the wet ground. Crazy, I admit that, and I can't force you to believe it, but you can bet your sweet life I do." "And I believe it too," Peter said crisply. "In fact, I think it may turn out to be the most important clue we have yet discovered. The question is, was this man in underwear one of those who are known to have been outside during the fateful half-hour? Hyle," he paused significantly, "or Jim, or Tony, or Wanda, or myself? Or is there still another person hiding on the island?" "I don't believe there could be anyone else hiding here," Hamilton said, "unless there is a secret cave. Father and I have combed our property from end to end, and that includes the point where Peter's house formerly stood. And from what I've told you, you have gone over every inch of this house, the caves, the warehouses, and the stables. Someone might be able to swim across to the mainland, but the current is terrific, and the rapids a quarter of a mile below the island must be a boiling hell by now. They would get him, even if he took a chance on not trying to buck the river and just let the current sweep him to shore somewhere downstream. Perhaps a man who knows he is being hunted would take the chance, but it looks dangerous." "And is," Jim put in casually. "I tried it this morning and had to turn back." There was no chatter of voices after this remark, only a silence so deep and still, so pregnant with unasked questions that everyone seemed to have stopped breathing. "You tried to swim the river? Oh, Jim," Marie moaned. "Yes, I tried it, on the east side, but the current is terrible, and the ice cakes are impossible to dodge, and I'm perhaps the best swimmer in this group. Of course, I didn't have the urge that a man might have who was fleeing for his life." He looked darkly about the room, "but I don't think even that would have got a sane man through the river. And there isn't a boat left on the island. They all went with the boathouses. I made a careful survey to find that out." "What were you running away for, or from? It must have taken a powerful urge to get you into icy water," Andy blurted. "It was a powerful motive, simply that I knew we were in a desperate situation over here and needed help. I thought if I could get across, I might be able to persuade Olafson to take out his big launch. We need the police, but we need an undertaker even more, you know." No one spoke. It was evident from all their faces that the reason he had given was not fully believed, and yet the new vista he opened up by his remarks confused them. It was true they would need an undertaker, or a gravedigger, and soon, too. Suddenly, they were all too tired to think clearly any more. "A large black-haired man in underwear," Andy said. "That lets Tony and Wanda out, and Dad. He was too small. The only possibilities, then, are Peter, Jim, Ham, and Hyle. Peter is light-haired and was with Wanda all the time. Ham is the fellow who saw it, so he can't be the one unless he was frightened by his own shadow. And Jim isn't especially large and would have had a hard time getting dressed in time to meet Wanda and Peter a few minutes later. And what in the world would Hyle be doing running out of the cave in his underwear to rob a man? Anyone contemplating crime would naturally wear as dark clothes as possible in order to escape detection." "Then it must be an insane person," Wanda said wearily. "What would any sane man be doing in the woods in winter without clothes? This whole affair grows more complicated and crazy every minute. There are 7 people who have admitted being out on the banks of the river last night between 9:30 and 10, and yet not one of them saw Mr. Peerdeck shot." and she looked at the slip of paper that contained her notes. Peter and I saw Mr. Peerdeck and Jim and no one else. Jim claims he saw only his friend and Peter and me. Tony admits she saw Jim and his friend, but didn't see Ham, and Ham says he saw Tony and this mysterious figure and no one else. None of it makes any sense to me. Just a merry-go-round. You have put it very well, Wanda. Mrs. Peerdeck rose with an air of finality. And now that you have opened the subject, perhaps I can put my thoughts into words. You have mentioned the fact that we are divided into two groups, those who were out of the house during that half hour and those who were inside. Has it ever occurred to you that all those who were outside must be under suspicion, no matter how plausible their story? And that it is a little ridiculous to have this investigation conducted by one who is himself among the goats, as it were. She smiled now at her own humor. I think Andy is quite capable of taking charge from now on. Peter looked merely politely attentive. He seemed not to notice that any reference had been made to him. And as for you, young man, she cried, her eyes suddenly moving to Hamilton's face, I forbid you to come near this house again. Do you hear me? Sneaking, prowling, following my daughter about, and injecting your lurid tales of undressed people into the death of my husband. Her voice was angry, almost quivering, and she controlled herself with a visible effort. Hamilton, his face very red, was waving his arms and expostulating. Jim and Hyle were talking earnestly under the cover of the noise. Peter was rapping for silence, and Marie was running back and forth between Wanda and Andy, gesturing excitedly. Only Sidney Brown seemed out of it all, standing back against the door, his white face wearing a look of infinite boredom and aloofness. Either he knows more than he has admitted and despises all of us for our ignorance, or he is going to be sick again, Wanda thought, catching a glimpse of his face around the curve of the water tank. Hamilton and Peter had a short conference and then untied Hyle and led him out of the room. They were back in a few moments, Hyle looking very angry, and the others rather disappointed. I had Ham take a look at Hyle in his underwear, Wanda heard Peter say in a low voice to Andy, but he can't be sure. I think we have had enough quizzing today, Peter said, turning to the room at large. And I'm sorry we have worn Mrs. Peerdeck out with this long session. There are several things I'm still curious about, but I believe I can get my information by talking to each one separately. I had intended to go down to the cottage and look over my things this afternoon, but I'll put that off until evening, if you'll each let me have a little more time. He paused and looked around, but no one spoke. In spite of Mrs. Peerdeck's remarks, I consider myself still in charge here. She has been through a great deal today, and perhaps isn't entirely herself just now. Ham, you better take Wanda home now so that she can beat up those biscuits she promised. I may bring Sidney home to supper. He looks depressed and as if he needed a change. In the meantime, he and Alice, Andy and Tony can go down in the caves again. I'm not entirely satisfied that we have searched thoroughly for Mr. Peerdeck's missing property. Hyle could have had no motive for murder except robbery, and it is just possible the articles were buried in the caves or hidden behind a loose stone or brick. I want every crack in the caves and basement searched. I'll be talking to Jim and Hyle while you are gone. And Marie, as soon as you make your mother comfortable, I wish you'd come back here. There are several things you might be able to tell me. The group began to break up wearily. Mrs. Peerdeck started toward the dining room, leaning on Marie's arm. Then she seemed to brace herself and came back and stood in front of Peter. I know you will forgive me, Mr. Kerrigan, she said gently. My statements were overwrought, hysterical. This day has seemed 1,000 years long, but you understand what I have been through. I do depend on you, Mr. Kerrigan. There seems no one else to take the responsibility. If you weren't here, I don't know what I would do. End of section 4. Section 5 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Fonseca. Part 3. It was almost 6 before Peter and Sidney left the pier deck house. The search in the caves had proved fruitless, but Peter seemed satisfied, although he admitted to Wanda when she met him at the Murray's door that he had learned little of importance in his talks with Jim and Tony and Marie. "Then you have a theory of some kind?" she asked eagerly. "I've been dying to know what you thought. My own suspicions have veered about like a weather vane all afternoon." "And I'm dying for a bite of those biscuits," he replied. "Have a heart, Wanda. I'm just a poor famished Sherlock." "All right, I'll let you off now, but you'll have to promise to tell me everything you know after dinner. I'll not be able to wait much longer." Mr. Murray did most of the talking during the meal, sputtering and fuming about this disgraceful thing old Peerdeck has brought down upon us. He took the whole affair as a personal affront and considered that the island had been degraded. "A common murder! A common murder!" he would mutter whenever the conversation got off on another subject. Having heard just enough of the details from Wanda, the idea was firmly fixed in his mind that Tony was responsible for the crime, and he bombarded Hamilton with his convictions until the boy was reduced to sullen silence. "Ham isn't so sure about her himself, Father," the girl said quietly. "But there isn't any better way to drive him back to her than the way you are talking. If you had the remotest idea of psychology, you'd realize you are actually forcing him to defend her." "Psychology? Fiddlesticks!" the old gentleman exploded. "I don't need to know any psychology to see through that young woman's morals. And if a son of mine is so weak that he can be twisted about her finger, then surely no words of mine will have any effect one way or another. She was a self-willed, impertinent girl, and now that she has grown to be a dangerously attractive woman, those former traits have also grown threefold. To my mind, she is a vicious woman, fully capable of doing away with her father if he stood in her way." Hamilton, white-faced and tight-lipped, threw down his napkin and rose from his chair, preparing to leave the room. But Wanda put her hand on his arm and drew him back. "You're still cross about the time she called you a frog, Father," Wanda said, laughing. "I think she was 10 at the time, and irrepressible. Something about your morning coat and silk hat tickled her fancy, and she pranced ahead of you shrieking, 'A froggy widow wooing go! Mr. Murray's a frog! A frog! A frog!' And what better proof of her early character?" the old gentleman sputtered. "I called her impertinent, and she was. And you have neglected to mention one of the worst features of that incident. It happened in front of the church, just before services Sunday morning." "And you were one of the trustees in those days, if I remember correctly," Wanda added mischievously. "I suppose that made it even more insulting." Peter came to the rescue then, and between them they managed to change the subject. Sidney, looking considerably revived after Wanda's good dinner, roused himself to tell a few long-winded stories. But it was obvious that only a small part of Mr. Murray's mind had been diverted. Finally, during the coffee, he interrupted Peter, who had launched into an enthusiastic description of a South Seas cruise he hoped to take some day. "Just a small boat with a congenial crew and a whole year to coast lazily along through the islands," Peter was saying, his eyes aglow. Wanda was leaning forward, her lips slightly parted. Even Hamilton had lost some of his buttoned-down look and was listening eagerly. "Now take that girl's story in all its details," Mr. Murray said suddenly, totally unconscious of the fact that he was 3 jumps and several oceans behind the others. "There are so many weak spots in it that it seems ridiculous for her to expect an intelligent person to believe it. In the first place, she isn't the type of girl who goes out for solitary strolls in the woods at night." "Peter mentioned that," Wanda said. "And then, It seems probable to me that she was the woman in underwear who cavorted down the path." "I didn't say it was a woman," Hamilton said thickly, his face drained of color. "Didn't you? That's queer. I gathered that impression somewhere. But then, no man would do a thing like that unless he were insane. It would take a woman to cavort through the woods undressed and think it was cute or romantic or daring or some such poppycock. I made up my mind years ago that the much-vaunted modesty of women was a fake, at least as far as modern women are concerned. Men are instinctively more modest." "Super-civilized men, perhaps," Peter said. "But how about this rough diamond, Sam Hyle, Jim's friend? It wouldn't bother him to go about in any costume, or lack of one." "Perhaps not, if there was some purpose in it. If he were going to swim in the river, say. But the creature Hamilton saw could have had no such purpose. There could have been no thought of swimming in a raging flood. Just idiotic. The type of prank a woman like Antonia would invent. Indecent, vulgar, mysterious." Hamilton rose from the table so suddenly that the coffee cups clattered in their saucers and the water splashed over the edges of the crystal goblets. "Go up and sit with Mother for a while, Ham," Wanda said hurriedly, sensing a coming explosion. "She's been alone so much today, and I know she would appreciate it." He went off without a word, leaving a clamoring silence behind him. Peter wore the expressionless look of a man who has been thrown a bone of thought to chew and has run off into some corner of his mind to gnaw on it. Wanda was absent-mindedly mopping up the stream of ice water with her napkin. She was uneasy. She had never seen Hamilton so angry, and it was years since her father had been so vehement in his moralizing. Sidney's face was flushed and embarrassed, and his fingers fluttered noisily from his dessert spoon to his coffee spoon and back again. Mr. Murray, alone of the four, was only superficially disturbed. "What's the matter with Ham? Oh, going up to sit with Mother? That's a good idea," he said innocently. But before he could get back to his subject again, Wanda had arisen from the table and led the way into the living room. Peter lit the fire already laid in the white fireplace with its graceful Georgian mantel. The men settled themselves in comfortable chairs, with ashtrays and cigars handy, and Wanda excused herself to clear off the table. In a few minutes, Peter followed her out to the kitchen. "Need a hand? If you have to be Lizzie, I can be Ida," he said with a grin. "Your father is off again on his books, and seems to have found a crony in Sydney, for the two were getting along famously in the library when I left. Sydney hasn't lit his cigar yet, just carrying it around with him. It's a bit too much for him as far as smoking is concerned, I suspect, but he's as proud as punch that we offered him one, and he isn't going to throw it away until he's had his money's worth fingering it." Wanda threw him a dish towel and poured a stream of creamy soap flakes into the dishpan. "It's so dark with just these candles," she said, "that I'll never know whether I have the dishes clean or not." And then, after a moment, not looking at him, "I'm sorry about Father. He rides his theories pretty hard, and tonight was worse than usual." "Harder on Ham than anyone else. Although he did seem rather down on the women. I'm surprised that you and your mother have given him such a bad impression all these years." "If you're trying to get a rise out of me," she said, smiling in answer to his grin, "you're going to be badly mistaken, Peter Kerrigan, because I've a perfectly good answer to that remark. You see, in Father's world, there are women and ladies. Mother and I belong to the latter, although he has expressed doubts about me occasionally. And ladies, of course, are modest and well-behaved. He has an almost medieval conception of a lady. My lady, perfect and above reproach. But women, they are true daughters of Eve, set for the fall." There was a moment of silence, broken only by the clatter of silver, and then she went on. "I really believe he attributes half the evils of the world to what he calls the immodesty and vulgarity of modern women. Years ago, he gave up movies and the daily paper because of what he called their obsession with bathing beauties and love nest scandals. He gets his drama from the opera or a Shakespearean revival or two each year, and his news of the world from several weekly journals of opinion that have exactly suited his conservative taste for 20 years. So you can see that Tony has been his one contact with modern women, and he disapproves of almost everything about her. "She seems a pretty decent sort to me," Peter said, polishing a goblet industriously. "I'd say that Alice was the flirt of the family, in a kiddish way, of course. Nothing actually wrong." "She did make several passes at you today," Wanda said lightly, her eyes on Peter. But he was busy with another goblet, squinting at it in the light to see if he had left any lint, and his face showed no change of expression. "Yes, she did," he said noncommittally. "But you didn't see anything like that from Tony. Either she has reformed, or my type fails to interest her, or else your father is badly mistaken about her character." "A bit of all three, perhaps," Wanda said after a moment. "I've always liked Tony, although we never had much in common. She's intensely emotional and self-willed, the two traits that have caused most of her troubles, and used to be crazy to get away from home to have a good time. Her father was always rather quiet, stolid and Dutch and middle-class in his ideas of home life, and her stepmother never seemed to take to Tony. Mrs. Peerdeck was a teacher in a girls' college before she married, and has never had any time for anyone who was a lightweight intellectually. Tony has a good mind, but she's frittered it away on worse than nonsense for years. Most of the sensational things that came out at the time of her divorce were actually the doings of her husband, however, and I do think that Tony has changed since then. She's older now, and life has given her plenty of jolts. She has actually settled down to take a course in secretarial work, although I think that is largely so that she can support herself and get away from home. She hates it there, always has. This quarrel with her father seems to have been darned serious." Peter was halfway to the pantry, juggling a pile of plates. "Yes, Ham told me about it first. And that's another thing I can't understand, Peter. From what he said, she must have been over here yesterday afternoon pouring out her troubles, and he seemed most sympathetic then. And yet he insists he didn't go over there to see her last night, and appears to be actually unfriendly to her now." She wondered whether she should mention Ham's angry remarks about Mr. Peerdeck, but she stifled the thought quickly. There were too many things she was afraid to face down that road. "And yet he came to her rescue this afternoon and confirmed her story, just when things looked rather black for her," she went on. Only after the words were spoken did a second thought occur to her, a new thought that made her shiver slightly in the warm kitchen. Ham had told her of the man in underwear in the morning, but he hadn't mentioned seeing anyone else in the woods until after he had heard Tony's story. Suppose he hadn't been there at all, hadn't been the person Tony had heard walking through the woods. Suppose that had merely been the product of the girl's imagination. It had been a wild night, and she had seen strange things at the bridge. Suppose Ham hadn't confirmed her story in order to help her, but to help himself. It made a good alibi for him, and he needed one more than Tony did. Suppose he had been down by the cave, by the bench, all the time. But she wouldn't let herself think that. His whole story fell to pieces at the slightest touch. Even the absurd tale of the undressed person might merely be a red herring to throw them off the track. And yet, why the unclothed part? It wasn't like Ham to be imaginative or foul-minded, and only someone with a Freudian complex would have invented a story of that kind. She began to wonder just how well she knew her brother after all. Suddenly, she realized that Peter had asked her a question. "I'm sorry, ask me again. I'm back now," she said contritely. "Just wanted to know whether I have to stay out here to wipe all those pans." "Of course you do. That's part of Ida's job, and I'm not going to be left out here to do the dirtiest work alone." Once back in the living room, Peter built up the fire again, and Wanda moved about the room, pulling down the window shades, trying to do it casually, and to make it appear that the Murrays were accustomed to closing themselves in at night as if they lived in a crowded city district. Tonight she had an irrational feeling that someone, something, might be outside there in the dark, behind the shrubbery, around the end of the porch, across the drive, watching, listening, waiting for she knew not what. She knew that Peter was convinced that there was no one on the island, no one unknown, that is. But even some of the unknown people might be out tonight. Everything had changed in the last few days. Mr. Peerdeck dead, Mrs. Peerdeck changed into a sad old woman. Ham and Tony, so different, so puzzling. Alice had grown from a child into a coquette. Even Jim Sears had been transformed from a model husband into a hang-dog creature with something furtive about him. And Marie, good old, substantial, kind-hearted, level-headed Marie, had developed a sharp tongue and a mysterious jealousy of her own sister. Only Andy seemed the same, and Peter. Even there she couldn't quite forget the unpleasant sensation it had given her to learn that he and Alice were good friends. The girl went to see him often, it appeared, and was obviously infatuated with him, and yet he had never mentioned before that he as much as knew her. Wanda could hear her father and Sidney in the library, deep in some argument. Peter was standing in front of the fire, his face sober, watching her. "Just what do you think of it all, Peter?" she cried suddenly. "It seems to me my mind has stopped thinking." "Wish mine would. I've been over the same ground 1,000 times. Some of the things that seemed important clues one moment look like utter nonsense the next. Right now, it seems to me that the murder would be solved if we could answer even 1 or 2 of the 100 questions I've been asking myself." "What questions?" She leaned back in the wing chair and kept her eyes on the fire. She mustn't let Peter see what she was worried about, anyone's connection with the murder. And yet, she had to find out if he thought Ham's story had any bearing on the crime, if some of the questions he wanted answered were about her brother. "If we could find out why Tony went down by the bridge," Peter was saying, "and why she waited so long in the summer house, it might clear up many things. I talked with her for a long time after you left this afternoon. She told exactly the same story as before. I was unable to shake her, and everything seemed open and above board, and yet I feel sure she is concealing something. And Jim and this Sam Hyle. I questioned them separately and together, but got nowhere. I refuse to believe Sam is Jim's friend, and yet Mrs. Peerdeck's idea is equally absurd. If Sam is a criminal hiding on the island and killed Mr. Peerdeck in order to rob him, why should Jim implicate himself by claiming to know the man? Why should Sam prance around in the night in his underwear? And where are the stolen articles? Unless he committed the crime while he was walking in his sleep. He's the only one who fits Ham's description." He stooped for a moment and moved a log in the fire. His face looked very stern, almost hard in the clear yellow light. "If Jim had any real motive for wanting Mr. Peerdeck out of the way, it might be possible that he brought the man over to the island in order to do the job, and then was forced to offer an alibi for him in order to keep the fellow from confessing and involving Jim also. But no one, not even Mrs. Peerdeck, has been able to offer any reason why Jim might want to kill his father-in-law. It would seem almost like killing the goose that laid the golden egg, since Jim hasn't had a job for 1.5 years, and his father-in-law has been supporting him all the while." Wanda lifted her head suddenly. What was that? Some unusual sound outside. But Peter seemed not to have noticed, and his voice was going on as calmly as before. The sound had been muffled, but she was rather sure it had been made by a car moving slowly over the gravel of the outer driveway. Even as she wondered who it could be, it came over her with something like a shock that of course it could be no one but the Peerdecks or Hamilton. Who else was there on the island? Who else could possibly be driving by in a car now that they were so completely shut off from the outside world? It seems that Jim would have nothing to hope for in a share of the estate, Peter was saying tranquilly. For Mrs. Peerdeck tells me that what little there is has been left to her, to be held in trust for the children until she dies, so that it will be years before Marie will receive anything to speak of. And then, if we could find out what Jim and his friend were doing at the bridge, and what connection a truck has with the whole affair, it might be very enlightening. And Ham, Peter went on, and Wanda held her breath. What did Peter suspect? I'm going to talk to him tonight. There are several things I hope he can explain. I'm not satisfied he has told all he knows. For instance, what was he really doing following Tony through the woods and skulking about near the caves at such an hour? And why, if he had any interest at all in the girl, should he have let her climb out of the pond by herself and sit in the summer house alone? If it weren't for these two things, I'd be tempted to believe that he had been over there waiting to see her, perhaps had agreed to meet her near the house. But no man having a rendezvous with a girl will let her half drown and then wait shivering in a summer house while he scampers off home. Unless, of course, he was so frightened at the shot that he took himself off in terror, and Ham doesn't strike me as a coward. Wanda dug her fingers into the wide arms of the chair and kept her eyes on the blazing logs. And then this man in underwear running down the path. Ham insists he was 6 feet tall, a regular giant. Sounds if it must be Heil. He's the only one near that size, but I'm not sure. If we could find out who that was, the whole thing might clear up. Wanda held her breath, waiting for him to say that he suspected the story had been invented. Instead, he asked, "Just how imaginative is your brother? You don't think there is any chance he might have been seeing things, some moving spot of light, for instance?" "Of course it might be," she said in relief, "although he was always of a practical turn of mind even as a boy. I was the one who loved fairy tales and invented fanciful stories of what I saw or did. Ham hated that sort of thing. But I have known people to possess such vivid imaginations," Peter said, lighting a cigarette and throwing the match deftly between 2 logs, "and such tricky eyesight that they would swear to seeing the most unusual things in the most commonplace surroundings. In fact, I can remember as a boy, and I was anything but imaginative, walking through the North Woods and thinking that there must be a cabin just ahead, because it seemed to me that I could plainly see a line of wash stretched out between the trees to dry. And it wasn't until I was some 200 feet nearer the thing that something clicked in my brain. Things snapped back into focus, and I saw my wash vanish into thin air. I had been seeing blue-white patches of lake through the trees. I can remember something like that happening to me once or twice," she said, lifting her eyes to his. "And of course, it might have happened to Ham, too. But you see, he was so close. And then he mentioned hearing. It's harder to be hoodwinked about an event when both sound and sight are involved." They sat in silence for a while, Peter hunched over, his elbows on his knees, watching the yellow flames curling about the birch logs. Wanda looked small and childlike in the big chair, her head thrown wearily back and her eyes searching Peter's face. What was he thinking behind that high forehead and those quick gray eyes? If he was thinking as she was about Ham, better stop thinking herself. If there was anything at all in telepathy, he would surely receive a message from her mind, so agitated were her thoughts. And, above all else, she didn't want Peter to meditate too long on Ham's connection with anything. "Didn't you discover any new clues after I left this afternoon?" she asked when she could stand the silence no longer. "Not exactly clues. Nothing as tangible as that. Mere wisps of information, something to be woven in with other things already known and made into a hunch. It's all guesswork, really. The only thing we know absolutely is that Mr. Peerdeck was shot in the back of the head with one bullet. We haven't even found the gun that did it or the articles that were stolen. There are 6 guns on the island, as far as we know. 2 at the Peerdecks, 2 at your house, and mine and Hyle's. 3 of these appear not to have been used for years, and not one of them gives any indication of having been fired recently, even Hyle's, although it has 2 chambers empty. I know very little about such things. Probably an expert in ballistics would be able to see much that escapes me. All of us, Tony, Ham, you and I, are agreed that we heard only one shot that night. And no one can convince me that one of the chambers in Hyle's gun was fired last night and the other at some more distant time. It's just as reasonable to suppose that they were both fired long ago. He insists he had a permit to carry a gun, says it was necessary for his trucking business. Andy thought there had once been another gun in the house, but no one's been able to find it, and Marie finally remembered that they had loaned it to a cousin in Blakesfield. "What about Hyle?" Wanda asked. "Did you lock him up for the night?" Mrs. Peerdeck insisted on it. Put him in the front bedroom, the one that had been Tony's, the one she and her father quarreled over. And Mrs. Peerdeck took the key herself. Said she would feel much safer if she were certain that the desperado was not at large. "I'm surprised she is willing to have him in the house at all," Wanda offered. "She might have insisted on locking him in the stables or the warehouse. I'd never sleep if I knew he was in our house." "Too much of a chance for him to escape there. Those buildings are old and in bad repair. He would be able to pry out a few boards or a window with ease and creep up on the house and do away with the whole family." "Peter, don't. I'm just reporting her attitude. Those aren't my thoughts, Wanda. Sorry if I frightened you." "I don't know why, but I feel creepy tonight. Perhaps I'm tired, but I've actually heard things several times this evening. Nothing definite, just unusual shuffling noises, such as I never noticed before." "Just a branch rubbing against the side of the house," Peter said, looking at her with a strange mixture of surprise and concern in his face. "Or a case of overacute hearing brought on by nerves. You've been through a lot in the last 24 hours. They both glanced at the clock. It was 9:25. "At this time last night, you were talking to Mr. Peerdeck," Wanda began. Then her voice trailed off, and they sat silent, absorbed in memories. The little man seemed almost to stand before them, his white mustache glistening softly in the candlelight, his face rosy with animation. "It doesn't seem possible all this could have happened since then." She arose and began restlessly moving about the room, straightening a chair here and there, adjusting a lamp. "I've really got the jitters tonight, Peter. Let's—" she began, and suddenly stood still, her hands clenched at her throat, her heart pounding furiously. There had been a knock at the front door, sharp and insistent. The sound almost visible, cutting through the gloomy room as if it had been a flash of light. "I'll go, Wanda," Peter said in a low voice. But the echoes of the knocking seemed still to be sounding through his words, and the girl scarcely heard him. She stood there, her face drained of color, watching him go across the mosaics of light and shade, polished floor, and richly colored rugs. She felt she must stop him before he reached the hall, and yet she was powerless to move, and no sound came from her dry throat. He stood before the glass door and flashed his light into the outer hall. There was a tiny click as the inner door swung open. Then the soft whine of the heavy outer door and the muffled notes of a familiar voice. The blood pounded in Wanda's throat, and her hands dropped weakly to her sides. The sharp change of feeling made her ashamed of her fears, made her feel terribly silly. It was the deep, rich voice of Mrs. Peerdeck saying, "Just a little jelly for Mrs. Murray. I remembered your saying she was ill, and now that we are castaways on our island, it seemed to me we should be as neighborly as possible. It's some wild grape I've been wanting her to try." It seemed to Wanda that she looked especially pathetic, standing there in the candlelit hall, her hat a bit askew and two wisps of gray hair straggling off at the sides like wet and bedraggled wings. "Oh, I might as well admit," Mrs. Peerdeck hurried on with a show of cheerfulness, "that I came mostly for company, jelly being just a nice old-fashioned gesture. I haven't brought jelly to anyone for years, but the lamps and candles do make it seem appropriate, don't they? And I just couldn't settle down over at the house. I'm so alone there now." Her voice hesitated a bit, "except for the young people. I thought if I could only talk to your mother, someone my own age. She has such a brisk good sense." Peter was taking a large basket from her arm and murmuring something, and Wanda finally managed to make her knees behave sufficiently to move out into the hall. "I'm not sure we are a very cheerful crowd ourselves, Mrs. Peerdeck," Wanda said, "and Mother may be asleep by this time, but we'll do the best we can to help." She took one of the older woman's hands in hers. They were icy. "I really should apologize for my appearance," Mrs. Peerdeck said quickly. "I was so restless this evening that I made Andy drive me about the island. It's the first time I have been out of the house since the flood. I climbed about to see what I could of the bridges, but it was rather dark, and the headlights of the car only succeeded in making the ruins look particularly ghastly. About the only thing I gained from the trip was a general disorder." She laid aside her beautiful but old-fashioned mink coat and moved toward the fireplace. Her hands, stretched out over the yellow blaze, seemed very small and white, and under the tight sleeve of her black dress could be seen the slight bulge of the bandage that covered her burned arm. End of section 5. Part 6 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Part 3 continued. The clock struck, one soft bell-like note that echoed eerily in the silent room. Wanda looked up. It was 9:30. It occurred to her vaguely that it was a queer time for anyone to make a call, and to bring jelly. Jelly, of all things. Why, Mrs. Peerdeck hadn't been over since Christmas, and this was March. She had never been a chatty woman, and apparently possessed sufficient resources within herself for amusement, for she seldom gave women's parties and was too dignified and aloof from gossip to have any very close friends. And then there had been a coldness the last few years between the two families, some dispute about the use of the east driveway, and about a clump of blue spruce that Mr. Murray had planted on what Mrs. Peerdeck claimed was her land. She must really have been feeling very miserable this evening, very much alone, to have come to them for companionship. But murder, of course, that could change many things. Wanda moved closer to the quiet figure and put her arm about the slightly bent shoulders. Mrs. Peerdeck no longer seemed the hypercritical, remote person for whom she had formerly felt nothing but respect and a faint dislike. Tonight she was merely a human being in trouble, deep trouble, needing every assistance they could offer her. Peter threw another log on the fire and drew up a chair for Mrs. Peerdeck. "If you'll excuse me," Wanda said, moving toward the door, "I'll go up and find out if Mother can see you." She picked up a short red candle stuck in a saucer. It had been standing on a small table in the hall. The flame bent and twisted as she walked, and the shadows shifting ahead of her made her throat grow tight. It was like Stevenson's, "And all round the candle the crooked shadows come and go marching along up the stair." Even now, after all the years, the memory of the childish fright that this verse had always produced rose up to haunt her, and joined with a strange, entirely adult fear that had nothing to do with candles. Or had it? Perhaps all her uneasiness of the evening had been the result of the unfamiliar appearance of the house as seen by candlelight. The flashlight batteries had been too precious to use except in emergencies, and there had been only one kerosene lantern. Her father and Sidney must have that in the library. Thank goodness there were plenty of candles. Pink and white and green and lavender, long tapering ones left from forgotten parties, or fat red ones telling of Christmas. As she opened the door of her mother's room, she surprised a startled listening look on Hamilton's face. "Oh, it's you," he said strangely. "Who's down there?" "Mrs. Peerdeck is here to see you, Mother," Wanda announced gently, ignoring his blunt question. Hamilton stood up so quickly that the bed table teetered perilously, and the cards that had been lying on it cascaded off into the pink folds of Mrs. Murray's bed jacket. "Then you won't need me any more tonight, Mother." He spoke firmly, as if he had just come to some quick decision, kissed his mother carefully on the forehead, and was off through the door before the two women had had time to right the slanting table. Wanda was too busy arranging pillows and straightening the bed to think much about his hasty departure, but a few minutes later, going back down the stairs, her hand cupped about the candle flame, she thought she heard his muffled steps in the kitchen and the thud of the back door being closed. A second later, there was the sound of a car starting. Or had she imagined it? Before she had time to decide, she was standing before the fireplace, explaining rather breathlessly, "We haven't told Mother about Mr. Peerdeck." The sad face before her wore a startled look, and she added hurriedly, "About the shooting, I mean. It seemed best on account of her heart. She thinks he was killed in some accident connected with the flood, you see." Mrs. Peerdeck rose and smiled crookedly. "If I could only think that, too. If they had never told me more than that." She threw her hands out in a helpless gesture, as if to say, "But of course I had to know." She picked up her basket again in the hall and went heavily up the stairs after Wanda. Mr. Murray and Sidney were in the living room talking to Peter when Wanda came down again. Her father's face was flushed and happy, and he was still rambling on about his books. His audience, however, was no longer attentive. Sidney's face looked more composed than Wanda had seen it all day, and instead of an expression of sick fear, it now wore merely a peevish cast. "It's awfully kind of you," he was saying to Mr. Murray in his high, thin voice, "to invite me to sleep here. I don't believe I could have remained over there another night without seriously endangering my health. I have always been delicate, and the thought of that thing lying downstairs, and those people shuffling around upstairs—" "I take it you are permanently finished with Alice and the Peerdecks," Peter said quietly. "Yes, oh yes, I am." There was a hysterical, almost feminine quality about his voice as he spoke. Peter's eyes narrowed, and then he grinned slightly at Wanda. But none of the four had any idea that his words were actually prophetic. "But I must go back after my things," the boy went on more calmly. "I've a comb and an extra handkerchief, and a hat somewhere in that house. I must get them tonight, now that I feel well enough to hunt around for them." Peter broke into a hearty laugh and then changed to teasing when he saw the boy was serious. Wanda offered to lend him any amount of combs and handkerchiefs and pajamas from Hamilton's wardrobe, but Sidney was adamant. He not only had a horror of remaining in the Peerdeck house himself, but he could not rest, apparently, until he had removed every possession of his from what he considered its tainted atmosphere. "If we can borrow your car, Mr. Murray," Peter said, when he was at last convinced the boy was in earnest, "Sidney can drive up to the Peerdecks after his property, and if he'll swing around the lower bend, I'll go with him as far as my house. I intended to go there and work all evening, but Wanda's housework put me off. There are some important papers I forgot to look up this morning. I'll take the lantern, if I may, and walk back. No telling when I'll be through, and I wouldn't want to keep Sidney waiting." And so it was arranged. And it wasn't until after they had gone, the lights of the car gleaming with a comforting brilliance after the dimness of the house, sweeping off in a wide curve among the hedges and evergreens, that Wanda remembered Mrs. Peerdeck. Oh well, she thought, I'll have Sidney drive her home when he comes back. It was a bleak March night, black as pitch, with low scudding clouds and a wind that wailed and whistled through the pines and around the corners of the house. Wanda watched the lights of the car become tiny moving points among the trees and then vanish altogether. She wished Peter had not gone. She felt so safe when he was there. Suddenly, she remembered about Hamilton and wondered where he could be. It seemed impossible that he had gone to the pier decks, and it was a cold, raw night for him to be sitting out in his car or driving through the woods. She hurried into the house, slamming the door against the blackness that seemed to crowd in behind her skirts. The glimpse that she caught of herself in the hall mirror showed a white-faced girl with wide, startled eyes that seemed to be opened for hearing as well as for sight, listening for sounds beyond the range of the human ear. Her father was still beaming and anxious to talk. He arranged a row of candles on the mantel, where their light glinted softly over the gracefully wrought figures on a small gilt clock, and cast long slanting beams across the portrait above. It was a large oil painting of Wanda's grandfather, a picture full of shadows and dark characterless garments, done in the stiff style of the period, and the flickering candles brought out only the whitest blotches of the hands and face, so that they seemed to stand out from the rest of the darkness like three blobs of human flesh, floating slowly away on a black and oily river. Mr. Murray rambled on happily for a few minutes, talking about Sidney. It was not often that he met a young person who took what he considered a proper interest in his first editions. And Sidney, it also turned out, shared his interest in philately as well. The two had made an appointment to compare their collections as soon as Sidney could get over to the mainland. Wanda got up from her chair after a time and began restlessly moving about the room, blowing dust here and there, picking up scattered newspapers, pinching a handful of dead leaves from the potted plants near the east windows. The room looked dismal and uncared for. Lizzie and Ida were gone, and Mrs. Murray had been upstairs in bed all day. Wanda began to appreciate for the first time the hours of careful polishing and quiet dusting that had always given her mother's house the look of gracious living and luxurious ease. Twice she went to the window and looked up the driveway. It seemed strange that Sidney did not return, and equally strange that Mrs. Peerdeck should stay so long. Her father had dozed off in the big wing chair in front of the fire, and the house was so quiet that she could hear the intermittent murmur of voices from the room above. She wondered what her mother and Mrs. Peerdeck could possibly have found to talk about. At last she heard the crunch of gravel and the squeal of brakes from the driveway outside. Almost at the same instant, as if she had been waiting for the signal, Mrs. Peerdeck came out of the room upstairs and moved slowly down the steps. Both her face and her manner told of an almost overpowering fatigue, and a wave of sympathy swept over Wanda as she gazed up at the white face with the courageous eyes and the lifted chin. "Sidney will be glad to take you home, I'm sure," the girl said, taking the woman's arm and helping her down the last steps. Wanda was not looking directly at Sidney as she said this, and it was only the next day that she found a meaning for the strange expression she noticed on his face when she looked his way a few seconds later. His pale mouth was twitching at the corners, and his eyes seemed actually to have shrunk behind his colorless lashes, until they became the tiny beady eyes of an animal peering out over his fat cheeks. He neither moved nor spoke, and Wanda was forced to help Mrs. Peerdeck into her coat. She became irritated at what she considered to be only another example of his boorishness, and when she spoke to him again, her voice was sharp. "I can take her over myself if you do not care to go, Sidney," she said. "Oh, no, I'll go, of course," the boy said in a thin, strange voice, moving his eyes uneasily toward the door and back again. Her sudden burst of anger had apparently given Wanda renewed energy, for after they had gone she went about with a flashlight, busily locking windows, setting the table, measuring the coffee for breakfast. Even if we look down at the heel, she thought, I'll show Peter that I can cook at least. She rummaged about in the kitchen cabinet for the old cookbook she had used when a girl. Wheat cakes would be just the thing to serve 4 hungry men in the morning, and she had always been able to make delicious cakes. Popovers were really her specialty, but they needed careful baking, and she was uncertain about the old kerosene affair Ham had brought in from the garage to take the place of the now useless gas stove. She moved the rusty lever that turned up the wick and applied a match. Might as well get some oatmeal started while she was waiting. Her father always wanted his cooked an hour. But the stove smoked, dismal black wisps curling up the fat white sides of the double boiler, and it was only then, when she tried to open the back door to air out the room, that she made a new discovery, one that was to have far-reaching consequences. The door was locked, and the key gone. Hamilton, of course, and a flood of anger swept over her. The idea of his sneaking off and leaving them locked in like that. What if the front part of the house caught on fire? They would be trapped in the back with no way of escape, and all because of some silly prank of his. Then she remembered the look on his face when she had entered their mother's room, and the unusual haste of his departure. Suddenly her anger cooled, and a thin, cold edge of suspicion slipped in its place. Oh, no, of course not. This couldn't have anything to do with the shooting, or the pier deck caves, or a white ghost padding off through the mud. This couldn't, or could it? Had it given him an opportunity to slip away unobserved, to meet someone, perhaps the white figure itself? For a moment she was shaken by the combined rush of her old fears augmented by this new dread. She picked up her flashlight and was halfway through the pantry on her way to her father when reason caught up with her. It was no use going to him with this new suspicion, upsetting him perhaps for the rest of the night. He was old and fussy and set in his opinions, and he would be more firmly convinced than ever that Tony was at the bottom of all the mysteries. And then he might worry if he knew Hamilton had gone off in that manner, alone and locking the door behind him as if he intended to be gone half the night. No, she would have to wait until Peter returned. He might know what to do. She had an idea he knew more about things than he had admitted, perhaps suspected more than he was willing to believe as yet. She put the flashlight back on the kitchen table beside a candle that was dripping wax in a yellow cascade down one side. The stove had almost stopped smoking, and the water in the double boiler was beginning to hum. She opened one of the windows and let in a cool breeze that brought a fresh, damp smell into the thick blue air. The room looked strange and full of shadows in the candlelight, and even the traditionally cheerful sound of water boiling seemed tonight to have taken on a sinister, hissing note. The cereal was just well started when she heard the front door close and Peter's voice calling to her. They met in the pantry, and the candle almost slipped from her hand when she saw him. His trousers were wet and streaked with mud almost to the waist, and the lantern that hung from his hand was leaving a trail of dirty water behind it across the floor. "Oh, I'm sorry, Wanda," he said, suddenly conscious of her eyes on his wet boots and dripping lantern. "I should have come in the back door, I know, but everything like that was swept out of my head." His eyes, that had been apologetic a moment before, now became bright with excitement, and he set his lantern down on the serving table and gripped her arms with fingers of steel. "Where are Ham and Sidney?" he asked, his words tumbling over one another in his hurry. "Get them a couple of flashlights and some revolvers. I need help out there." "Help?" Wanda's voice sounded faint even to her own ears. What's happened, Peter? Didn't you go to the cottage?" "No, because just as I reached there, I heard several people prowling about in the woods just west of the cottage. There is almost 2 feet of water over the whole place now, and I couldn't tell from the sound whether they were down by the shore or farther in the woods. But I heard splashing and saw lights, 2 of them, and I wasted a lot of time trying to creep up on them. But they must have heard me finally because the lights disappeared, and when I reached the place where I thought they had been, I could find nothing. I tripped and fell, and my lantern got full of water so that I couldn't seem to get it lit again, or I would have gone on after them. But where are they? Ham and Sidney, I mean." She told him, and when she mentioned Ham's absence and the locked door, his face grew grave. Sidney came in just then, and the faint uneasiness on his face changed to downright consternation as he heard the news. "But I won't, I tell you. It's suicide to go chasing off after prowlers at a time like this. Whatever they were doing, it has nothing to do with us. Let them alone. I'm not going out again tonight for anything on earth. What's the use of deliberately putting our heads in a trap?" Peter argued and paced the floor. He stormed up and down in the dim kitchen, now imploring, now taunting, now coldly reasoning. But Sidney was not to be moved. He sat slumped forward in a kitchen chair, his fat hands spread on the kitchen table, his body as heavy and inert and full of sagging creases as a nearly full bag of flour that stands propped in a corner. "No, I tell you, I won't go. No, I won't." His voice droned on unmoved, and Wanda, although she felt a more active dislike for him than ever before, was forced to agree with him. It seemed to her, too, particularly foolish to court fresh danger deliberately when there was no need for it. "But don't you see," Peter pleaded, "that they were up to some mischief, or they would have answered when I called. A second after they heard me, their lights went out and all sound ceased. That would be suspicious enough at any time, but just now, when we need fresh clues so desperately, when we are all caught up in this thing, when we know there is no one else on the island but our group—" "That's just it," Wanda interrupted. "There are so few of us that we ought to be able to figure out who it was that you saw. Tomorrow, when we question the pier decks, we can find out by simple elimination. We might even be able to figure it out tonight. Sidney has just come from there. Who did you see?" turning toward the boy. "Mrs. Peerdeck and Andy and Marie," he answered indifferently. "What, no Alice this time?" Wanda felt that Peter had chosen a rather inopportune time for his joke. "Why, no," Sidney said, lifting his eyes from the table for the first time. "They told me, although I didn't ask, that she had gone to bed." "Anything else you noticed or heard?" "No. The first time I went, Marie was the only one I saw. She helped me find my things. When I drove Mrs. Peerdeck over, I had to help her in the house. Seemed awfully tired, sort of dragged herself around. She went right upstairs without saying a word to anyone, and just as I was going out, Andy came in. He was pretty well covered with dirt. Said he'd skidded off into a ditch down by the West Bridge Road and had a hard time getting the car out again." "What about Tony and Jim?" "Didn't see either of them, and of course I didn't ask. But I remember Marie going into that small room back of the library to look for my hat and saying something to someone. I had a notion at the time that it was Tony, but have no real reason for thinking so." "Then it was a woman's voice you heard?" I'm not awfully sure. I really wasn't paying any attention." "All you wanted was to get your stuff and get out?" "Yes." "Well, it was probably Tony, although it might have been Alice." "But they said she had gone to bed." "She might have been resting in the music room, if she had wanted to avoid seeing you." Sidney glanced up, his eyes angry. "But let's say it was Tony," Peter went on. "That leaves only Jim and Andy. I saw 2 lights in the woods and heard enough splashing for a herd of elephants. But of course the wind was beating through the branches and whistling around my head, and the river is still noisy, so my ears would make poor witnesses tonight. But then it must have been Jim and Andy. That story of the stalled car sounds a bit feeble, too. Unless— Great guns! You don't suppose Jim's got Heil out of hock and the 2 are up to their old tricks again? We never found out what they were actually doing the night of the flood." "Exactly what was it you heard?" Wanda asked. "If you can remember, it might give us a clue to their actions." I can't tell you much, except that it sounded as if some heavy objects were being moved through the water very slowly and with a great deal of effort. Perhaps they were burying something, Wanda volunteered with a shudder, and Sidney shrank back in his chair and stared at her. No, that wasn't exactly the sound. More like a herd of elephants in stately procession, as I said before. Several bulky objects being moved, barges perhaps. But there is nothing like that on the island. What else could they be doing except trying to escape? Jim admitted this afternoon that he had already tried to swim, and I haven't yet figured out why he should have wanted to clear out in that suspicious manner unless he was actually involved in the shooting. Anybody want to get away from here, suspicion or no suspicion, Sidney said with unaccustomed animation, and then, perhaps they were making a raft. The others merely looked at him wearily. They had suddenly become too tired to argue, almost too tired to think. They could hear Mr. Murray moving about in the front of the house and calling peevishly. Peter looked at his watch. 5 minutes of 11. They've certainly taken themselves off by now, he said. Too late to do anything tonight, and any traces they might have left will be gone by tomorrow, I suppose. They all rose and started toward the door, Wanda stopping to close the window and turn off the burner under the oatmeal. Peter waited for her in the doorway, idly pinching globules of wax from the side of a candle. She took his arm and spoke hurriedly, almost in a whisper, her eyes fastened on Sidney's shadow as it moved through the dining room and on into the corridor. "That isn't a bad idea about a raft, Peter. Maybe they are trying to get away." That wasn't what she had intended to say, and she knew he sensed that and was waiting for her to go on. Her voice was almost inaudible, and her hand shook slightly on his arm when she spoke again. "What about—" There was a long pause, and his eyes searched her face gravely. "About Ham," she said finally. "Shall we sit up for him? I hate to go to bed knowing he's still out, and yet he'll be furious if he thinks we treat him like a baby. And he has the key and has gone off in his car, so he must be reasonably safe. I'd hate to have Father, in his present frame of mind, know that Ham is out." "I don't think he's in any danger," Peter said slowly, and Wanda knew, by the swift change in his face, that he had suddenly thought, "And Ham, why did I forget him? He's out there too, perhaps one of the elephants I heard in the swamp." She hadn't wanted that. She had been praying he would fail to connect the two. And yet her fear of actual physical danger to her brother had been greater than this other vague fear, and she had forced herself to speak the words that had brought it to his mind. "But I'll stay out here in the kitchen and wait for him if you wish," Peter said, still looking at her closely. "Or take your father's car and hunt him up. He can't have gone far, and it would be impossible to hide a roadster on these few miles of roads." "Oh no, I couldn't ask you." She straightened her shoulders and shook her head as if to drive away the thoughts that troubled her. "He's probably all right, and we need you here. Sidney and Dad wouldn't see much help in an emergency." Suddenly she wondered why she had turned to this man, who was almost a stranger, in preference to her brother or her father. Even Sidney wasn't a new acquaintance. She could remember seeing him when he was a baby in a go-kart. And Peter, she had known him only 3 months, and most of that time in the intimacy of the island where she had no way of comparing him against the world. After all, she really knew very little about him. They had met at one of Georgette's parties in Chicago, a fact which held no recommendation for him, because Georgette gave notoriously ribald and impromptu affairs, and the guests were often clever but impossible. She and Peter had laughed together at the time over their mutual unlikeness to the others. She remembered, too, that Peter had been the lion of the evening, with his pitiful and yet often gruesomely humorous tales, gathered while writing his recent book on youthful hobos in the jungles of the East and South. Perhaps he did fit after all, did belong to that unconventional, brilliant, unbalanced group who, while they imagined or pretended to live for the things of the intellect, yet gave such undue importance to the things of the flesh. The girl brought herself back just in time to hear the end of Peter's argument. He seemed bent upon staying up in the kitchen until Ham came home. Wanda was too tired to offer more than feeble objections, and she could hear her father calling fretfully from the front of the house. So they left it at that, Peter promising to wake her if Ham should fail to return in an hour. After she had helped her father upstairs and had found some pajamas for Sidney, she trailed slowly down the wide hall toward her own room. It seemed to her that she would never be able to reach the safety and the comfort of that familiar place. She was so tired, dead tired, bone tired. She stole a glance at herself in the mirror and was surprised to find that her face looked much the same. A little pale, a little strained, but certainly not the middle-aged, sagging, dreary mask she had expected. She set her candle on the dresser and drew herself on the bed, face down, her arms above her head in a gesture of utter weariness. Perhaps if she took a moment to rest, she would feel more able to undress. Once she roused enough to wonder why such a funny light was burning in her room, and once she stirred slightly at some sound and turned over on her back. Suddenly she found herself sitting bolt upright in bed, her eyes straining into the darkness, her heart beating wildly. What was it? What had she heard? The dull echo of a sound still seemed to fill the room. Her room. A room that had suddenly become charged with secret terror. Was there someone, something, actually moving ahead of her in the blackness? Her skirt was wrapped about her legs until she could scarcely move. Where was she? Why was she dressed and in the dark like this? One of her arms was asleep and the other was aching horribly. Her thoughts raced madly but got nowhere. Suddenly some mental barrier crumbled, and she put out her hand and touched the head of the bed. That was it, of course. She had gone to sleep facing the wrong way. She had been vainly trying to look through the solid wood of the bed and the plaster of the wall. No wonder the room had seemed so strangely, fearfully dark. She turned around and could see the gray outlines of the 3 windows at the far end of the room. The candle, but of course it must have burned out. It had been rather short, but not short enough to have burned out in 1 hour. And that meant many things. Ham had not come back. Peter had not called her as he had promised. She got off the bed quickly and stumbled toward the dresser. She must find out what time it was. The matches should be here, right in the saucer. But what could have happened to Hamilton? It seemed to her that it must be nearly morning, and Peter had not kept his promise. And then the noise came again, not very loud. Just a dull slamming below, but this time there was the staccato sound of footsteps ascending the back stairs. She was at the door in an instant, her hand on the knob, the matches scattered on the floor behind her. She opened the door noiselessly, just in time to see Peter stepping up the last rise and starting toward her down the hall. She stood there in the dark, watching him come. He was staring straight ahead, but did not seem to see her, and the light of his candle glittered back from his eyes until they appeared dead and glassy. She wondered for a moment if he could be walking in his sleep. He was carrying the candle in his hand, close to his body and on a level with his waist, and the light streamed up across the muscles of his jaw and the bony ridges of his nose and forehead, giving his face an unfamiliar and forbidding aspect that did nothing to allay the chill that was clutching at her heart. Perhaps she moved slightly. Perhaps he had at last come close enough so that his eyes could pierce his own circle of light and see her there, beyond in the dark. Perhaps he altered the position of the candle so that the shadows changed on his face. At any rate, his features seemed to shift, to soften, so that she saw once more the Peter she had known and liked. "Ham, where is he?" The words slipped from her with a little gasp. "Oh, he's all right. Just got in. I was coming up to see if you were awake, to tell you." His face was once more kind and intelligent, and yet she could scarcely forget the grotesque, mask-like appearance it had worn a moment before. "Then you weren't going to wake me?" "Not if you were asleep, young lady. But what's all this?" His eyes swept her crumpled dress and hastily pinned-up hair. "Haven't you been in bed?" "Oh, yes, dead to the world. I forgot to undress, and the candle must have burned down. I haven't the slightest idea what time it is either, because my wristwatch has stopped running. Everything about me seems to have burned out or run down." And she glanced at the tiny jeweled watch on her wrist. "You don't know what time it is, do you?" "Somewhere around 12:30, he said lightly. "Only 12:30?" Her voice was incredulous. "Why, I thought I had been asleep hours, centuries. But you promised to call me if Ham didn't get here by 12. "I hated to bother you when I knew it was only a matter of a few minutes. I was sure he would be along soon. He was just driving around, blowing off steam. Still a little upset about your father's attitude, you see. Now you get in there, young lady, and go to bed properly this time. No more nonsense. We'll have the whole house awake if we stand talking any longer." He gave her another candle and stood outside until she had lit it and shut her door. When he was sure she could no longer see him, he turned and went toward his own room, then changed his direction suddenly and went softly back down the hall to the top of the kitchen stairs. Here he set down his candle and took off his shoes. A moment later he was creeping noiselessly down the stairs in his stocking feet. Wanda slipped out of her clothes and left them where they lay, little heaps of green tweed, wood-brown, and flesh-pink across the floor. Nothing mattered but getting into bed. Only after she had blown out the candle and had crept between the cool sheets did she remember that she had forgotten to set her watch. Well, that didn't matter either. Ham was back. Peter had said so, and time had no importance now. And even if she had lain awake for a while, she would not have been able to hear, in her room off in the west wing, that there were voices still whispering in the kitchen, and that the little gold clock above the living-room fireplace had rung its tiny silver chime just as her eyes closed. And still less would she have been able to see that the long, slender hand of that little clock pointed to 12, while the short, stubby one rested on 3. End of section 6. Section 7. Of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Fonseca. Part 4. When Wanda awoke, the morning had already filled her room with a cold gray light. The shades had not been pulled the night before, and her eyes hurt and her head ached. Even if she had just awakened after the 1,000 years of sleep that her aching body seemed to indicate, she thought that she would have known what season it was. No other month but March could have produced so dreary and tattered a morning. She glanced at her watch and for a moment imagined that she had slept until noon. It said 11:45. Then she remembered. She had forgotten to set it last night when Peter told her the time. Peter. She hoped he was still sleeping. He had looked actually haggard last night. Ham. She'd give him a talking to about skipping off last night the way he did. Sidney. Her mind curled with distaste at the thought of him. Pasty-faced little coward. It finally occurred to her that she had 5 people besides herself to feed and care for, 4 of them men. She dragged herself out of bed and began dressing hurriedly. The kitchen was cold, the stove smoked again, and the oatmeal lay in a dark, sodden mass in the double boiler, like some jellied and nauseous sea creature. Wanda felt a bit ill, and was glad she had made such thorough preparations the night before. She squeezed the orange juice. They were lucky to have had half a box of these in the storeroom, and spread out 6 limp slices of bacon, all there was. One apiece, but it would have to do. Just enough to serve as an appetizer for the wheat cakes. There was a slight noise in the basement, and she opened the door and called down the dim stairway. "Anyone there?" She hardly expected an answer. It seemed impossible that any of the family would be up and in the basement at this hour. She had set her watch by the parlor clock, and it was now 7:30. "Yes, I'm here." It was Ham's voice, slightly muffled. "What in the world are you doing?" "Looking at the furnace. It seemed cold upstairs, and I thought it needed more coal." It was true. It had seemed cold in the kitchen, but it was unusual for Ham to bother with the furnace. Mr. Murray always had to do all of that. Perhaps Ham was bestirring himself this morning to make amends for his thoughtlessness last night. She went back to her work, her mind trying to line up the angry reproaches that had lain just behind her tongue all night. But somehow this morning she did not feel in the mood to quarrel. And his actions last night seemed insignificant after all. Perhaps she had been too tired and had let her anger and imagination run away with her. The next half hour brought a whirlwind of activity and a new respect for Lizzie. Wanda carried a tray up to her mother. She greeted her 4 men and arranged them around the dining room table. She served them bowls of steaming cereal, coffee, and countless plates of golden brown cakes. Ham sat across the table from her, and once she remembered that, with a half-conscious portion of her mind, she had heard water splashing while he was in the basement earlier. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask him why, but Sidney sat across from her, his small eyes fastened on her face as if he were counting every movement of her jaws. And Peter came in just then, flourishing an immense platter he had found somewhere, with his pile of cakes in the center, a la Bunker Hill, he said, and she forgot about Ham and the water. It seemed unimportant anyway, and the gruesome events of the later morning were to drive it completely out of her mind. So that eventually, when she did remember, she was to feel as if it had been some other girl in some other world who had heard her brother's voice through a veil of water. Mr. Murray, his conversational powers entirely restored by a night's sleep, pounced upon Sidney and dragged him off to the library for another discussion on books. Peter and Hamilton did the dishes, and Wanda flew about with a dust mop and a cloth, making beds and removing the worst of the gray fluff that lay in rolls under the beds and in a thin, dulling film over the fine mahogany furniture. "People may be able to get across in boats by this afternoon," she said, "and I can't have Lizzie and Ida coming back and finding us in filth. I'd lose caste forever, I'm afraid." It was almost 9 before she stopped, out of breath and only half satisfied. "It's only a lick and a promise, and mostly promise, but if you can't wait—" This to Peter, who was walking up and down by the front door. He was impatient to get off to his cottage, and Wanda begged to accompany him. "I'll wear Dad's rubber boots and you can have Ham's," she said, "so that it can't possibly hurt us even if the water is still high. I need to get out in the air. My head feels heavy this morning, and I might be able to help straighten up your things. Bedding and linen should be hung up as soon as possible if it has been wet, and 1,000 other jobs done that a man would never think about." "I'll give you just 5 minutes to get into your old clothes," he answered, "and no extra time allowed for face fixing." They grinned at each other, and Wanda flew upstairs. Less than 5 minutes later, they were sloshing along the gravel road, both pairs of boots rustling in comradely shuffle over the fine stones. "George, look how that water has gone down," Peter said when they stood at the edge of the yellow pond and gazed off at the cottage, now tumbled half on end, its white paint glazed with mud. The cottage had been lifted by the flood and carried across a long garden and a longer meadow. The broken tops of 2 fair-sized trees showed where it had smashed directly over them, only to be dumped finally on a group of saplings, which still held one end of the house 4 feet off the ground on their bent and splintered stumps. The front door was on this raised end, and it now swung inward, giving the house an imbecilic look. Several windows had been broken, and most of the bricks in the chimney were gone. The back end of the house had been crushed a little by its impact with the trees, but fortunately the kitchen door was on the side that faced them, on a level with the ground, and could be reached easily. It stood open slightly. "Funny, I thought I left that closed when I came out the other day," Peter said, gazing at the kitchen door doubtfully. Wanda was looking off to the right at the foundation, now almost out of water. Suddenly her eyes caught on a dark heap that lay up on the muddy ground some distance back from the water. "Look, Peter," she cried. "Something must have washed out of your house." "Funny current that would sweep it back like that," he said. Nevertheless, he strolled over and prodded the pile with his toe. "Boots! Rubber boots!" Wanda cried, looking up into his face with startled eyes. "I didn't know you had any." "They aren't mine." His eyes were moving quickly over the frozen mud, finally shifting toward the thick woods to the west. "These may belong to the men I heard splashing through the swamp last night. But it seems strange that they would leave them here." He took one last glance over what had been his lawn only 2 days before, and then motioned for her to follow him. "Let's go look at the house. Perhaps the place has been ransacked." There was ice on the ground under the water, and the walking was difficult. When they reached the cottage, Wanda was surprised to find that only about 1.5 feet of her boots were wet, and part of that had been splashed up. The water, then, wasn't very deep, even at the house. "I think I'd better take a look at those trees under the front end," Peter suggested. "I'd hate to have them break suddenly under our weight and let the house crash down with us inside. A 4-foot fall would give us a nasty jolt." He splashed off along the side of the house and disappeared around the corner. Wanda stood where he had left her for a moment, and then put her foot over the sill and stepped cautiously into the kitchen. There was almost an inch of mud on the floor, fine black silt as slippery as oil. The half of the room that lay to the east of the door was still under water, and a jumble of loose articles, pans, stools, odds and ends of kitchen utensils lay there, half submerged and almost unrecognizable under the film of mud. The room looked desolate, weather-beaten, like something wrecked and then forgotten. It seemed impossible that only 2 days before it had been immaculate in green enamel and shining linoleum, with all the gadgets of modern cookery in order on its walls and in its drawers. Today it looked as if it had stood there neglected for years. The thought flashed across Wanda's mind that this was the way the world would look if civilization decayed. Feminine curiosity, perhaps, or a housewifely instinct to get at the bedding and linen, drew her toward the bedroom. It was hard to walk up the sloping floor, and she had to pull herself along by grasping the edge of the stove and sink. "The water must have been between 3 and 4 feet deep in here," she thought, noticing the mud and rust on the stove and the pile of twigs and dead grass that lay over the drain in the sink. She did not notice that other footprints went along ahead of hers up the slope of the floor. Only when she had reached the small hallway and had turned toward the linen closet did she see the confusion of tracks leading up toward the bedroom door. 4 or 5 people must have walked up and down here yesterday, she thought, stopping short, her hand on the door of the linen closet. But Peter was only here once. That would make 2 sets of tracks, one up and one down. I wonder. Something drew her hand away from the latch and sent her stumbling up the hall. The linen closet door swung open behind her with a loud crash that unsteadied her steps so that the last 3 feet of hall were taken in one lurching slide. She brought up against the bedroom door with both arms outstretched to save herself from falling. And she did save herself, but only for a second, for the door opened suddenly beneath her weight, and she went sprawling across the bedroom, her hands in the cold mud, her face just off the floor. And when she raised her head, A pair of glassy eyes, not 6 inches away, stared straight into hers. There it was, next to her fingers. She had only to stretch out her hand a little way, and she could touch it. This face, this terrible, frightening face. The wide-open blue eyes, so round, so vacant, with the thickened stain of brownish blood over one side. Wanda crouched there as if frozen, for a terror such as she had never imagined clutched at her throat, stiffened her arms, her legs, her entire body. She could not move, she could not breathe. Even her heart seemed to have stopped, for this thing that lay so close to her, this still white face, she could see it only obliquely, had suddenly snapped into focus. It was Alice Peerdeck, and she lay there dead, with a dark stain of blood spattered across her forehead. Wanda tried to draw back and could not, and tried to cry out and could not do that either. Finally, some faint strength returned to her, and she began to creep backward, silently, painfully, an inch at a time. She was still on her hands and knees, her eyes still riveted on the face before her, when she reached the door into the hall. Here she paused and lifted her head to look about the room for the first time. The shades were down, and only a thin trickle of light came in over the sill. That was it, then, this strange dim look that hung over everything. It had added the final touch of horrible strangeness to the scene. Until she discovered the reason, she had had a frightful impression that the world had suddenly gone dark as she fell into the room. Once in the hall, she scrambled to her feet, the boots almost more than she could manage, and ran toward the kitchen. Even then she was unable to force a sound from her throat. The kitchen as she passed through it seemed altered, foreign, as if years had passed since she had come that way before. She bumped squarely into Peter in the doorway, and his arms around her were all that kept her from falling into the water beyond the sill. She told him then, as coherently as she could, her muddy hands clutching at his jacket, and her whole body shivering so that she could scarcely assemble her words. She leaned limply against the door while he strode off to investigate. It seemed to her that he was gone a long time, and when he came back, his face was grave and his eyes strangely wide and bright. "She's dead," he said simply. "Quite a few hours, I should guess." Then they stood in silence, Wanda absently wiping her hands on her skirt, Peter with his legs wide apart, his hands deep in his pockets, and his eyes inscrutable, staring vacantly off toward the woods. Suddenly, it seemed to Wanda that the whole cottage was charged with hidden danger, with something that killed, something that was there peering at them across the desolation of the rooms. She wanted to go, to run, any place, as long as it was away. "Peter, I'm afraid. Let's go, she said in a voice that began on a loud cry and ended in a tiny choking sound. He took her arm with the air of having suddenly come back from a distance to find her there beside him, and locking the door, he piloted her swiftly through the water. Halfway to shore, he stopped and looked back at the cottage for a second, then hurried her on. "There were 4 or 5 sets of footprints," he said as if continuing a conversation. "But yours and mine are so mixed up with the others that it is difficult to tell whether 1 or 3 people came to kill Alice. I seem to have made a lot of unnecessary tracks yesterday, and apparently no one else went very far into the living room, although several people stepped just inside the door. And between us, we've obliterated a good part of the tracks in the kitchen, for everyone seems to have taken the same path along the stove. And you," he looked down at her muddy clothes, "you wiped up a good quarter of the bedroom floor when you fell across it." Wanda looked down at herself. She was streaked with mud to the waist. Then she wearily brushed her hair from her forehead with the back of one hand and said, "But who could have wanted to kill Alice? Oh, she was frivolous, a nitwit, and 1,000 other things, but it doesn't seem—" "No, it doesn't seem possible, does it? But there are 1,001 preposterous reasons why someone might have wanted her out of the way," Peter mused. "A quarrel, A love affair gone wrong or about to be discovered might have driven one of the men on the island to do this thing. She was a flighty and romantic kid, and one naturally thinks of passion and sudden emotion rather than cold-blooded revenge back of her death. Jealousy might have motivated Tony and Marie. They were her stepsisters, weren't they? And Mrs. Peerdeck. But no, she was her real mother, and an unusually doting one, from reports. Now, if it had been one of the other girls who had been killed, I understand Mrs. Peerdeck has made their lives miserable these last few years, just petty nagging, and they suspect she has been stirring up their father against them. And Jim might have become involved in some affair with her and hired that fellow Hyle to put her out of the way. That's as good a reason as any for Hyle's presence on the island, and there's an odd look about Jim, and his wife acts jealous. I noticed that too, but something she said made me think it was Tony she suspected. Tony or Alice, it doesn't matter much which. Once a wife grows suspicious of one of her sisters, almost anything might happen. They had reached the dry ground, and Wanda's breath was coming more naturally. Even her mind, that had seemed benumbed, began to function normally once more. "Those boots, Peter," she cried, darting off toward the muddy heap. "Perhaps it was the murderer who left them." "Perhaps, but it seems foolish to have taken them off here. Why abandon them at all? Why not take them home, wash the mud off, and save them for fishing in the spring?" "They may have weighed on his conscience," Wanda said slowly. "If I had committed a murder, I know I'd get rid as soon as possible of every article that reminded me of it." "Weighed on his feet, more likely," Peter replied. "And I know if I'd been mixed up in a murder, I wouldn't leave any nice telltale boots lying around. I'd have the thing planned so cleverly that no one would ever find the spot where I hid any incriminating evidence." He seemed casual and perfectly unconscious of the startled look she gave him. "But I've a notion these boots are important, either as a clue or as an attempt to throw us off the track," he went on. "I'm going to take them with me. I wish you wouldn't say anything about them for a while. Perhaps if I keep them hidden until the proper time, we may be able to surprise someone into making an admission." He took an envelope from his pocket and spread it so that his fingers would not come in contact with the surface of the boots. "And I've another hunch, Wanda," he went on as they started down the gravel road. "Those other motives I spoke about, jealousy, passion, sudden anger, those were only possibilities, and the more I think about it, the less I believe them." "But what do you think, then?" "I think—" He was deeply serious, more so than she had ever seen him. "I think this is another kind of killing. A murder planned by someone thoroughly frightened, panic-stricken even, but cleverly planned even to false clues. A murder committed by someone who is afraid he will be found out. Someone who killed Mr. Peerdeck." "But, Peter, do you think Allison knew anything?" "I don't know. Yesterday, I would have said she was the least involved of any of us." "And then what was she doing in your house, Peter?" Wanda had been waiting to ask that question, but her tongue had refused to form the words. Now they slipped out almost of their own accord. "I don't know that either. It's one of the most impossible aspects of the whole affair. If I could answer that, I might have it solved. As far as I can tell, she was killed there in the bedroom, although someone might have carried her in there after she was dead. It would be only another indication of a cold-blooded, carefully planned murder if the body had been deliberately planted in an effort to garble the clue still more, perhaps lay the blame on me." He was walking more slowly now, head down, eyes on the road. He looked over absently at Wanda as he felt her move away, but seemed to attach no importance to her action. Wanda had moved away from him. It had been almost instinctive, and her eyes were wide and frightened and fixed on his face. She had never known that Alice and Peter were friends until yesterday, when he had admitted that the girl came often to his cottage. She apparently made herself at home there and was treated as an intimate. That knowledge had bothered Wanda yesterday, but it was as nothing beside this new suspicion that was worming its tentacles into all the far corners of her mind, blocking all other channels of thought, stifling her trust, no, she wouldn't say it. She hadn't been sure she loved him even yesterday. But Alice was dead, killed, and in Peter's house. Perhaps that was why he had come back last night in such excitement. He had arranged to meet her at the cottage. He had gone there, met her, and she was dead now. No wonder he had seemed beside himself and had prattled of elephants in the swamp. But no, that was ridiculous too. He wouldn't have insisted on Sidney going back with him if he had known she was dead. He wouldn't have wanted to lead someone else directly to the scene. Unless he couldn't bear the thought of leaving her there alone all night. This last idea brought back the white face on the floor and the wide blue eyes fixed on the ceiling, and the memory was so horrible that a little moan came from her throat. Peter was by her side, instantly solicitous. "Wanda, dear, it's been too much for you. We won't talk about it any more." "It's nothing, Peter, really. I just slipped and turned my ankle slightly, that's all." And she drew her arm from his with what he imagined was merely a gesture of pride or independence. There was no one visible as they stepped into the Murray house, and Peter ran upstairs with the boots and was back again in the lower hall, standing beside Wanda when Mr. Murray came hurrying in from the kitchen. "Hamilton and Sidney have driven over to the pier decks to hunt for Alice," the old man said. "And he came with some story about her being missing. I didn't get the details, and they were off so quickly that no one stopped to explain to me." He spoke with an injured air, more upset about their neglect of him than about anything that might have happened to Alice. "I had great respect for the old gentleman, Herman Peerdeck," he went on. "Fine old man, one of the best. And Wilbur was a bright young fellow, just my age, you know, every prospect in the world. But he's been slipping these last few years, slipping, I tell you. And this last absurdity proves it. Getting himself shot. A distinctly vulgar performance to my mind. And now his daughter is missing. Missing. Only an imbecile could be missing. Something wrong with that family." "Father," Wanda spoke gently, taking his hand in hers. "It's really serious, you know. Not just some foolish kid stunt. She's been shot. We found her at Peter's cottage. Dead. Do you understand?" "Dead? Shot?" The old man's red, resentful face grew white, almost as white as his mustache. "Why, that's impossible. People don't do that, you know. Get themselves shot that way. And two in one family. It's impossible." "Yes, it's impossible, but true." It was Peter who spoke, rather impatiently, it seemed to Wanda. "And we ought to tell the Peerdecks. Which way did the two go, Mr. Murray? Did you hear them say?" "Well, now—" The old man seemed confused and older. The momentary vigor which indignation had lent to his face had disappeared. "I can't say. But it seems to me Andy mentioned the West Bridge. Something about seeing someone there last night trying to swim across. As I gathered, he hadn't been sure last night that it really was a person. Thought it might be a log. But now they've got an idea it was Alice, trying to get away for some reason. They were going to look along the river bank. Think she had no chance of getting across. The current would sweep her back this way. But I really can't say." Some of his former petulant tone returned. "As I told you, no one would take time to explain to me." "All right, Father," Wanda said soothingly. "We'll take your car and find them. Not a word to Mother now. We'll have to concoct a story for her later." It was on their way to the garage that they discovered the gloves, thrown behind the spirea that bordered the porch, as if someone had walked there, across the frozen sod, and had tossed them carelessly behind the bushes. It was Wanda who saw them, a blur of white among the sodden leaves, and it was only chance that made her stop to pick them up. Chance and some subconscious impulse toward neatness. They were men's gloves, common white work gloves with blue cuffs. She did not notice the brown stains across the fingers until she had them in her hands. Peter took one from her quickly and looked at it. Then their eyes met. "Blood," he said in a still voice. And after a pause, "Were they here before, do you suppose?" "No. Jansen was here the afternoon of the flood, and he keeps the grounds as neat as a pin. Nothing as conspicuous as this would have escaped him. But they might have been here yesterday, although I don't think it likely. I'm rather quick to see small things out of place. And at any rate, whatever day they were thrown here, it was after the flood. They haven't been rained on, you see. So they must have some connection with either killing, unless someone had a nosebleed or was working with a stain that left the appearance of blood. After all, perhaps we're growing too suspicious," Peter said. "Everything we find needn't have a connection with the murders." They moved off slowly now toward the garage, and Peter stuffed the glove in his pocket. Their wet boots and spattered clothes contrasted oddly with the taupe upholstery of the long dark car, and they were both silent as Wanda swung out into the main drive and around the curves toward the West Bridge. Ham's car was parked just south of the broken timber ends, and they could hear voices below in the woods. The river was still swollen, ugly brown water with flecks of foam and floating straw and twigs, but it had gone down more than they had anticipated. They hurried through the woods, and near the spot where they had found Mr. Peerdeck, some 28 hours before, they caught up with the scattered group. Ham was there, tired and distraught, it seemed to Wanda, and Sidney, a sullen shut look upon his face, and Andy, uncertain and worried. Jim looked white and worn, and there was an ugly scratch across his face that hadn't been there the day before. Tony was ahead of the others, and it flashed through Wanda's mind that there was a little too much crashing of underbrush, too much unnecessary show of activity about her searching. Peter told them the news, curtly and with no mincing of words. Behind the startled horror that swept over the circle of faces as he talked, Wanda thought she caught glimpses of other emotions, a strange uneasiness in Ham's eyes, a thinly disguised relief in Sidney's, and a hollow simulation of sorrow on Tony's face. Jim kept his eyes down, but his face became more mask-like with every word of Peter's. Even Andy, who seemed almost staggered by the news, displayed more alarm than sorrow. It was the latent threat behind this second shooting that aroused him, not the fact that his sister was dead. But after all, why shouldn't they feel that way? Wanda thought. I don't imagine Alice was especially pleasant to live with, and there were the inevitable jealousies and accusations of favoritism that come between a stepmother with an only child and the other brothers and sisters. Perhaps no stepmother could have found the way to Tony's self-centered heart, but Marie and Andy had been normal, lovable children, and yet had felt discriminated against and had turned their dislike on Alice. Andy always seemed to have the least cause of all, for he was a mere baby at the time of his father's second marriage. He had never known his own mother, and his stepmother always appeared to feel a more than ordinary affection for him. But then I can remember that Alice made all their lives miserable with her tale-bearing and whining for the best of everything. End of section 7. Section 8. Of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Part 4, continued. Amid the babble of voices, questioning, exclaiming, Wanda caught a few words of Peter's talk, and her thoughts swung back quickly. What was this? He was telling them details that she had never heard before, and she had been the first to see, to know. Yes, there was a gun, he was saying in answer to someone. But I couldn't examine it without touching it, and I didn't want to do that. It was under the body. I wouldn't have thought of looking there for it, but I noticed marks in the mud as if something had been pushed under her shoulders. And when I lifted her slightly, there it was. Of course, that clinches it. No one could commit suicide and be found with a gun beneath them in that position. Another outburst of excited voices, and then Peter spoke again. There's something else you might be interested in. I found it by accident also, and I'll have to admit that I probably left some fingerprints on it. My mind stopped functioning under the excitement of the discovery, and I touched the thing before I thought. It was a ring, gold with a square-cut diamond, a man's ring. I caught just the glint of it among the folds of her dress when I lifted her to look for the gun. Perhaps one of you can tell me whose it is. It's rather an important clue and might explain a lot of things. Why she went there, for instance, whom she expected to meet. There was silence, a strangely taut and breathless silence. Then Andy spoke, his eyes fixed on Peter. I hate to say this, Kerrigan, but since it was your house, perhaps I'm not going too far to suggest that she went there to meet you. After all, there appeared to be some sort of odd friendship between you. She went there often, although what you saw in her I could never understand. Peter's eyes looked back steadily, but the muscles twitched along his jaw, and his voice was steely. Perhaps I saw what any kind-hearted, disinterested person would see. A girl who had been spoiled by too much coddling and hurt by too many rebuffs. A kid who was eternally kicked back and forth between a possessive, overfond mother and a contemptuous family united in dislike of her. That's enough, Kerrigan. Andy's eyes were blazing. You asked for it, didn't you? Peter said steadily. There was another silence, and then Peter's voice came out overloud. There are other things about this affair that are more vital than the fact that it happened in my house. What? Andy was watching him with narrowed eyes. There were 2 and perhaps more people prowling in the woods, only 400 feet from the cottage at 10:30 last night. And how could you hear them unless you were there yourself? And if you were there yourself, that's all we need to know. Perhaps you can also tell us if your house was empty at 10:30, or if Alice was already dead. No, I can't. Why not? Andy's face was triumphant, and the faces in the circle were watching Peter eagerly. Because the splashing in the swamp distracted me. I didn't go in the house. Even Peter seemed to realize that the words were weak. And you expect us to believe that? You were distinctly heard to say that you intended to go to your cottage last night to look for certain articles, papers, I believe. There are plenty of people besides myself who heard you say that. He glanced around with satisfaction as Tony and Sidney nodded in affirmation. Apparently, you waited until after 10 to go. A strange time to start work in a ruined house. Perhaps that's why I didn't go in. After I had been diverted into chasing off into the swamp on a wild goose chase. Wanda, Mr. Murray, and Sidney can back me up in most of my statement. They know I was in the house with them, helping with the dishes, talking in front of the fireplace until after 9:30. Even your mother can bear witness to that, because I let her in when she came. And Wanda saw me when I— What was Mother doing at the Murrays? Tony interrupted, her voice sharp with surprise. Just visiting, Andy said. Bringing jelly or some such thing. I took her over myself, so it was all right. Got nervous, I guess, hanging around the house with nothing but her thoughts for company. Andy spoke absently and then turned back to Peter and asked, What were you saying about Wanda? Just that she saw me when I came back from chasing through the woods, and Sidney came in a moment later. I'd been gone about a half an hour, and I was splashed to the waist. He glanced at Wanda and Sidney, but only the girl spoke. "That's true. He did come back, all wet and muddy, and very excited about what he had seen in the woods. Wanted someone to go back with him to hunt, but Sidney wouldn't." The circle of faces turned on Sidney suddenly, and the boy had the grace to blush. And Ham wasn't there. In fact, Peter almost tore the house to pieces trying to get Sidney to— "What's this about Ham?" Andy asked quickly. "Wasn't he there?" "No, he'd gone out." Her voice was barely audible. "Where?" "I don't know." "Why don't you ask him?" Peter announced, grinning. "And if you'd ask around a bit more, you'd find there were plenty of others, including yourself, who were out last night." Andy's assurance seemed to waver, and he looked around the circle uncertainly. "All right, Ham, where were you?" "Driving and walking. Same excuse as Mrs. Peerdeck's, you see. I just got nervous cooped up in the house. I was the dutiful son and played cribbage for 2 hours with Mother just before I went out. So, you see, I did need the exercise." It seemed to Wanda that his tone was over-cheerful. "The woods, you see," Peter put in, still smiling, "were literally full of people last night. And I'm still ready to swear that I heard 2 of them up to something suspicious near my cottage." "What more do you know, Kerrigan?" Andy was sullen and still watchful. "Only what you've given me no chance to say as yet. That when those who were over there, moving about and splashing, heard me coming toward them, they put out their lights and all sound ceased. They must have remained motionless. No one could move through knee-deep water at night and among trees and brush without making some sort of sound. So I might have found them after all, if I hadn't tripped and dropped my lantern. The flashlights were back at Murray's, and I wasted so much time trying to generate a little nerve in Sidney that we finally decided it was useless to go back and hunt. I have a hunch those people had already been at the cottage and done their dirty work, or went there after I had gone." "You didn't see a light in your windows?" "No. I hardly think Alice would sit there in the dark. We found her in the bedroom, at the back of the house with the shades down." A shiver ran through the group, and Andy stared off into space. "You didn't leave them that way yourself?" "No. I distinctly remember, when I went there the morning after the flood, that the whole house was light. That's what made it look so awful. The desolation was so vivid in the sunlight." The thought suddenly crossed Wanda's mind, apparently coming from nowhere, that the mud and water on Peter's trousers last night might have been from— But no, the water was deep enough by the door of the cottage. But then it was even deeper in the woods, and any excitement might have made him drop the lantern. She wouldn't think it. Oh, everything was so confused. But he had put away the boots and the gloves and had failed to mention them so far. She felt a little sick, and the faces before her seemed those of strangers, hostile. "It seems to me that we should go over and investigate things at Mr. Kerrigan's cottage." Sidney spoke deliberately, judicially, and Wanda wondered at the cold-blooded curiosity back of his words. It couldn't be that he wanted to look, just to look at the girl he had come so suddenly and recently to hate. "After all, we've nothing but his word for all the details," Sidney was saying. "Things may be different when we see them." The circle dissolved and moved off in small groups, silent for the most part. Ham and Peter were in the lead, talking earnestly in low voices. When they reached the cars, Peter turned and asked, "Where's Marie? Seems to me we ought to tell her. And then there's Mrs. Peerdeck. Someone will have to break the news to her." "Mother seems a little shaky this morning," Tony said. "Still incredibly brave and busy about the house, but she has spoken more often about Father. Seems rather pitiful. She is usually so strong, so self-sufficient. We didn't tell her Alice was missing. Perhaps we'd better wait a while. She has enough to bear just now." "And Marie? I suppose she's with your mother?" "Yes. The last thing I saw of her, she was painting a sign." It was the first time Jim had spoken, and everyone turned in surprise. "A sign?" several voices asked almost in unison. "Yes, a sign. I think she's the one who has grown hysterical. The children are howling their heads off. She's locked them in the bedroom, and Martha is wrought up to the point of frenzy. It's no wonder the girl is dizzy." His voice had softened on the last words, and it was evident that the indifference he felt for his mother-in-law and the maid, and the irritation he felt toward the children, were not present when he thought of his wife. "He is in love with her still," Wanda thought, and a queer irrational feeling of happiness crept in among the fears that filled her mind. "But the sign? Why a sign?" Peter insisted. "Oh, yes. Well, she's just desperate enough to do a thing like that. Alice's disappearance was the last straw, and she thinks we need help. She found a huge board in the basement. It used to be half an outside cellar door, and she's down by the lake painting letters on it. She figures they could get a power boat over from the mainland if they knew there was really trouble here. They'd have no fear of our starving these past few days. Everyone knows both families kept plenty of provisions, and they wouldn't risk a trip just to see how we were making out. But murder now. Let's go and see her. You say she's over by the East River with her sign?" Peter asked brusquely. "I think she meant to set it up where the East Bridge used to be. There's more likelihood of someone from the other side seeing it there. It's the only place where a city street ends at the river." When the cars drove up by the East River and the six stepped out, they saw a sight that Wanda was never to forget. A small figure, hatless, her hair straggling, her face white, was dragging a cumbersome gray board over the gravel. It was as tall as she was, and at least 7 feet wide, and across its surface, written in scrawling letters of red, were the words, "Murder, Police, Help." When she heard them behind her, the girl turned and let the board fall to the road with a crash. She lifted her hands to her head wearily to brush back her hair. It was then that they saw that her hands were red with paint, and that there was a red streak exactly across her throat that gave a strangely tortured look to her face. "Won't some of you help me set this up? I can't do much more." She looked exhausted, as if only the fires that flickered far back in her eyes had kept her body going. They set up the board in silence, propping it with broken ends of the bridge handrail. When they were through, Peter made a motion toward Tony and Jim. "You tell her," he said simply, walking off and looking down at the mass of wreckage that straggled down the bank and into the water. "They've found Alice," Tony said slowly, putting her arm around her sister. "Found her in Peter's cottage. Shot. Dead." "Found her?" Marie seemed not to have heard the rest. Her face lighted up. "Then perhaps we don't need my sign." "You don't understand. She's been killed sometime last night. Peter and Wanda found her at 9 o'clock this morning." "Last night? Then she was away all night? You'll have to speak to her about that, Andy. Now that Father is gone and Mother is so upset, you'll have to take the responsibility. Man of the house, you know." And she actually smiled at her little joke. Jim, his shoulders back and his face more manly than Wanda had seen it in weeks, stepped forward quickly with a gesture to Tony. "We'll take you to the house now, and you can sleep. Everything will be all right. Andy and I will attend to Alice." His arms were about his wife, and he was half carrying her to the car. The others followed, their expressions varying from pity to blank surprise. "But say," Sidney sputtered foolishly, "she doesn't seem to get it. Why don't you tell her?" "Shut up!" Andy shouted, turning on him. And that was the last word spoken until they drove up in front of the pier deck house. Andy jumped out and ran in after some rubber boots, and Jim helped Marie out and stood on the steps supporting her. After some discussion, the others decided to leave Andy's and Hamilton's cars, and they all piled into Mr. Murray's larger one. "I'd like to go with you," Jim said, "but someone should stay here with Marie and the children. How about it, Tony? Don't you want to do a little good deed? It's a woman's place with the sick and young, and you know more what to do than I would." "And a man's place with the dead, I suppose? No, thanks. I'm not interested. It's my sister over there, and your wife and children here. You can't crawl out of that responsibility. And then there's your friend Hyle." Her voice was sneering. "You wouldn't go away and leave him locked up alone with a bunch of hysterical women, would you? They might decide he'd brought all this down on them and tear him to pieces." Jim's mouth hung open in surprise. Even Marie noticed the bitterness and the open dislike in Tony's words, and she glanced confusedly from her husband to her sister and back again. And Wanda, watching her face, knew that she was torn between relief that her former jealousy had perhaps been unwarranted and fear that this outburst merely indicated a lover's quarrel. "Start the car, Peter. I'm not getting out," Tony continued in an overloud voice. Jim turned without another word and went up the steps, but just before the car rounded the curve that would take them out of sight of the house, they saw him standing motionless on the porch, supporting Marie and watching them. "Why so violent about Jim, Tony?" Andy queried. "What have you got against him?" "Plenty. And if he weren't my brother-in-law, I'd tell." "I suspected you had more to tell," Peter said quietly. "Why not come out with it now? No wonder we can't make progress when half the important details are concealed." "Oh, it's not what you think it is." Her expression changed quickly. "Just something personal." "Personal?" Andy's face also changed. It was evident that he had heard Marie's story and had discounted her jealous fears until now. "All right, Tony, but I've a notion you'll be telling sooner than you expect." Peter kept his eyes on the road and spoke with irritating assurance. "I'd like to see you force anything out of me." "Peter won't need to. The police will be here soon if Marie's signal gets across," Andy put in. "No," Peter said, negotiating a sharp curve. "I won't need to do any forcing. You'll tell it yourself, and long before the police arrive." When they stopped again, Wanda was surprised to see that even in the short time they had been gone, the water had receded several feet across the brown grass. It was colder, too, and a sharp wind from the north had blown the fog away. A few tiny flakes of snow drifted about their heads. The surface of the water, wherever the currents were slack, had taken on the wrinkled black look of ice forming. If the weather kept up, this whole sheltered spot would be frozen over by night. "Only 3 pairs of boots," Andy said, looking at Sidney. "So you'll have to stay in the car unless you care to wade." "He can have these," Wanda said quickly. "They're Dad's and would fit him. I'm not interested in going again." Sidney sat huddled in a corner of the back seat, staring at them with his small, red-rimmed eyes. And when his voice came, it was thin, quavering, the very ghost of a voice. "I'm not going," he croaked. "Thought you were so anxious to investigate a while back," Andy said, looking up from where he sat on the running board, changing into the boots. "Better get out and walk around a little. You're going to be sick in a minute," she said with the same brusque kindness she had shown him before. Wanda was out of the car looking toward the cottage, and when the others started off through the water, she stood for a moment, glancing first at them and then at Sidney, uncertainly. Then she plodded off after the rest, only half conscious of what she was doing. Tiny splinters of ice, like thin-blown glass, circled about her boots, and she heard the grating noise as Peter unlocked the door. We'll have to walk single file through the kitchen, and then step exactly in each other's tracks through the hall," Peter was saying. "The footprints, even in their marred condition, may be important clues for the police, if we can keep them from further trampling." By the time Wanda reached the cottage, the others had already disappeared, and she stood leaning against the door, listening to their voices from the bedroom. She did not have to be with them to see what they saw. The picture had been burned into her brain, and now, as the voices droned on, she could see it again, there before her. Those wide-open eyes, that chalky face, and the dark stain that spread across it. All the more horrible for the real background of black, slowly moving water that mingled with the vision. For a moment she saw Alice floating before her, half in air, half in water, her yellow hair spread as if she had drowned, and yet all the water in the river seemed not to have washed away the blood across that cheek. "Look out, Tony!" Peter's voice came sharply. "Don't destroy those marks." Then he went on more calmly. "And this is the ring, here on her skirt. I'll just—" "Don't wipe off those finger marks, Kerrigan!" Andy's voice cracked like a pistol shot. "You might destroy more than your own, and the police may be interested to know you left any at all." "But it's Father's! Father's!" It was a choked cry from Tony, followed by a babble of voices. It was several seconds before Wanda understood that they were speaking of the ring. "Then whoever brought it here may have been the one who killed your father," Peter announced finally. "Perhaps Alice brought it herself," Andy said, and then added quickly, "Oh no, that would be—" and his voice trailed off. There was a silence so long that Wanda moved uneasily and started into the kitchen. "But you see what that would mean, Andy?" Peter asked gently. "Wanda and I thought of that too, but it would mean that Alice killed your father, and she seemed the one least implicated." Wanda stood in the bedroom door, her eyes everywhere but on the floor. The four were standing in a huddled group to the left of the door, and she knew without looking that their feet were carefully planted in the outline left by her body when she had fallen into the room. "You see, Andy, you were rather hasty in imagining the ring was mine," Peter said. "I didn't." But Andy's face grew faintly red. "Yes, you did. Over in the woods when I first told you about it. But I'll admit I never dreamed it would be what it is. I thought of Jim or Sidney or even Hyle." "Hyle?" Andy lifted incredulous eyes. "Why, what in the world would Alice have been doing meeting Hyle here, getting a ring from him?" It was plain that Andy still believed some romantic affair had brought about his sister's death. "Look here." Peter bent down suddenly, and Wanda's eyes involuntarily followed the movement. He lifted the body by the shoulder, turned it to the right, and exposed a gun half covered with mud. "Tell me whose you think this is." Andy's eyes looked fixedly at the steel thing, lying there so innocently in the impression of his sister's body. Then he glanced uncertainly at Peter and back again. "If you lean over," the latter prompted, "you'll be better able to identify it." "I don't need to lean over. It's Hyle's all right." His tone was almost sullen. Then he asked quickly, "If you knew that, why didn't you say so in the beginning?" "I wasn't positive, and I didn't want to involve the man with Jim standing there ready to jump on me. Besides, Hyle was supposedly locked in your front bedroom. Almost anyone else at your house might have taken the gun and come over here last night. I am supposing his gun wasn't given back to him when he was locked up." "You know very well it wasn't," Andy said. "You were there when we did it." "Admitted. But where did you put his gun? You'll remember I had nothing to do with that." "Why, I think—" Andy hesitated and shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "You're right, Kerrigan. We were careless about it, too. I gave it to Mother and told her to put it in the drawer in the library table, and I remember seeing it there an hour later. But we made no provision for its safe keeping. Everyone in the house knew where it was, and any one of us might have taken it out. "All right, I was out last night," Peter said pleasantly. "I admit it, and I've told my story. I hear you were out too, and have a story about being stuck in a ditch that is almost as incredible as mine. Ham was out, walking and driving, so he says, which means he might have been anywhere. Even Sidney was out, insisted on going up to your house after his hat and handkerchief. I thought I was humoring a child when I helped him get off last night to come up after his things, but I'm beginning to wonder about everyone." "He seems to hate her so," Wanda found herself saying. "He can't forgive her for inviting him over here and then staging the flood to catch him. Seems to feel he is forever disgraced by what has happened. I actually think she has become a sort of female Tarzan in his mind," Tony added, "a wild woman who called down the elements to capture a mate for her. His imprisonment on the island has compromised him in his own mind. Oh, it would be laughable if it weren't so serious," Wanda went on. "So serious to him, that is. You don't suppose the whole sequence of events has unbalanced him? That he actually came over here last night to kill her, faking that queer excuse about wanting his hat and his handkerchief?" And she remembered the strange look she had surprised on his face when she had asked him to take Mrs. Peerdeck home. And he had just come back from where? Did they really know? "But why come here, to my cottage of all places?" Peter interposed. "Why not any other place?" "Because it was a house, and it was open," Tony said. "Any house makes a better meeting place than the woods when a girl wants to see a man alone, at night." And Tony's eyes moved slowly around the room, resting for a moment on the bed, the chest of drawers, and the 2 wicker chairs. "Can't you see any significance in the fact that this murder happened in the bedroom? The bedroom?" Her voice, that had been hard and sharp, now lowered. She seemed to have remembered just at the end that she was speaking about her sister, a girl of 17. "And someone said the shades were down, too," she finished rather lamely. And he stood looking at her, his face a strange mingling of horror and dawning suspicion. It was apparent that he half believed her accusations, and yet at the same time it shocked him beyond words that she would hint what she had about their sister. "And how did Sidney know that she was to be here?" Hamilton asked after a pause. It was his first remark since entering the cottage. "And how does it happen that she was able to get him to come here to meet her when he apparently hates the sight of her?" "Probably tricked him into it," Tony snorted. "Any girl, even a dumb one, can find 1,000 ways to get around a—" But the word man that fairly hung on her lips was never uttered. It was the look on Ham's face that stopped her this time, and she had the grace to blush. She's ashamed, Wanda thought, and it has wiped away all the hardness and made her beautiful again. I still don't believe she is as cynical as she pretends. And she moved her eyes from Tony's face to Hamilton's to see what he had made of the incident. But his eyes were down and his jaw was set. It was plain that he had found nothing either soft or beautiful in Tony at the moment. He was too busy wondering just which time she had used her 1,000 ways to get around him. Oh, men, Wanda thought, always taking women at their face value. Tony's been hurt by something. All this suspicion pointed her way, probably, and she's on the defensive and striking back at someone, anyone, just to hurt someone else. And now Ham is all of a dither, thinking probably she really is the abandoned creature Dad has always described. "Did anyone see them talking together yesterday afternoon?" Peter asked. "Sidney and Alice, I mean." "I was in the kitchen questioning Jim and Tony after the rest had left, and when I was ready to go back to Murray's, I found Sidney waiting for me on the front porch, wandering about like a lost soul. What about Alice? Some of the rest of you must remember what she did with herself during that last hour or so." "I walked upstairs with her myself," Andy answered. And to the best of my knowledge, she was up there with Mother and Martha the rest of the afternoon. I can't vouch for the 10 minutes while we were locking up Hyle, though. She wasn't with the rest of us then. Don't you remember, Peter? Mother was in charge, you and I were holding Hyle, Jim was trailing along glumly, and Marie and Tony were fixing the bedroom. But neither Alice nor Sidney was there. Then she must have gone outside to meet him during that 10 minutes, Wanda suggested. Made her arrangements to have him come down here during the evening. And he only consented because he hated her enough to— Hush! What's that? Peter interrupted, motioning for silence. The group stood as if turned to stone, but there was nothing audible but the sound of water lapping softly against the floor of the house and the breathing of the 5 people in the small, still bedroom. And the 6th person made no sound at all, not even of breathing, but lay as they had found her, blue eyes staring at the ceiling. "What was it you heard?" Hamilton asked after a moment. "I don't know, really. Just a new sound. Different. As if someone were moving about in the kitchen. A sort of scraping noise." Andy stepped into the hall and glanced through the door into the kitchen. "Nothing there," he reported. "Must have been a piece of floating wood bumping against the house." "What were you saying, Wanda?" "Only that it must have been horrible for her, that last moment or two, when she realized how much he hated her. I think she fancied herself in love with him, and her heart must have broken even before the bullet found its mark. A life wiped out just because of a silly boy's hatred. It isn't fair. He should have been the one to die, not Alice. Why couldn't he have shot himself instead?" This time there was a small rasping sound that all of them heard, and it was Hamilton who strode through the tiny hall to peer into the kitchen. "Guess we're all having the jitters," he announced when he came back. "Not a trace of anyone or anything, unless we have spooks here, invisible." Involuntarily, 5 pairs of eyes moved toward the figure on the floor and then away again. No, of course not. Just a crazy superstition. But for a moment no one looked at anyone else. Each was afraid of revealing the childish fear that had arisen behind his eyes. "But I think we're off on the wrong track," Peter said suddenly, startling them by the calm reasonableness of his voice. "Wanda's been through enough today to have driven all sane thoughts from her head, and I'll give her credit for being mighty level-headed through most of it. But I do think this last idea about Sidney is rather hysterical. Not much foundation in fact. For one thing, you have all forgotten that I was supposed to come to the cottage to get some papers last night. Not that I'm anxious to direct suspicion toward myself again," and he smiled wearily at the sober ring of faces. "But Alice would hardly have arranged a lovers' meeting here knowing I was coming." He waited a moment, but there was no comment from the group. He could see that they had surprisingly forgotten the facts he had just presented, but they hated to give up their carefully built solution. "And I haven't yet heard the details of Alice's evening," he went on. "How she left the house without attracting anyone's attention, and why no one discovered her absence until morning." "Fairly easy in the disorganized condition we were in," Andy answered slowly. "Said she had a headache and went upstairs to bed about 7:30. Confided to Marie that she was timid about having Hyle in the house. Pretended to be still upset about seeing him in the kitchen. And Marie helped her find a key for her room. After that it was easy. All she had to do was to wait until the coast was clear, come out and lock the door, slip down the back stairs and over the birch knoll path to this cottage. Of course, with her door shut and locked, no one thought of anything out of the way until this morning, when Tony tried to get her down to breakfast. I doubt if she'd have bothered ordinarily, but with Martha still in bed, Tony was chief cook and bottle washer for breakfast, and she wanted to get the dishes out of the way." "All right," Peter said briskly. "The thing simmers down to this. If Sidney shot her, he must have taken the gun out of the drawer at the pier decks and concealed it during the dinner at the Murrays, then carried it over here when he went out after his hat and handkerchief. It's a large gun, but it is possible that he may have concealed it somewhere on his person. He's rather fat and bulgy anyway, Wanda added, and an extra bump or two would never show. Or else Alice brought the gun with her, and someone else used it on her, Peter continued. Or Heil got out of his homemade jail, hunted up his own gun, and came down here to do away with her for some unknown reason. Or one of us, Jim or Ham or Andy or Peter Kerrigan, is involved in this thing. Anyone have anything pertinent to offer? No one said anything. If your minds are as void of ideas as mine, Peter said, I suggest we go home and rest. I have a few things that might become fair-sized clues if I had a chance to mull over them in private. Wanda remembered the boots and the gloves and wondered if he referred to those. Suddenly there was a muffled cry, very faint and far away, but even across the distance it carried a note of terror. The group stumbled through the hall and the kitchen, forgetting the path through the mud they had been so careful to keep on their way in. Peter was out of the door first, with Wanda just behind him. She glanced over the water toward the car, but could see no sign of Sidney's huddled figure. Perhaps he had walked back to the house. Then she heard Peter calling excitedly, and felt Hamilton and Andy push past her and splash off toward the end of the house. "What is it?" she cried, glancing fearfully at Tony, who stood farther out from the house, the black water moving dizzily around her boots. And then Wanda's eyes followed where Tony was pointing. Far off to the left, where a fringe of willows half covered with water marked what had once been the edge of the island. There was a small dark object struggling in the water, floating swiftly toward the trees, toward the open current. And once Wanda thought it lifted a black arm out of the water, but she could not be sure. "It's Sidney!" Tony shouted hoarsely. "And he can't swim a stroke, so he isn't trying to escape. He must be drowning himself. That noise we heard in the cottage. He must have crept near enough to hear what we were saying. And when he knew that we had found him out, he just slipped away through the water until he found a place deep enough to let go." End of section 8. Section 9 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Fonseca. Part 5. The black object near the willow trees disappeared while Tony was still talking, leaving nothing but the dark water moving slowly over the spot. Sidney. Wanda clutched at Tony's arm for support and forced her eyes away from the emptiness near the fringe of trees. Perhaps Peter and Andy and Hamilton would get there in time, even yet. She was surprised to find how far they had gone, running awkwardly through the water that was too shallow for swimming and yet too deep for anything approaching speed. Suddenly Peter, who was in the lead, plunged through the screen of branches that had once formed a hedge around the meadow and dove into deeper water beyond. He was swimming now, long, powerful overarm strokes that carried him along in a lather of spray. Wanda had not known he was a swimmer, and she wondered how fast he could go when he was not handicapped by heavy clothes. But his rubber boots, he must have discarded them by the hedge where they began to swim. Andy was 20 yards behind, going in his usual splashing, short-winded fashion. Hamilton stood just in front of the hedge, nursing his game knee and shouting unheard words of encouragement to the other two. Peter stopped swimming suddenly, and Wanda could see his body flip queerly in the water and then disappear. "Diving!" she heard Tony cry. "He must have reached the spot." Andy was there with him now, and Wanda could see nothing but splashing water as the two heads disappeared again and again. It was Hamilton's shouting that finally told her what had happened. "They've got him! Got him!" He was roaring excitedly, pushing on through the hedge, his leg forgotten in his eagerness to meet them and offer whatever belated help he could. After that, everything moved slowly. so slowly that it seemed an eternity to Wanda before the turmoil of thrashing arms and churning water finally met Hamilton halfway to the hedge, and she was able to distinguish the dark blob that must be Sidney. The others were walking now, in water to their armpits, half carrying, half dragging him along. And Wanda discovered that she had unconsciously been moving forward, dragging Tony by the hand. There was something dreadfully limp and shapeless about Sidney as they lifted him over the hedge, and Wanda was surprised to hear Peter shouting to her, "Bring some dry blankets to the car." He must think there was hope then. Tony helped her with the blankets, 4 large gray ones that they found on the top shelf of the linen closet, and when they came out of the cottage with them, the 3 men had almost reached the car with their burden. "We can't wait to get to the Murrays," Peter said hurriedly when the girls came up. "Spread 1 blanket as fast as you can. It will keep the dirt out of his mouth. We haven't a moment to lose if we hope to get anywhere with artificial respiration. I'm not sure it isn't too late, but we'll try." He was kneeling over the prostrate form now, applying a rhythmic pressure and release against the sodden back. His own coat had been stripped off, and his wet shirt clung to his body, revealing the tensed muscles. His hair was wet, even his face still dripped water, a drop running off his chin and nose from time to time. And yet he was so intent upon his task that he seemed not to notice this, nor to feel the cold wind as it flapped his garments against his body. "Take the car and go to the house after dry clothes, Ham," Wanda said, her mind vitalized by the demand for action, freed from the benumbing cloud of horror that had hung over her all morning. "Change into dry things yourself, and bring back some for Andy and Peter. And a little whiskey might help if he comes around." "How about Sidney? Any clothes for him?" Hamilton asked, hesitating over the last, as if he thought the prospect rather slim. "No, we have these 3 other blankets," Wanda answered. "It will be quicker and warmer not to bother with clothes. We'll just wrap him up. But perhaps Andy had better go along with you. He could get into dry things faster that way, and I'll stay here to spell off Peter if he gets tired." "Not tired," Peter grunted. "Once you get into the swing of this thing, it is as easy as rocking in a rocking chair." But his face seemed drawn and worried, and his breath came a bit faster than seemed normal. They could see that the strain of the diving and swimming was beginning to tell on him. "I'll stay here," Andy said quietly. "Then you go with Ham, Tony. Break the news to Dad. Put as much water to heat as you can get on the kerosene stove, and fix that bed in the den. We'll bring him there." "That's really your job," Tony grumbled, but she trailed off after Hamilton, not entirely displeased. He had a little trouble starting the car, and they could hear Tony's voice, even above the racing of the motor, arguing excitedly. "Of course it's suicide," she was saying. "It's plain as day that he made the noises we heard in the cottage. Neither you nor Andy looked beyond the kitchen, and Sidney must have been outside. And you remember he was the first to suggest we investigate things at Peter's cottage, and then, when we got here, he refused to come in with us. Perfect case of bravado intended to throw us off the scent, followed by cold feet when it came to a showdown. And when he heard us accuse him of the murder, well, what else was there to do? Of course it's suicide." After the car had gone, the 3 grouped about the inert form on the ground seemed very silent, very forlorn. They were in an open stretch of yard, unsheltered even by leafless shrubs or trees, and the wind had grown colder during the last hour. Andy wrapped himself in a blanket and paced up and down, stamping his feet on the icy ground to warm them. Finally, he pushed Peter aside without a word and went on with the rhythmic pressure. Wanda splashed off toward Peter's house and came back in a few minutes with a heavy sweater and an overcoat. They had been on the closet shelf, the only dry garments in the house. "You had to go in there past Alice to get these, didn't you?" Peter asked, looking at her closely as she put the overcoat around him. "Yes, I did," she said, but her eyes refused to meet his. She hated to have him see how much she had been afraid. She tried to get him to let her wipe his head on the towel she had brought, but he went stamping off across the frozen grass, the overcoat looking very prim above his dripping trousers, and the bath towel flapping about his ears in an improvised turban. Wanda had kept her eyes carefully away from Sidney's face, the half of it that could be seen as he lay on the gray blanket. But when Peter took Andy's place, her glance moved involuntarily toward the figure lying so motionless under his hands, and she was surprised to find that there was a faint color creeping over the white cheek. "Peter," she whispered excitedly, bending closer to look, "I believe you done it. Brought him back to life." Even as she watched, she thought she saw a flicker of his eyelid and the faint ghost of a movement around his half-opened mouth. Peter bent close, but the smooth rhythm of his arms neither hurried nor grew slow. Only when he heard a thin groaning sigh and the body beneath his hands begin to move did he stop for a moment, watching closely. "He's breathing by himself, Wanda," Peter said, but there was only weariness in his voice, not triumph. "Go down the road a ways and see if the car is coming. I'll get his clothes off and wrap him in the blankets." "I'll help," she said, kneeling swiftly as he turned Sidney on his back, her fingers busy with the buttons on Sidney's coat. But Peter pushed her aside, a note of command in his voice. "Go down the road and watch for the car, Wanda. Andy and I can do this." "All right, Grandma," she said with the ghost of a grin. "But you forget that even a society girl gets nursing training these days if she belongs to the right service club. I'm perfectly capable of finishing that job and letting you and Andy go down the road to watch for cars." But she scrambled to her feet and walked obediently around the bend in the road. She was back in 3 minutes, riding on the running board of the car, talking excitedly to Tony and Hamilton. Their faces were incredulous. "And you really did it?" Hamilton said, bending over the roll of gray blankets as he helped lift it into the car. "Gee, I didn't think it was possible. He looked a goner to me. I thought you were just wasting your strength on a dead man, Peter." Tony stood off at a little distance, wearing a frown, and it was plain that she felt Peter and Andy deserved no congratulations. "Kinder to have left him as he was," she said. "Nothing for him in this life but disgrace and punishment." "I'm not so sure of that," Peter exclaimed quickly. "We have no real proof that he was guilty." "What more do you need? Why else should he try to kill himself?" she snapped, climbing into the front seat next to Peter. Wanda sat on the floor in the back, holding Sidney as he lay on the seat, and Andy and Hamilton were on the running boards. "I've a notion, now that I think it over," Tony went on, "that he and Alice might have been in on the first murder together. Perhaps she got him entangled in it, and he grew to hate her for that. It makes the best theory for his killing her. Oh, he's guilty all right. Perhaps guilty twice. My father and my sister. You can afford to be lenient with him," she said, turning fiercely on Peter. "He didn't kill any of your family." There was a choking guttural sound from the back seat, and they turned just in time to see that it was Sidney talking, his head lifted from the blankets for a moment, and his eyes jerking swiftly from one face to another in apparent terror. At one moment he seemed to recognize them. Then the cloud of fear swept over his face again, and he fell back, his cheeks almost as gray as the blanket. Peter stopped the car with a screaming of brakes. "Is he breathing, Wanda?" "Yes, I think he's only fainted," she answered, her hand shaking a little as she drew it out from under the covering. "His heart seems affected, though, probably suffering from shock. His words were certainly delirious. We'd better get him to the house as soon as possible." "What did he say?" Andy asked above the noise of the car. "Anything coherent?" "Not very. Something about, 'I drove her to it. I didn't know.'" "You see," Tony interrupted triumphantly, "he even admits that he got her into the first murder. It fits my theory perfectly." "What else did he say, Wanda?" Peter asked impatiently. "Only a few jumbled words about Alice being dead. And then, when he saw you all looking at him so accusingly, it must have frightened him into a faint, because his last words were, 'Don't look at me. I couldn't help it. I'm not to blame.' And then he went off. When they had carried Sidney into the Murray's den, Tony suddenly and surprisingly took charge. "Look here," she said. "I'm the one who should do this. Wanda's done her share, and the rest of you are pretty clumsy. I may have sounded vindictive, but that's just my bark. As long as you brought him back to life, I'll accept the responsibility for keeping him here." And they watched in amazement as she gently and efficiently arranged hot water bottles, removed the pillows from beneath his head, and administered smelling salts. "Whiskey might do more harm than good," she said, by way of explanation. "And we all know how much he would hate to smell his own breath when he comes to. He'd rather stay dead than have to give strong drink, as he calls it, the credit for bringing him back to life." Her face had changed, with the dropping of her malevolent attitude. It had become soft, almost tender. Wanda was relieved, especially as she noted the swiftly moving expressions on her brother's face. Looking at her now, he can almost regain his old belief in her, she thought. And I'm glad, because it is the real Tony he is seeing now, not the cynical shell she has shown him lately. They went into the library beyond, watching Tony through the open door as she moved quietly about the room, taking Sidney's temperature, arranging his blankets, bringing more hot water, and feeling his pulse from time to time. Once they heard him speak again, but it seemed to be nonsense, a mere jumble of words. "He's sleeping now," Tony said, coming to the door at last. "But I'm afraid he's in for pneumonia or something. His temperature is going up fast, and he is really out of his mind with fever, not delirious from fear or shock." Wanda had been upstairs attending to her mother's wants, and she came in, followed by a distraught Mr. Murray, just in time to hear Peter say, "Now, seriously, let's get down to business about this second murder. You can't honestly, any of you, think that Sidney had anything to do with the first one, and you must admit that his connection with the second one is very circumstantial." "What about his attempted suicide?" Andy insisted. He had apparently taken Tony's place as champion of the opposing opinion. "You can't very well disregard that, and there seems no possible explanation except the one we have given." "He might very well have been ill and half delirious all day," Peter went on, "and the whole thing finally went to his head. He seemed to me an erratic, unbalanced type of person at best, and these last 2 days have certainly been enough to bring out the worst in any one of us. I think we should give up this idea, except as the barest possibility. It may be hindering us from finding the real culprit. I believe the gun is one of our real clues, and you have all agreed that Sidney had no opportunity to get it." "Alice may have brought it with her for some reason," Andy said stiffly, unwilling to give up too quickly. "And then Sidney used it against her. Possible, but far-fetched. It's more important, right now, to go over all the other possibilities. And I'm still waiting, Tony, for you to make that revelation you threatened. The gun is Hyle's. We all know that. And you know something else that you haven't told us as yet. Don't you think this is the time? Out with it, Tony." The others watched her as she stood in the doorway. Andy was leaning forward, his eyes grave. He had not forgotten that she had said she had plenty to tell if Jim were not her brother-in-law, and that it was something personal. "You're not forcing me, are you?" she asked, a touch of sarcasm back of her words. "You know I'm not," Peter said gently, but his voice was sure. "You're going to tell of your own free will, because you know it is important that we have all the facts, and because you know it is cruel to conceal something that might clear that poor youngster lying in there delirious." "All right," she said. "You really are clever, Peter." "Last night, just before Sidney came to the house for his things," she said, "I saw 2 people leave by the back path very secretly. I followed them as far as the West Bridge Road and saw them go down the path into the woods along the river. I've been sure, even from the first, that they were the 2 Peter heard near his cottage." "The men in the woods!" Wanda half rose from her chair. She glanced at Peter, but his face showed no surprise. "But who were they? Did you see?" Andy asked. "Jim and Hyle." Tony's face was expressionless. "Are you sure?" "Yes. I even watched them hide away the ladder that Jim had brought for Hyle to climb out of the window." The room was suddenly filled with voices, sharp, surprised, questioning, incredulous. "And it was Hyle's gun that was found under her," Wanda heard someone say. And again, what earthly reason could they have had for wanting to go down in the flooded part of the woods at night? And then, no wonder Jim wanted to come down here, to be with us when we found Alice. At last, Andy shot a question at Tony, his words rattling across the room like the blast of a machine gun. "And what sort of personal reason can you have for always pursuing Jim whenever he goes down that back path to the river?" he asked, and the silence that followed seemed fairly to come alive with unanswered questions. "That is still personal, thank you," Tony said calmly and slowly. "It has nothing whatever to do with this case or with anyone here." "Suppose you let us decide that." Andy stepped close to Tony as he spoke. "I make my own decisions in matters like these," she said, and Wanda thought she had never seemed so tall, so dignified, or so beautiful. "Let her alone, Andy," Peter said. "She'll tell that too before long, because she'll find, when she thinks it over, that everything remotely touching this case has some bearing. What she knows may be just the vital fact we need to clear up the whole affair." Tony merely looked at him and then went back into the den. They could see her, very busy again making Sidney comfortable. Mrs. Murray's bell rang just then, and Wanda ran upstairs to get her mother's order for lunch. When she came down, she found that Hamilton had driven Andy and Tony home. Her father and Peter were sitting rather self-consciously near the door of Sidney's room, looking in at him from time to time as they talked. "Tony suggested that we keep someone here all the time," Peter said. "He needs attention, and then she's afraid Sidney will try to do away with himself again if he is left alone." Wanda went out in the kitchen and attempted to gather some food together for lunch, but her mind was anywhere but on her work, and the meal, when it was finally assembled, was a strange mixture. 3 kinds of pickles from the basement, 2 kinds of vegetables out of cans, odds and ends from the icebox, including the last of the meat ground into hash, and hot biscuits and syrup. The latter had to serve both as bread and as dessert. It was when she went down in the basement after the pickles that she made her discovery, a row of garments hanging on the farther clotheslines. It was almost dark in that corner, and it was by the merest chance that she noticed them at all. At first, she had thought they must be something Lizzie had left, but when she went closer to examine them, she found they were Hamilton's clothes, a suit of underwear and the pair of trousers he had worn last night at dinner. And they were not only damp, but very wet, as if they had but recently been washed and clumsily wrung out. Then she remembered, was it that very morning, that she had heard a noise in the basement, and had called down only to have Hamilton's voice tell her that he was fixing the furnace. And it came to her, with an implication that she dared not face at first, that she had heard his voice above the sound of splashing water. So he had been washing his clothes at an hour at which he was usually still asleep, and he had not wanted her to know what he was doing. Why? Her mind groped vainly among the few reasons that presented themselves. Perhaps he had grown suddenly and unnaturally neat in his habits. Perhaps his supply of underwear had given out, or he had become strangely attached to this one suit of underwear and this one pair of trousers. Maybe he had been afraid it would be weeks before his garments could get to a dry cleaner's or a laundry, or he had decided to help with the housework. Perhaps he had spilled something on his clothes and had wanted to remove it without bothering her, but she knew that none of these reasons, with the possible exception of the last one, could be true. His habits would never become neat at this late day. His supply of underwear would last for weeks. He had never been known to realize that there was any housework at which he might help, and he was usually careless enough about his appearance not to care if his things ever went to the cleaners or not. But he had spilled something on his trousers and had wanted to remove it without bothering her, without letting her know. Something on his trousers last night while he was gone. So long, so long. And someone had gone to Peter's house during that time to meet Alice. And Alice was dead, dead, with a dark brown stain across her face. Wanda peered more closely at the trousers and the underwear. It was dim in the corner, but even in that half-light she could see that Hamilton had not done a good job. She carried the garments into a lighter part of the basement. Yes, there were darker spots on the trousers, spots that had apparently been washed with soap and water and also cleaned with naphtha, from the smell. And the underwear was also faintly spotted, and its entire surface showed a yellowish tint that was much more than just the absence of bluing. But, of course, if it really were blood, it was the first time she had allowed the word to form in her mind. If it were blood, what was Hamilton thinking of? He should have burned them. And even then there were ways of analyzing ashes. She remembered reading of such cases. But Hamilton had said he was fixing the furnace. Why hadn't he thought of that instead of washing them? Then, as if she were walking in her sleep, Wanda gathered the garments close in her arms and walked over behind the furnace. If she put them at the very bottom of the pile of fireplace wood, no one would ever find them. And a few minutes later she came upstairs and absently opened all 3 jars of pickles. She was very quiet during lunch, but no one commented upon the fact. It seemed strange to her that Hamilton could sit there and eat with such apparent relish. He should have been distraught, nervous. Instead, she seemed the one to be affected. She tried to remember all the things he had said that day, the way his face had looked as he stood in Peter's bedroom looking down on Alice's body. Just some small expression would give her the clue, the certainty that she needed. Suddenly she said, in a voice that seemed rather thin and far away, "When did you get back to the house last night, Ham?" "When?" Was he fencing for time? Yes, what time? "Why, 1:30, I guess." 12:30, as I remember," Peter put in quickly, and Wanda caught the slight lift of the eyebrow, the warning look that he flashed at Hamilton. Then Peter knew, was in on this too. For a moment the weight upon her spirits lifted. If only she did not have to conceal things from Peter. If only he knew, and she could tell him all her fears. And then, without warning, the weight was back again, heavier than before. She had remembered Peter's face as he came up the hall the night before, mask-like in the candlelight, his jaw huge, muscular, and cruel. And he had told her then that it was only 12:30. Perhaps Peter was in this more than she had dreamed. All her old doubts about him returned, redoubled, and piled themselves upon the fears that she felt for Hamilton. And she seemed churned up inside, nauseated under the twofold burden. Even Mr. Murray, usually so voluble, had nothing to say during the meal. His mind seemed staggered by the swift turn of events, the heaping of one tragedy upon another. He had no theories now, no tirade against Tony, no abuse of Mr. Peerdeck for disgracing the island by his death. He seemed older than Wanda had ever seen him, his face pinched, his figure shriveled. Watching him, she felt a welling of pity and a deep bond of sympathy. If Peter and Ham were, her father was all she had left now. They would have to see this thing through together. Peter offered to help her with the dishes, but she refused him, so curtly that he went off in mild amazement at the vagaries of women. A little later she heard the front door close, and her father, who had offered to sit with Sidney, told her that the 2 men had gone down by the East Bridge to see if there were any signs of a boat coming over from the city. From time to time as she worked, she went up to the front of the house and looked in on Mr. Murray and Sidney, a sad old man, and a heavily breathing boy. They made a dismal picture there in the silent room, a life almost over, and a life that had been over but for a miracle. It depressed her terribly to see them, and it was a relief to her when she heard a car stop in front of the house and Hamilton calling excitedly, "A boat over from town, Wanda, and they've gone back after the pol—" He remembered his mother just in time. "After food and a doctor. Hurry if you want to come and see them when they return." "Andy and Peter went back with the boat," Hamilton said as they drove up and parked the car near Marie's sign. "There are all sorts of official things to see to, I suppose. Police, coroner, undertaker, and Peter insists on Andy getting in touch with their family lawyer. Seems to think it is important. Andy asked me to go up to the house and tell Marie and Tony. He was the only one with us at the river, so the others don't know a thing about it yet, but Peter gave me a high sign, wants to surprise Jim with the police or save the rest of the family the suspense, I don't know which. At any rate, I'm not going to tell them. I have a notion the authorities can get more information out of Jim if he isn't forewarned." "Who came over?" Wanda asked. "Oh, some kid with an old one-lunged launch. It would be that kind. Fisherman's kid. Lives in a shack down by the river and knows every current in the old stream like a book. All the big and powerful motorboats are still locked carefully in their boathouses and probably won't be out for a week. Afraid they might get a little paint knocked off the sides bumping against driftwood, I guess." "Did he come over because of the sign?" "Not exactly. Says you can't see any letters at all from the other side. I think he was just out for the fun of it and to see what he could pick up in the river. Had his boat loaded with all sorts of odd pieces of lumber and household articles that he had salvaged, and I think the sign looked strange to him, out of place, and he came over nearer just to find out what it was. Even when he was near enough to read it, he didn't think there was anything particularly exciting. Just some more of this here phony advertising to get you curious about nothing, he told us. But you should have seen his eyes stick out when we told him it was true. He'll be the 7 days' wonder along the waterfront now, with his tail," Wanda said. They sat in silence, watching the brown river swirl past the broken bridge end, squinting their eyes at the far shore to see if they could distinguish a boat coming toward them. Wanda sat very still, but her heart pounded in her breast until she wondered why Hamilton did not hear it. Everything was almost over now. All her fears would be cleared up one way or another. But which way? If she only knew. And she had no one to help her, no one to ask. The police would come with their endless questions, and all the things she had been concealing so long would slip out before she knew it. Things about Hamilton and Peter, about Tony and Jim and Sidney. Oh, it was intolerable to go on any longer as they had been, cut off from the world and in such terrible suspense, perhaps in real danger. 2 dead already, and another almost, but she was afraid of what was going to develop in the next few hours. End of section 9. Section 10 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Part 5, continued. A quick movement from Hamilton, and he was out of the car and running toward the bank. She squinted her eyes, the better to focus on the wave-tossed water. What did Ham see? There were 1,000 dark spots, hollows between the waves, floating branches, debris of all sorts, any of which might gradually grow larger beneath their eyes and take on the shape of a boat. But no, there it was, coming from the city dock upstream. Only distinguishable from the other dark spots by the white wings of spray that shot out around it. And then, an instant later, she could see 2 smaller spots behind it, similarly rimmed in white. "They're sending a squadron! The Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Maria!" Hamilton shouted. 3 cheers for our Christopher Columbus of the waterfront!" His excitement left Wanda untouched, and she followed him slowly, a fatalistic calm settling over her fears like a blanketing fog. She was prepared for anything, so she thought. Anything except what actually happened. Again and again, the larger boat circled in toward them, each time balked by the current from reaching the one possible landing place. But at last all three were firmly tied to the shore, and fully 20 people swarmed out and up the bank, amid the rattling of dirt and falling stones. Only 5 of the men were uniformed policemen. One man, who had been sitting next to Peter in the boat and was still deep in conversation with him, was introduced to Wanda later as the pier deck's lawyer, Samuel Chase. Another she recognized as Dr. Morgan, the coroner. The waterfront boy was plainly distinguished by his faded coveralls and his grease-streaked hands. One of the smaller boats was his, and his face was perhaps the most intently alive of any. It was plain that he did not intend to miss even one tiny detail of this strange discovery of his. Wanda at first supposed that the rest of the crowd were onlookers, present through idle curiosity. But she was later to learn that an undertaker and the sheriff and one jubilant reporter were included in the lot, and that the rest were deputy sheriffs, hastily sworn in and brought along to search the island. Apparently, the authorities were going to begin from scratch, intending to verify all the facts themselves. After a short consultation, the sheriff's men were divided into groups and set off in different directions to begin their search. 3 of the policemen were detailed to guard the pier deck's house with instructions to allow no one to leave, and the other officers, with the coroner, the lawyer, and the reporter, went off in the car to Peter's cottage. There were 7 people in the car, including Wanda, and Peter and Andy stood on the running board, but they managed at the last minute to make room for the undertaker. The boat boy was left behind, gazing after them dejectedly, apparently uncertain whether to attach himself to the sheriff's men or to follow the car on foot. "The same sort of gratitude that Columbus received," Hamilton said, looking back from behind the wheel as he turned the car off the main road toward the cottage. "The fellow who makes the discovery is usually left holding the bag while outsiders reap the benefits. Too bad we couldn't squeeze the kid in somewhere and give him a real thrill." His expression changed immediately, and he looked around at the sober faces in the car as if he realized that his word thrill had been worse than inappropriate. Wanda's heart grew heavy again as she saw one of the men in the rear seat throw a piercing look at the back of her brother's head and muttered to his companion, "Callous guy. One of these detective magazine fans, huh? Thrill murder, I suppose he'd call it." And she caught a glimpse, out of the corner of her eye, of the reporter hastily scribbling something, his paper folded across the back of the doctor and his elbow bent at an impossible angle in the jammed car. "Double tragedy termed thrill murder by youthful suspect." Wanda could just imagine the headlines. She must be quick and warn Hamilton. He had the most misplaced sense of humor imaginable. She had her opportunity when the car stopped in front of Peter's cottage, for she pulled him aside and let the rest of the group splash off through the water. But she was only half through with her whispered advice before he jerked away with a scowl. "They'll think we're up to something, whispering together out here," he grumbled. "It looks bad. Let me go." And he was off after the others. Wanda walked up and down, twisting her handkerchief. She swore to herself that she would not follow this time. It was the last place on earth that she wanted to be, and yet she could not help letting her imagination play over the scene inside the house. What were they doing now? And now? And now? Were they examining the trail of footprints in the mud? Circling about that still, cold thing upon the bedroom floor? Searching the mysteriously and carefully drawn window shades for fingerprints? But there would be no fingerprints, because of the gloves. If those were the gloves. Gloves. She could suddenly see, as distinctly as if he were present before her, Peter's look as he held those stained cotton things in his hand. An inscrutable face, almost expressionless. And He had offered the guess that the gloves might have been planted to throw them off the scent. The sound of many voices from the cottage brought her back to the present, and she had to use all of her willpower to keep her curiosity from driving her through the water toward the open door. What was it now? Had they found the ring, the gun, the bullet wound under the thin fold of yellow hair? In a moment, the kitchen door was filled with slowly moving groups talking in guarded voices. Andy and Hamilton were walking alone, shoulders hunched, hands deep in pockets, eyes on the ground. Wanda tried not to think it was significant that no one talked to them. One of the policemen had remained in the cottage, evidently to make further observations. She wondered if he were still hunting for those non-existent fingerprints. The other officer was ahead, deep in some discussion with the doctor and the undertaker, while Peter brought up the rear with the lawyer and the reporter. This last group was the most absorbed in themselves, for so vivid was Peter's talk that they seemed not to know they had reached dry land, but kept on walking some distance beyond the car before they became conscious of their surroundings. "I'm Lieutenant Garvey, ma'am," the deep voice said at Wanda's elbow. She turned a startled face from watching Peter and his group, and her mouth opened, but her voice made no sound. The officer evidently expected no answer, for he went on calmly. "I'd like the details of your finding Miss Pearson's body, please." He was modestly sure of himself for a small city officer, and more businesslike than she had expected. She liked his reassuring smile and the quiet way he waited for her when she fumbled for the right word. There was no fawning or browbeating in his manner, and he seemed to take it for granted that the finding of dead bodies was not such a dreadful occurrence, even for her. "You say you fell full length on the floor?" he asked her once, puzzled. And then again, "You are sure you saw no signs of either the gun or the ring?" She thought he watched her more closely as she answered that, but she could not be sure. When he had finished his questioning, there was a short pause in activities, and it was then, for the first time, that any of the islanders thought to ask about the effects of the flood in other places. "Two dams went out farther up country, you know," the reporter said in answer to Andy's question. "The dam 10 miles up at Willow Point went out just a few minutes before ours did. The Hartwood Company claims theirs might have held if it hadn't been for the other disaster. And then the big hydroelectric dam at Sandburg went out sometime yesterday afternoon and did tremendous damage to the city there." "That's one reason no one came over here sooner," Dr. Morgan interrupted. "We could see your island was still safe and above water, and the authorities and the medical service were so busy attending to the people in the river villages who've been flooded out that we felt you could shift for yourselves for a few days. About 100 people are reported dead at Sandburg," the reporter went on, "and half that number on the farms and in the small towns along the river. The Red Cross has set up a refugee camp on the hills back of Crossville, but it's been difficult getting in supplies, because the bridges are gone all the way up. Both railroads were damaged so badly that service won't be resumed for a week or two, and all the low country is under 3 feet of water. We're lucky Hartwood was built high, mostly up the side of the bluff. There wasn't much damage there. Even the boathouses along the riverfront are still intact, although half underwater. The little harbor saved them from the full force of the water. But the squatters in Reed's Landing, just north of town, were completely washed out. 10 people killed and all the shacks destroyed. We had to tear down the front of the boathouse to get the police boat out, Lieutenant Garvey said. The doors were completely underwater and no use whatever. They drove off to the Murray's house a little later, leaving the other officers still busy with invisible duties inside the cottage. Mr. Murray was sitting with Sidney, just as they had left him, and he rushed out when he heard the voices in the hallway, a gleam of such delight and relief flooding his face that Wanda began to realize how much the last few days had aged him. Perhaps he felt, as she had, that the whole burden rested upon him, that he must wrestle with all the fears and uncertainties of the affair alone, while the others went about like a group of children, blithely hunting up more and darker clues. "He woke up once and seemed to know me," he said, motioning towards Sidney's bed. But the next minute his words were delirious. There is something serious on his mind, for he has muttered and groaned almost continually this last half-hour, and twice he has shrieked as if in terror. The doctor and Lieutenant Garvey stepped into the room and made a brief examination. "He won't be any help to us for a day or so, I'm afraid," the lieutenant said as he stepped out. "Dr. Morgan says his temperature is up and that he has a serious shock, besides the danger of pneumonia. We'll try to question him later. Overweight, underexercised, and probably suffering from some heart trouble for years," the doctor said a moment later. "It completes the picture you gave me of a self-centered, spoiled boy. Not exactly the type who would kill in the heat of sudden passion, but anything is possible from a person as nervously unstable as he apparently is." Wanda had been standing in the hall on the edge of the group, and suddenly she was conscious of something moving on the front porch, a shadow across the heavily curtained glass. But when she turned to look, the thing was gone. Hamilton was standing near her, and she clutched his arm and whispered, "Someone out there, Ham. I saw a face pressed close to the glass, but it dodged out of sight when I turned." Hamilton wheeled and dashed toward the door, his sister after him, her hand outstretched. "Stop! It might be dangerous. You—" But he had closed the door in her face, and she could hear him running off around the corner of the porch. He was back in a second, pushing a reluctant boat boy ahead of him. "He says he wasn't snooping, just doing a bit of detecting on his own hook. Wants to see the lieutenant." "You the lieutenant? Well, you ain't so hot. Just like them fancy police inspectors in the stories, always leaving a loophole for the bad guy to escape." The look of amusement on the faces of the group in the hall quickly changed to consternation and then to excitement as the breathless words poured from the mouth of the boy. "I thought it was kind of funny you going off and leaving 3 nice, easy-running boats tied up down there, just as if you wanted some guy to make his getaway on purpose. So I hung around to see what I could do, unofficial-like. And I done it. I got him for you." "Who?" At least 5 voices asked the question. "The fellow who done the murder. Who else would be trying to get away?" "Where is he now?" It was Lieutenant Garvey, his voice like steel. "Down by the boats. I got him tied up with rope, and 2 of the deputies is a-watching down there. I ain't going to take no chances of his pal coming and load him in one of the boats and both getting away while I'm up here." "Good boy," Hamilton said in a low voice, his arm around the bony shoulders as he and the boy followed Lieutenant Garvey out to the car. During the 5 minutes that they were gone, it seemed to Wanda that her mind ceased to function, beyond thinking over and over again, "Then Peter and Ham can't have anything to do with it. They can't. And if it's a man, it can't be Tony. Perhaps it is someone else who has been in hiding all this time." With this thought uppermost in her mind, she was totally unprepared for what she saw when the car drove up to the steps again. Hamilton and Lieutenant Garvey were sitting in the front seat, and in the back was a strange, dark-faced man, and Jim and the boat boy. But when they got out, it was Jim who was tied, a thick boat rope twisted awkwardly about his arms and hands. And he broke loose from the 2 who held him and dashed up the steps toward Peter, his face distorted with anger. "So, you didn't even have the common decency to let the pier decks know that help had come. I suppose you think that appeasing the mental anguish of 3 women and 2 children is as nothing compared to your own personal glory. You wanted to keep things in your own hands as long as possible, eh?" "But Ham was supposed to go up there and tell them," Andy said, puzzled. "No one went. This fellow," pointing to the dark-faced deputy, "told me they had orders to search the island but not to get too near the house or make their presence known there. Said they wanted to surprise those people up there. Kerrigan's idea, probably. He's pushed himself into this thing from the beginning." Peter made no motion to reply, and just then there was a crunch of gravel from the driveway, and the other policeman came walking up. He handed a small package to Lieutenant Garvey, and they heard him say something about no fingerprints. "Young Murray here will drive you and the deputy back to the boats." the lieutenant said. "Relieve the other deputy who was set to guard them. The two can go back and join the hunt again. And when the other police boat comes over, send the men up here. You won't mind staying down here and waiting for them, will you?" turning toward Hamilton. "No, sir. Not if you'll appoint me official chauffeur," the irrepressible Hamilton shot back as he went out the door. The others slowly moved back into the living room, where Jim, Lieutenant Garvey, and Andy made an incongruous group against the soft green velvet of the davenport. Jim's story was simple, too simple. He had found the boats and thought he would use one of them to go for help. For the police, he said. He had thought they belonged to some curiosity seekers who had come over to view the wreckage of the bridge. "I didn't hear you calling to see if the owners was nearby and you could get permission to use their boat," the boy said belligerently. And then, turning to Lieutenant Garvey, "He just came sneaking out of the woods, looked around to see if anyone was watching, and then climbed in. Lucky it was my boat he was in. It's fixed so nobody but me knows how to start it. So I crept out of the bushes where I was hiding and got him while he was busy tinkering." "I suppose you didn't notice that the large boat has 'Police' painted in bright red letters on its bow?" the lieutenant asked Jim. "No." The others in the room exchanged glances. "How did you get through the guards up at the house?" "I suppose because I wasn't up there." Then Jim must have decided that his former sullen attitude was impolitic, for he became more candid, his face taking on a look of appeal rather than of anger. "Oh, I know it looks bad for me, as if I'd sneaked through the guard and everything. But actually, I wasn't in the house at all. I'd been out in the woods for an hour or more, and coming home, I just happened to go over near the bridge to see the boats. I have a wife and 2 babies on this island, to say nothing of my wife's family, all in danger of their lives. Is it any wonder that I grabbed the first opportunity to get help for them?" "Quite natural, I should say," the lieutenant said quietly. "But we'll have to keep you under close observation for a while. Even you have admitted that your story looks bad. In fact, everyone on the island is under suspicion, and no one will be allowed to leave without my permission. Now, suppose we hear your story of this whole affair, Mr. Sears, beginning with the dinner party the night of the flood. So far, I have heard only Mr. Kerrigan's and young Peerdeck's versions." It was while Jim was telling about finding the coat in the central cave and arranging a bed for Hyld out of it in the far end of the north cave that Peter appeared to remember something and quietly disappeared. Wanda was surprised and queerly happy to see him come back with a badly wrapped package under his arm, for beneath the wrapping she could plainly see protruding the toes of a pair of rubber boots. The boots, and perhaps he would bring out the gloves, too. He waited until Jim had finished his story and then produced the boots, unwrapping them carefully. "Did you ever see these boots before, Jim?" he asked. "Yes, those are mine," he said readily. "See, Marie cut off the tops a little and folded them over one time when she made me fix up like a Russian for a fancy dress party. They've been up in the attic or down in the basement this last year, though. They weren't much good after she— But say, I believe those are the very boots I saw in the cave under that old coat. The one I told you about, you remember?" "Yes, I remember, and I think you said the coat was Tony's." "But the boots weren't there when we searched the basement and the caves the next day," Andy put in. "Where did you find them, Peter?" "Wanda and I found them this morning, just before we discovered Alice's body. They had been left on the ground just at the edge of the water in front of my cottage." "The deuce they were," Andy sputtered. "That's queer. You're sure these are the boots you found this morning, Wanda?" "Yes, I'm sure. I was the first to see them, too." "And you'll stick to your story that they are your boots, Jim?" Andy asked. "Of course. I'll stick to any story I've told. I have to, because it's the truth." Jim's tone was a bit too defiant, and Wanda heard the reporter whisper to the doctor, "He has to stick this time. It would look worse for him if he backed out now that the boots have become direct clues to the murder." Lieutenant Garvey looked at his notes for a minute and then turned toward Jim. "Were you and Hyld down by Kerrigan's cottage last night?" he asked. "No." But you'll admit that you let Hyle out, and that you two came to the woods at this end of the island? No. Was there a shade more hesitation in his voice this time? Sorry, Sears. The lieutenant was very smooth. But I'm afraid we won't let you stick to that story. We have witnesses who saw you, hiding away the ladder you had used and also walking down in the woods near the cottage. We weren't near the cottage. We. Then you'll admit that Hyle was with you? Yes, but we just went down by the West Bridge to see if we could salvage any of the truck. I couldn't see any harm in letting him out for a while to help me. Just an old woman's foolishness having him locked up. No harm in letting him out? Andy's face, purple with suppressed fury, was only a few inches from Jim's as he shouted, No harm? You couldn't see any harm? And Alice is dead now, with Hyle's gun under her and your boots in front of the cottage. And 2 men were heard walking through the water in the woods just west of there at 10:15 last night. What were you doing down there, you and Hyle? Try and think up a reason. Nothing on earth could have dragged you down there at that hour except some devilment with Alice. I've heard enough about you. First Tony, and now Alice. It's a wonder Marie's heart isn't broken too, and we haven't her death to thank you for. Unless you were the one who killed Father, and you had to put Alice out of the way because she knew it. Was that it? Tell me, tell me. Jim was lying in the corner of the davenport, his face white against the green of the velvet, his eyes wide and frightened and riveted on his brother-in-law's face. He seemed incapable of answering. Let me ask him something else, Peter said quietly. Perhaps he can answer this more easily. And he pulled from his pocket a small package and slowly took out the soiled gloves. Have you ever seen these before? He looked first at Jim and then at Andy as he asked the question. There was no answer from Jim, only a slight widening of the eyes. But Andy jumped up and came forward, grabbing the gloves out of Peter's hands. But these are Jim's gloves, he said. He kept them in the tool house. Where did you find them? The room was very silent for a moment, so silent that they could hear a slow murmur of voices from the den across the hall, Sidney muttering in delirium, or her father trying to quiet him, Wanda thought. Wanda found them, Peter said, and the 8 pairs of eyes that had been fixed on Jim turned to look at her and then swung back quickly. They had been thrown behind the hedge in front of the Murray's porch, after Alice's death, as far as we could make out, and they have a brown stain on the fingers that looks like blood. What about this, Sears? Lieutenant Garvey started to say, but Andy interrupted him by leaping at Jim and shouting hoarsely, So, you killed her! You killed Alice! Your gloves, your boots, you... His voice filled the room with sound, so that no one heard an 11th person enter, until a thin voice over near the door said in one of the pauses, Jim killed Alice? Really? There was a childish joy about the question that made it seem doubly strange in that room so filled with anger and suspicion. But strangest of all was the fact that it was Sidney who had spoken. He stood there in Hamilton's pajamas, much too long for him, swaying slightly on his feet, a great light shining through his eyes. Mr. Murray stood just behind him, worried and apologetic. But I thought you said there in the cottage a while ago. Maybe it was yesterday or last week, I can't remember, Sidney went on. But I thought you said I had killed her, driven her to suicide. Driven her? Wanda began. Suicide, Andy finished, his hands dropping from Jim's shoulders, but his voice still loud. Suicide! Yes, I crept close to the cottage. I couldn't stand it back there in the car alone, thinking about her, not knowing. And when I got there, I was afraid to come in. I've never been allowed to go to funerals or see dead people. Mother always said. And when you got to the cottage? Lieutenant Garvey prompted. I tried to peer through the windows, but the shades were down, so I just listened. I heard Mr. Kerrigan say how I had dated her, Alice, I mean, and then Miss Murray said that Alice's heart must have been broken, and that's why she shot herself. and that it was awful to have her life wiped out just because I hated her so, and why hadn't I been the one to shoot myself instead?" "Oh, I didn't say it that way," Wanda moaned. But the next moment she was at Sidney's side, helping her father settle him in a chair. "Yes, it was a little like that, Wanda," Peter said. "You were overwrought, and so was Sidney, and it is easy to see how he misunderstood you." "And then what did you do, Sidney, when you thought you had driven Alice to kill herself?" "I just wanted to die too, I guess. I don't remember about that part, or anything more until just a little while ago. It seemed to me I should have been the one to die. Miss Murray said, why couldn't I have been the one to shoot myself? But I couldn't do that. I couldn't stand blood, or guns, or the noise. I don't remember what I did then." The boy's face seemed drawn, and the light had gone out of his eyes. He looked vaguely around at the group in the room, as if he wondered what they were doing there. Dr. Morgan stepped quickly to his side. "It's all right, Sidney," he said. "I'm a doctor. You've been sick, very sick. Your head was filled with fever even while you stood outside the cottage, so you didn't understand what the others said. No one thinks you had anything to do with Alice's death. We'll take you in the other room so that you can rest again. You want to get well soon so that we can take you back to town. Your mother will be anxious to see you." And Sidney's face brightened at the mention of his mother, and he went out obediently between the doctor and Mr. Murray. And only after he had heard the door of the den close behind the three did Andy turn toward Jim and say bitterly, "Suicide." End of section 10. Section 11 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Fonseca. Part 6. The room was filled with the sound of voices, low, serious, purposeful voices, as the men divided into groups. Wanda felt weak and unable to rise. A dreadful feeling of responsibility for Sidney's near death spread slowly through her body like a poison, until her head grew dizzy and the room reeled before her eyes. It couldn't be that what she had said, innocent little words, or had they been innocent? Just what had she said, after all? That Sidney's bitter hatred had broken Alice's heart, that he should have been the one to die, but she could remember no actual mention of suicide. Was it her fault if he had twisted her words? But down in her heart had been the thought that it would have been better if Sidney had taken his own life, and he had grasped this meaning even if he had misunderstood the words. It was the knowledge that she had actually held in her mind the ugly wish for the death of a human being that sent her thoughts scurrying here and there for a possible excuse. But there was no excuse, unless she was willing to admit to herself that she hadn't been quite sane that morning. That was it, of course. She knew that it would be months before she would be able to forget that first awful moment when she lay in the mud on Peter's bedroom floor and looked down into those wide, staring eyes, only a few inches from hers, so blue, so horribly unlike Alice's usual half-closed, sophisticated glance. Slowly, very slowly, the outlines of Peter's bedroom faded before her eyes, and the din of voices became louder in her ears. Someone was speaking to her gently, and she felt an expert hand along her wrist. Suddenly, those wide blue eyes of Alice's were replaced by shrewd brown ones, peering at her from under a pair of shaggy brows, and she was conscious of Dr. Morgan's face bending over her. "Drink this, Miss Murray," he was saying kindly, and something strong and burning slipped down her throat and stung her into full awareness of her surroundings. "Feel better now?" She nodded and tried to smile. "We're through here for the time being," Lieutenant Garvey was saying from the doorway. "We have secured all possible information from Mr. Murray and Sidney, and the doctor has arranged for them to stay here and look after each other. I'll have to ask the rest of you to come with me to the other house." The room, of a sudden, seemed full of strange men, dozens of them, all in uniform, and Wanda realized that the boatload from the city must have arrived without her knowing it. Perhaps she had fainted after all. She looked about for her brother and saw him only a few feet away, talking to Andy and the reporter. "And if you look carefully, you'll see a long scratch across his face that wasn't there yesterday. Was it, Andy?" Hamilton was saying. "It might be that Alice struggled with him just before he shot her." As the room emptied, Wanda maneuvered so that she walked beside the two policemen escorting Jim. Yes, it was true. She remembered now that she had noticed it before. There was a long scratch, plainly visible at close range, that ran from his right eye to his mouth. Just the sort of scratch a carefully manicured fingernail might make if it clutched at a man's face. It was suffocating inside the car, even with the windows down, for the uniformed figures on the running board kept all air out, and there were at least 9 people squeezed inside. "Go slow. We don't want to break the springs," someone said from the front seat. "And follow the big car ahead." There was little conversation as the car crawled down the road. Wanda tried to guess from the curves just how far along they were, but she soon became confused and gave up. She gathered, from what someone said, that her father's car ahead was as crowded as Hamilton's, and that there was still a group of men following on foot. The Peerdeck's house seemed abnormally quiet and deserted as they piled out at the front steps. 2 men stood silently behind twin mountain ash trees near the entrance, and the shadows of others could be seen around the corners of the house. But there was no sound from any of these, and the inhabitants of the house might have been deep in a 100-year sleep for all indications to the contrary. Lieutenant Garvey went up first and entered the front door without knocking. And just as Wanda stepped into the already crowded living room, she saw Tony's startled face peer in from the library door on the other side. "Miss Peerdeck, I believe?" Lieutenant Garvey said, smiling in his best manner. "Oh, pardon me. Mrs. Turner, of course." "We're here to help you, Mrs. Turner, to try to clear up this series of crimes, or accidents, and I will have to ask the close cooperation of all the members of this household. Kindly tell everyone, including the maid, that I want them in this room within 5 minutes." The lieutenant was still smiling, but his voice was imperative, and Tony wheeled swiftly and disappeared into the hall, the original expression of surprise and fear still on her face. There was a short conference at the far end of the room, and then Wanda saw 2 policemen go out the door with Andy. "Goodness," she whispered to Hamilton, who stood next to her. "They surely don't think it necessary to send officers after a group of women, do they?" But before Hamilton had time to reply, the 3 men were back in the room with Hyle. He seemed to have undergone a complete change since Wanda had last seen him. His former cocksureness and surly defiance were gone, and in their place was a hang-dog meekness that sat oddly upon his huge frame. "Well, well. Hyle, eh?" Lieutenant Garvey was surprisingly jovial. "But why Hyle? Why not Hail? Hail and farewell. Guess it'll be farewell for you now, Simmons, with or without any Hales or Hyles." Someone whispered to Wanda that this was a man named Simmons, a small-time bootlegger both before and after repeal. He had formerly been quite a police character, but for the last 12 months his activities had been so cleverly concealed that neither the police nor the federal men had been able to get anything on him. "Clever game, Simmons, but it's over now, and perhaps a murder charge to boot. How much stuff have you got this time?" "Your mistake, Garvey. You won't find a thing. I ain't in that business any more. I was just a-comin' over to see my friend Sears here, like we said, when—" the man began. "Your friend Sears?" The lieutenant turned sharply on Jim. "And what's your part in all this? Where did you get mixed up with Simmons?" "Just a friend of his," Jim said in a voice strangely faint. "But I didn't know him as Simmons. He was always Hyle to me." Just Heil to you," the lieutenant repeated slowly, as if each word had a pleasant biting taste in his mouth. "And he swore to us that the fellow was an old boyhood friend of his down on his luck," Andy sneered. "And he doesn't even know his real name." There was a moment's interruption as the ladies filed into the room, Mrs. Peerdeck first, sweeping in with as much grace as a queen about to grant an audience. Tony looked at no one as she came in and flopped down into a chair, half hidden behind her mother. Old Martha followed, clutching a faded robe about her huge and quivering form, her face as terror-stricken as if she had but recently heard the wail of 100 banshees straight from the old sod. And during the next half-hour, whenever there was a moment's silence, those near her could hear the mutter of words from her white lips. "Lord, have mercy on us. Christ, have mercy on us. Lord, have—" Marie came in last, a child on each hip. It occurred to Wanda that this was the first time in all these terrible days that she had seen the children. "I won't leave them. They won't bother you," Marie cried fiercely to Lieutenant Garvey as he came forward to remonstrate. "Too much has happened. There can so easily be more. Kidnapping, child murder. If you want me, you'll have to have them too." "I have no objection to the children," he said gravely. "I only thought they might be more comfortable somewhere else. But let's forget about that for a moment, Mrs. Sears. There are many things you can help me with. For instance, what do you know about your husband's friendship with this man who calls himself Heil?" "Nothing." Marie's grasp on the children had loosened a bit under the lieutenant's pleasant reasonableness. "Then you didn't know this man was really an ex-convict named Simmons, who has served time for robbery and attempted murder, and whose only means of support during the last 8 years has been rum-running?" "Let her alone, Garvey," Jim cried, stepping into the center of the room. "She isn't in on this. She never saw him before. And I can swear to you I didn't know anything about the prison terms or that his name was Simmons. He was just a And then, from behind the figures of the lawyer and Mrs. Peerdeck, who were whispering together, came Tony's drawl. "Tell the rest, Jim. Don't keep harping on that imbecile friend business. Not even the family was ever fooled by that. Tell the rest, or I will." "You will? Then you're in with this rum-runner too?" Andy shouted, and Mrs. Peerdeck's face for a moment took on a look of complacency as she nodded knowingly at Marie and at Mr. Chase the lawyer. "I don't know what rest you mean. I, Jim began, but Tony interrupted him. She was standing now, her dark eyes blazing, her head high. "In with a rum-runner too? The idea! It's time I told. I can see that. I'm tired of trying to protect my brother-in-law when all the thanks I get is the jealousy of my sister and the slurs and suspicions of the rest of the family. I'll tell the rest. It isn't long. Simply that Jim has been picking up a measly little cash on the side by bootlegging alcohol with this fellow Heil. I've known it for at least 6 months, and it had been going on for quite some time before I came into the picture. They kept the stuff back in the warehouses. It was an ideal place. No one would ever suspect this island. No wonder the revenue men haven't been able to get anything on this Simmons. They always entered the island by roundabout roads. That's why they used the west bridge, not the east one nearer the city. And, of course, with Jim to arrange things so that the family would never find out, the plan was perfect." "You managed to play into their hands yourself, Mrs. Turner," the lieutenant said quickly. "You kept their secret for a long time. 6 months, did you say?" "I felt sorry for Jim. Anyone would, out of a job, with a wife and 2 children, and needing money desperately. And it wasn't always so pleasant living in our house. He had Andy thrown at him 100 times a day. Andy still had a job. Andy wasn't among the down and out. Andy would have been able to get a new job if he had lost his old one. Andy had more brains, more initiative, more ability. It speaks well of Jim that he has been able to keep any friendly feeling at all toward Andy and the rest of us. Oh, I know how it is living in our house." she went on passionately. "I've had my exploits and shortcomings and even the pranks of my dead husband dinned into my ears for years. But it has been worse lately. Perhaps the whole situation has been getting under Marie's skin, too, because I can't imagine her, in the old days, growing jealous of me. And that's what's been happening lately. Every time I followed Jim to warn him, to find out if he really was doing what I suspected, to plead with him on the side so that none of the family would find out, to beg him to put a stop to this business before he broke Marie's heart by getting into serious trouble, every single time someone seemed to know I had talked to him or seen him, and the thing was reported to Marie. I can't believe she really thought I wanted her husband, or that he would even look at me. But that's the general impression I gathered from her accusing looks and the quarrels I overheard her have with Jim." "That explains the truck the night of the flood," Andy interrupted in excitement. "And that strange clean spot we found in the warehouse the second time we searched," Peter added. "You had some stuff in there that we failed to notice in our anxiety to find Mr. Peerdeck, but you moved it, didn't you, Jim, before that second search?" "Right. Where?" "Down in the woods. We tied together some old planks from the warehouse and made several rafts, tied them among the trees where the current wasn't too swift, and moved all the stuff down there. Luckily, there were only a few. It made a good hideaway. Couldn't be seen from either river or land. You gave us a good scare that night, Peter. We put out our light so fast that I fell and scratched my face. Probably that's another clue you've twisted against me." "Yes, but that's what you finally did with the cans the night I heard you and Hyle splashing about in the woods near my cottage. What did you do with them in the meantime?" "Couldn't get them very far by myself, so I had to take a chance and cover them with leaves in the woods. Just luck some of you didn't run on them while we were all out combing the woods for suspects." At Tony's last words, Marie had released her grasp of the 3-year-old, who had slid off her lap with a surprised plop, and now lay at his mother's feet, whimpering softly. Marie sat as if dazed. Then, with a tremulous smile, she held her hand out toward her sister. Tony had to reach past her mother's shoulder to grasp it, and it was while watching the two sisters that Wanda noticed that Mrs. Peerdeck's face had become slightly flushed, and that she was fanning herself with a piece of paper. Lieutenant Garvey stood in the center of the room, watching the group before him. He made no move and asked no questions, seeming to know that without any interference from him, the tragedy of the last few days was slowly going to unwind under his very eyes. Wanda felt Hamilton stirring restlessly beside her. Suddenly he brushed past, and a moment later she heard him saying to Tony, his voice low and shaking with feeling, "So, that's what you were doing when you didn't meet me that night." Tony seemed to know which night he meant, for she nodded slowly, her eyes lifted only as high as the bottom of his chin. "This infernal gossip about Jim had reached even my ears," Hamilton went on, his hands groping for hers. "I came over earlier than we arranged that night, and when I saw you going off down through the woods, I was sure you were going to meet Jim. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. It was rotten of me. I didn't want to follow you exactly, but I did take the upper path, the one that goes to the caves, and then decided I'd no right to tag along any farther. Especially after I saw that undressed figure. It did something to my mind, Tony, so that by the time you fell in the pond, I hated you, so I wouldn't even come forward to help pull you out. And you were waiting for me in the summer house, weren't you, Tony, in spite of wet clothes and freezing weather?" Hamilton looked up suddenly and flushed to see a ring of curious faces watching him. Then everyone seemed to speak at once. "Then Tony really was meeting Hamilton the night of the flood. Remember how she kept looking out of the window until Andy teased her about it? It's the only sensible explanation we've heard yet for that strange wait in the summer house." And the next moment the room was electrified by Hamilton's voice announcing, "And there's something else I've been concealing, something I should have told long ago, but I didn't think it had any bearing on the murder because I thought it was somebody else, someone I knew. Oh, I was insane all right, and I'm mixing this up a lot, but anyway, What I wanted to say was that this dark man in underwear, this fellow 6 feet tall that I saw in the woods, was just an invention of mine. What I really saw was a woman, nude and of average height, with her head covered with something dark so that I could hardly see it, and she ran off plopping through the mud just as I told you the man did." "What?" from someone who could not credit his hearing. "But you can't mean—" in incredulous surprise. "But why?" in puzzled questioning. "A woman!" in swift comprehension. It was Peter who made the last remark, and Wanda saw his eyes light with a new gleam and his jaw harden. "But what's this about that nude woman, doing something to his mind?" Andy boomed out above the others. "I'll bet— Why, you crazy idiot! I'll bet you thought that was Tony streaking off to meet some other—" He choked on his words, stopped in the middle of a breath, and looked about to find everyone gazing at him in mingled horror and amusement. But those who caught a glimpse of Hamilton's face saw it flush again and knew that blunt, tactless, excitable Andy had hit upon the truth, the reason why Hamilton had never told the real facts before. The tension was broken by Lieutenant Garvey, who stepped into the group demanding information. But Hamilton had told all he knew. It had been a person of average height. He would almost swear it was a woman, and it had certainly appeared to be entirely unclothed. And the head was covered with something dark so that he had been able to distinguish no head at all. It had given him a double fright at first by this headless appearance. "What do you think about all this?" the lieutenant asked, turning toward Peter. "How does it fit into your theories?" "I think that we are getting somewhere for the first time. And I'm convinced that when we discover the identity of this nude person, we will have found the murderer." "The one who committed both crimes?" the lieutenant asked, his eyes narrowing. Peter's answer was clear and unhesitating. "Yes, both crimes." And then he made a barely perceptible motion with his hand, which seemed to convey some meaning to Lieutenant Garvey, for the two walked out into the hall talking earnestly. The tension within the room increased rather than lessened during their absence. No one moved except the reporter, who came over to Wanda's chair and began asking her questions about the finding of Alice. What were her first emotions? The exact appearance of the room? Her theories about the gun and the ring? Had she been frightened, screamed, run away? Wanda made a motion through the air as if she were brushing away some buzzing insect and smiled at him absently, not bothering to reply. She couldn't talk about that now, when there were so many more important things to think about. Alice was dead. That was over, done with. But someone still very much alive, someone in this very room, had been the one to kill her. And Peter had said that both crimes would be cleared, and that the same person had done them both. He seemed so sure, but how could he be? What did he know that the rest of them didn't? What did he hope was going to come out during the next few minutes, few hours? There was no sound in the room but the low voices of Hamilton and Tony over in a corner and the prayers of old Martha. Everyone seemed to be watching someone else, waiting for someone else to speak, to incriminate himself, to be discovered guilty. Mrs. Peerdeck no longer talked to her lawyer. She sat silent, staring at the door, her face expressionless. Jim and Hyle, each with 2 policemen on guard, stared moodily across at each other, both faces dark and scowling. But it was noticeable that Hyle was the more nervous, shifting from one foot to the other, moving his hands in and out of his pockets, rubbing his chin. Dr. Morgan stood with his hand on Andy's shoulder, watching Jim. Mr. Chase was staring at Andy, and Andy in turn was glancing in a puzzled way now at Tony, now at Marie, and now at Mrs. Peerdeck. Wanda noticed for the first time that the boat boy was in the room, peering over the undertaker's shoulder, taking in every change of expression on any of the faces, and still finding time to gaze in amazement at the heavy upholstered furniture, the dark pictures in their wide gilt frames, and the ornate colored glass panel above the west windows. Lieutenant Garvey's voice cut across the silence unexpectedly. He had come back into the room, brisk, efficient, cheerfully sure of himself. "I'd like to speak to you for a moment, Mr. Chase," he said. The lawyer wound his way to the door, and the two conferred for a moment just out of sight in the hall. Then the lieutenant stepped back into the room and spoke again. "We're ready to make an examination of the body in the next room, Dr. Morgan. And I'll need you, Crouch, and you, Skelly." The two officers stepped forward. "The rest of you will be patient. I'll be back and take more detailed statements from you later. Mr. Kerrigan has just given me additional information, which makes the solution of the case almost sure within the next half hour. All we need now is confirmation on a few minor points. And you can help us with that, Mrs. Peerdeck." She started at the sound of her name and dropped the paper with which she had been fanning herself, but her face showed no change of expression. "I have been questioning Mr. Chase about Mr. Peerdeck's will," the lieutenant went on. "He has given me most of the details, but tells me you have a copy of it in the house. If you will kindly get it for me, Mrs. Peerdeck, it might prove to be the last bit of assistance we need to ask of you. You won't be troubled with us once the case is solved, you know." There was something strange about Lieutenant Garvey's words, Wanda thought, almost as if he were reciting something he had learned by heart. But she noticed nothing strange in Mrs. Peerdeck's erect carriage as she moved across the room, nor in the fact that the lady's only words bore no reference to the lieutenant's request nor to the will. "I won't be troubled with you. No, that's true," she said in a low voice, bowing graciously toward the officer. End of section 11. Section 12 of Death Below the Dam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca. Part 6, continued. The room seemed half empty after the doctor, the undertaker, the officers, and Peter and Andy had filed across the hall into the darkened room where Mr. Peerdeck lay so quietly. It occurred to Wanda that perhaps he was the lucky one after all. There had been no terror clutching at his heart these last few days, no suspicion pointing its ugly finger at him, above all, no suspense. Wherever he was now, all suspense was over. Even in hell there was certainty. It seemed to Wanda that she would never be sure of anything again, even of herself. Marie moved over beside Jim and spoke to him earnestly, her face a strange mixture of apprehension and happiness. He took one baby, and she held the other, and the two officers, who stood silent but firm just behind Jim's shoulders, offered the only jarring note in the picture of a reunited family. Lieutenant Garvey came back after a while, followed by the others, and the long, slow process of question and answer began again. He moved quietly about the room, accompanied by an officer with a notebook. Sometimes the proceedings were carried on in such low voices that even those nearby did not hear what was being asked or the answer that followed. Sometimes the conversation in the room was general, 4 or 5 people offering the lieutenant their versions of an incident, refreshing one another's memories, contradicting, recalling forgotten details. It was while the lieutenant was questioning Andy, asking him about the family's discovery that Alice was missing, that the first new information, new to Wanda that is, came out. "You say you were all down below the West Bridge hunting for her when Mr. Kerrigan and Miss Murray came to tell you they had found her body?" Lieutenant Garvey had asked. "But what made you think she was down there?" "Because I saw someone out in the water there the night before. I'd been driving around after I left my mother at the Murrays," Andy answered, "and when I stopped my car near where the bridge had been, I was sure I saw someone trying to swim the river. It was dark, of course, and it might easily have been a log tossing in the water, but as I watched, it seemed to make definite headway against the current. And then the river swept it around a bend and out of my sight. I was thoroughly convinced it was a person that I had seen, and equally convinced that no one could beat the river that night. But by the time I climbed down the path and around the bend, there was nothing in sight and no answer to my call. So you see, when we discovered Alice was gone that next morning, I was almost sure that she had been the one I had seen in the water." "Anyone want to admit having gone for a swim that night?" the lieutenant asked. His tone was light, almost humorous, but it suddenly occurred to Wanda that he was looking rather pointedly at her brother. There was no answer to his question, and for a half-minute the room was silent. "How about it, Murray?" Lieutenant Garvey asked finally. "Weren't you the log tossing in the current?" Wanda watched Hamilton's mouth fall open and his face grow red. "How did you know?" was all he said, but it was enough. "My men searched your house from attic to cellar, and they found those telltale garments of yours stuffed under the pile of wood in the basement. We thought at first they were Kerrigan's, but your father identified them as yours, and anyone with half an eye could see that they had been wet and muddy and then had been rather clumsily washed." "But I didn't leave them under any woodpile." Hamilton's face was more astonished than guilty. "Then someone else did, trying to shield you. Who else knew about your activities?" There was another silence that seemed to Wanda to last for minutes. And then came the question that she'd been praying would not be asked. "Miss Murray, did you hide your brother's clothes under that woodpile?" What could she answer? Say yes and admit that she had suspected her own brother? Say no and— But the lieutenant's eyes seemed horribly sharp and knowing, as if he could penetrate beyond her stiffened face and read the turmoil of her thoughts behind. And besides, her father had probably already denied any knowledge of the garments, and that left no one but herself who could have. "Yes, I did. I—" Her voice seems to have been pressed flat by the weight of her emotions and came out as thin and colorless as a blade of grass that has lain for days under a heavy plank. "What for?" "It looked funny for him to be washing his own clothes. I've always been the one to look after him, so I—" She looked appealingly at the lieutenant. It was impossible to explain. "Look after me. I guess that's right." Hamilton's face was grim, older than she had ever seen it. He was 28 years old, but he had always seemed a boy until that moment. "It's time I took things in my own hands. But you see, Lieutenant, I really was trying to swim the river that night, and not what Wanda seems to think. It was a crazy thing to try, with my game leg, but things looked desperate here. I guess it was pride that drove me to it mostly. I'd taken a back seat in this affair so far, and I wanted to prove myself. Well, it seemed to me we needed help, and quickly, too. I knew Jim had tried it on the east side, so I thought I'd have a go at the west branch. I had the currents figured wrong. Thought they'd sweep me over to the other shore without much swimming, or I'd have known there was no hope in my condition. They actually swept me around the bend, just as Andy says. It's a frightening sensation to see the shore whizzing past at the speed of an express train and to know that you are almost helpless in the water. By the time I got back to land, I was far down near the foot of the island and pretty well exhausted. I got plenty of mud on my clothes stumbling through the swamp and washed them the next morning just to keep Wanda from worrying about where I had been. I didn't get back to the house that night until nearly 3 o'clock. Peter was waiting for me in the kitchen. He can tell you about that part." Wanda didn't hear any more. She had a sudden vision of Peter's mask-like face coming up the hall with the candlelight on it. He had told her that it was only 12:30 and that Hamilton had just come in. The attention seemed to have shifted suddenly, for when Wanda looked about the room again, Peter and a group of officers were standing near Marie, with Jim's unhappy face peering over their shoulders. "Think hard, Marie," Peter was saying. "Isn't there something peculiar, something just a little bit out of the ordinary, that you can remember about that half hour while your mother was upstairs and taking her bath?" Marie was shaking her head. "Just some trivial little thing that doesn't quite fit in with her usual habits?" "Let me review it for you." She started the water, then stopped it again to call through the door asking for a piece of soap. After Andy brought it, She turned on the water again and was in there perhaps 15 minutes, you say. Wasn't that longer than she usually took for a shower bath? Yes, it was. Marie seemed faintly puzzled at the turn the questions had taken. But she didn't usually take a shower bath. In fact, I've often heard her refer to them as the lazy man's cleaning. And then, the next time you saw her, she was out in the hall going toward the bathroom, still in her bathing cap, and her kimono was slightly damp. She told you water from the shower had splashed on it? Yes. Suddenly, her face brightened. There really was one funny thing about that part. She seemed to be through with her bath. She didn't tell me so, but I judged she had finished and gone into her bedroom and then came back after something. And yet the water in the shower was still running. I remember that now. I hardly thought about it at the time, but now I— Peter had broken from the group and was half running toward the door. And just before he reached the hallway, he stopped for a second to call back, "I'm going for Mrs. Peerdeck." Peter's words were almost incoherent with excitement, and as he disappeared, Lieutenant Garvey spoke sharply to the men nearest him, and 3 officers dashed out after Peter. The others in the room were on their feet, moving confusedly toward the door. "Step back, everyone in his place," the lieutenant commanded, and after the shuffling of feet had stopped, those in the living room could hear from upstairs the sound of men running and the banging of many doors. In a moment, Peter burst into the room, followed by 2 of the policemen. His face was white and drawn, but strangely triumphant. "You're wanted upstairs, Doctor," he announced breathlessly, and then, at a cry from Marie, he said more softly, "No, it's no use. She's gone now, I think. Poison. The doctor will send for you if he feels there is anything you can do." The room buzzed with questions and exclamations, strung in staccato on the steady mumbling of old Martha's prayers. In answer, Peter merely waved in their faces the 2 papers he held in his hand and pushed his way through toward Lieutenant Garvey. "The will is here, just as Mr. Chase told us," he said, handing over the papers. "And this other," tapping a small, hastily written sheet wrapped about the legal document, "is her attempt to exonerate herself. Explanation, confession, whatever you wish to call it. It's rather sketchy, but I think I can fill in whatever is lacking." The lieutenant unfolded the papers quickly and glanced over them, his face, on all other occasions kept so carefully devoid of expression, now running the gamut from surprise to horror and back again to excitement. "Mr. Kerrigan said he suspected her, wanted me to ask her to get the will," he said, wiping his forehead. Just a faint hope on his part that she would take it as a warning, believe that we really had sufficient grounds to suspect her, and perhaps would break down and give us the details that we lacked. But I never dreamed. The room was very still as he started reading. Even old Martha's prayers had ceased, audibly at least. "Yes, I did it, Peter Kerrigan, and I've known almost from the first that you suspected me. But whatever happens to me, I'll never forgive you for killing Alice. That was your fault. Why didn't you come to the cottage that night as you said you would? If you had, I would have finished you, and there would have been no one else to carry on your cruel suspicions against me. I had pulled the shades down so that you would not see me. Everything was dark. How could I know that it was Alice fumbling in the doorway? Oh, it was your fault. If you had only come as you said, we would now be a happy family. No more danger of disruption, no more squandering our little capital on grandiose schemes to further the family name. I would have been in complete command. Those who were dissatisfied could leave, but there would have been security for the rest. Security for our old age. Oh, you can't imagine, you who are young, how terrible it is to know that the whole foundation of your life is about to be swept away, and by a man who had always before been so easy to influence. But at the end there was no reasoning with him, so he had to go. It was more important that the rest of us be safe. I can laugh even now when I think of the tremendous mystery you made out of that man in underwear that Hamilton invented. I still can't understand why he didn't tell the truth, but it was a good touch and mystified you more than anything else. I didn't intend that part of it. I planned to wear the coat, but Jim took that. It was lucky for me that he left the boots. They were even more essential. I threw the revolver into the river. It was that old one of Wilbur's that the cousins had returned, and the boots were just inside the cave door, in the basement, all the time you were searching. You weren't looking for them there, of course, and no one seemed to think it queer that I should need such a large basket to carry one small glass of jelly to the Murrays. You see, you weren't as clever as you thought you were. I'm not sorry to go, now that Alice is dead. I did it mostly for her, so there isn't much use going on any longer." The lieutenant wiped his forehead again and slowly folded the paper. "But I can't understand," Andy gulped. "What made her want to do that to Dad?" "You were one of the reasons. Innocent, of course," Peter answered. "Your father's will had always left his entire property in trust to his wife, with a provision that it be divided among the children in a certain way at her death. But in the last few months he had been making plans to change this and leave the major share to you. I suspect that Mrs. Peerdeck kept up a continual and secret propaganda for the major share for Alice, but that she had gone too far, and in poisoning his mind against Tony and Marie, she had driven him to suspect and dislike all his daughters. At any rate, he had become obsessed with the idea of leaving his wealth, or what was left of it, to the only male member of the family. And Mr. Chase had intimated to him that the girls might find ways of breaking the will if he left them with too small a share. So he had made other plans. He must have spoken to you about them, and Mr. Chase has given me a good summary of those he knew. Yes, he had been very keen lately on reviving the old brewery, in making the Peerdeck name stand for something again. He used to talk a lot to me about it, seemed to resent the fact that Mother had persuaded him to give up active business years ago. Told me once that he had sold his soul and wanted me to get it back for him. Said he was planning for me to open the brewery this year. I didn't pay much attention to it. Thought it was merely the wishful plans of an old man. And then, too, I knew his investments had shrunk tremendously these last few years. I really didn't believe he had enough money to swing the thing. That's just it. Peter interrupted in excitement. Can't you see that your mother knew there wouldn't be anything left if he went ahead with his plans? Wouldn't be anything left for her or her own daughter, to say nothing of the other two girls, no matter what kind of a will he made. And his investments were such that he could sell them without her approval. Mr. Peerdeck was cleverly intending to cut off all the female members of his family by actually spending or turning over during his lifetime all his money to his only son. Perhaps he didn't actually reason things out that way, but that's what was subconsciously back of his plans. And that's why Mrs. Peerdeck was in such a desperate hurry. She had to do away with him while the old will was still in force, and before he had had time to squander, as she called it, his little capital on grandiose plans to further the family name. "Remember that sleeve-burning episode at the dinner?" Wanda cried suddenly, her voice squeaking with excitement. "She must have done that on purpose, to prevent Mr. Peerdeck from finishing his toast to Andy, from giving away his plans. She must have been planning the murder even then. Probably arranged the whole dinner for the express purpose of providing a lot of witnesses to her innocence." "And having Andy go for the soap," Peter added. "She did that on purpose in order to be sure her alibi was airtight, to be sure he and Marie knew she was taking a bath." "And those stories of criminals hiding on the island," Tony put in. "How well they would have worked if it hadn't been for the flood. We would have been sure they had shot and robbed Dad and then made their getaway to the mainland." "I must have been in the north cave arranging the coat for Hyle's bed just as she came through the center cave," Jim said, his face miraculously cleared of anxiety. It must have been a nasty shock to her to have to run out into the night with nothing on but boots and a bathing cap. She had to have the boots to keep her legs from looking scratched and muddy under her kimono when she came back upstairs. It must have made her look like a headless, legless thing in the dark. No wonder Ham was startled. And if I'd only remembered earlier about the water running while she was out of the bathroom, Marie said from where she stood with her hand on Jim's shoulder. Maybe Mother and Alice might both still be alive. That's what really gave you the final clue, wasn't it? Yes, I couldn't quite get the picture until then, Peter replied. It seemed so absurd to suspect her, so preposterous to imagine that a man could be murdered by a woman who was known to be taking a bath in a distant house at the time, that I never dared voice my crazy ideas. But when you look at the arrangement of the house, you can see it is possible. There are 3 doors in that northwest corner of the rear hall: the bathroom door, the one leading down to the kitchen, and the one into her room. And the shower. That's the most important of all. She had to have the water running to impress it clearly on their minds that she was taking a bath, and to cover any noise she made going up or down stairs. She must have been coming up from the caves just as Marie met her in the hall. No wonder her kimono was spotted with water. Her skin must have been wet from the raindrops on the bushes, and I imagine the doctor will find scratches on her body. That path is narrow, and the branches would be stiff against tender skin. And the shortness of breath Marie thought was due to a cold shower? Well, anyone would be short of breath after such a deed and such a run. But no one has yet offered a reason for Alice's presence in your cottage, Lieutenant Garvey commented after a short pause. Why should a young girl have gone there alone at night, unless it was to meet someone? We may never know the real answer, Peter replied, looking steadily at Wanda. But I'll have to confess that I suspect I was the reason. She was lonely and fancied herself misunderstood at home. She may even have been piqued at Sidney's sudden dislike of her and decided to use me to help make him jealous. I had been kind to her, and she had developed a silly romantic attachment for me. I tried to be brusque with her lately, to put a stop to it, but I'm afraid I hadn't succeeded very well. I've a notion she thought it would be romantic to meet me there after dark. Everyone seemed to have heard me say I was planning to go to the cottage that night, and she knew I couldn't send her away in the night alone. I just have to take her home. She'd been angling for a long time to be alone with me. I'm sorry now that I wasn't more stern with her, but nothing short of downright brutality seemed able to shake her infatuation. You don't need to tell us that, Andy muttered. She was like that in everything. And Mother was already hiding in there when Alice came into the room. Tony shuddered. How horrible! And Mother must have found out who it was afterwards. You remember those burnt matches we found on the floor? She took Hyle's gun from the library drawer, and she already had Dad's ring, Andy added. She must have intended to put that in Peter's pocket after she killed him, to make it look as if he had been the one to murder Dad, or at least knew who had done it. Or perhaps she wanted to put the whole thing off on Hyle or Jim and make it appear that they had dropped the ring accidentally. You see, she had the second crime planned rather perfectly, Peter explained. She left the house with the gun, the boots, the ring, and the jelly all covered in her basket. She had Andy drive her around for a while so that it would be impossible for him to time her arrival at the Murrays if it should later occur to him to do so. Wanda heard some sort of a noise while we sat before the fire. That must have been when Andy let her out at the driveway. But it was 15 minutes later before she finally knocked at the door. That 15 minutes gave her ample time to walk down the road, put on her boots, and wade to the cottage, and then get back after she was through. She had me drive around past the cottage just before we stopped at the Murrays, Andy remembered. Said she wanted to see the damage there, too. I can see now that the trip was to find out if you were already there or not. She must have figured that you would go over between 8:30 and 9. You would be having dinner earlier than that, and any later would be too late for you to do much work. And those gloves, you know, Jim said quickly. Don't forget those. She must have taken them out of the tool shed earlier in the day and worn them to keep fingerprints off the gun. I've got to have the gloves explained. Can't have any such damaging evidence out against my name any longer than I can help. Then it was Alice's blood on the gloves, Wanda said slowly. It makes a terrible picture. She stopped, unable to go on. No one spoke after that. Everyone seemed worn with emotion, limp after the ebbing of the suspense that had sustained them through so many days. Lieutenant Garvey and his men moved in and out of the room, conversing quietly with the doctor or the undertaker, arranging for the double inquest, laying down the smooth and orderly paths of the law. The stupid part of it is, Peter said a little later, that even after we discovered the connection between the caves and the house, it never occurred to any of us that she might have known about it. Might have used that way for a quick trip down to the riverbank and back. But, of course, that bath alibi, and the fact that Ham invented a 6-foot man in underwear, those put us off. Who could have guessed those facts were vitally related? I always thought it was funny that Tony kept backing Jim up in his assertions that the caves were all locked. Andy ruminated. But I can see it now. I suppose she thought he had some of his stuff in there and didn't want the rest of us to find out about it. And then, after a pause, and you remember we thought Dad's pockets had been searched? All his papers were gone, you know. I've just figured it out, that he must have been carrying his plans for the brewery, and of course she had to destroy those. And she must have been in such a hurry that she grabbed everything in his pocket. Probably had them under her kimono when she met Marie in the hall going back to the bathroom. The room began to empty gradually. Jim took one of the children from Marie and followed her out of the door. Hamilton and Tony came out of their trance only after Lieutenant Garvey had reminded the former that he was still official chauffeur. Peter drove Wanda back home, and then he and Andy and Hamilton spent the next hour carrying various officials back and forth from the boat landing to the scenes of the crimes. But at last the island grew quiet. Sydney was moved to the Hartwood Hospital, and Simmons was taken to the mainland on one of the first boats. Dr. Morgan made a call on Mrs. Murray just before he left, and he reported her in excellent spirits, a little disturbed about the rest of her family, as usual, but no other troubles. All of the sheriff's men departed, and only 3 policemen were left on guard. Lizzie and Ida had been brought over on one of the boat trips, and they came bringing a large basket of food, but even this inducement failed to lure Hamilton home for supper. "He's lost to you forever," Peter told Wanda. "Now that the elder Peerdecks are gone, he feels quite at home up there. Wants to stay, even if Martha is still in bed and Tony will have to do the cooking. The two are going around in a daze, beaming at each other. I hope he appreciates the fact that she spent that 20 minutes in the summer house worrying about him, wondering why he hadn't come to meet her as he had promised, and thinking perhaps someone had mistaken him for a prowler and taken that shot at him by mistake. She told me about that just before I left. And that's real devotion, to sit outdoors in dripping garments in March just to meet a man you were crazy about." "You wouldn't do that, I suppose?" he asked, his eyes searching her face eagerly. "Well, I might." And she laughed, but rather shakily. "And you remember," she said quickly, "how funny we thought it was that Mrs. Peerdeck should be the one to urge Alice and Sidney to go to the show that night in the storm? She must have wanted Alice out of the way, so that if her story about a criminal on the island killing Mr. Peerdeck did not take hold, there could be no possible chance of Alice's being suspected. She didn't care about the others, even pointed suspicion their way. She had Tony's coat and Jim's boots, you remember. She was an obsessed woman." Wanda felt tired and a little shaky even now, but it was good to sit here in her own house and talk calmly with Peter. Good to be able to forget forever the distorted, nightmarish fears that had clouded her feeling for Peter, for Hamilton, these last few days. There was one worry left. "How will we tell Mother about all this?" she asked. "I tried to give the job to Dr. Morgan, but he said it was too much for him. We'll have to think of something, and the worst of all will be the shock when she learns that she sat and talked for almost half an hour with a woman who had just killed someone." "About Jim's trying to get away in the boat," Peter said. He finally confessed to Lieutenant Garvey that his only idea was to take it up the shore, hide it, and then get Hyle out of the house in some way and take him over to the mainland. Jim wasn't even thinking about getting away himself. All he wanted to do was to remove the thing that he felt was the most damaging against him. He really felt very guilty about his illegal alcohol business. Hoped he could prevent any of us from ever finding out about it. Last thing I heard, Andy was suggesting they go in partnership and build up the brewery. He jokingly told Jim that he was now experienced, having been in the liquor business almost a year, and that his help was needed. If they succeed, it will make a nice memorial to Mr. Peerdeck. Neither one spoke for a long minute. "Now that I think it over," Peter said finally, "I believe we will have to give your father a great deal of credit for settling this case. You remember his insisting that Hamilton's man in underwear must have been a woman, that no man would do a thing so inane and immodest? That really gave me my first hunch, the first suspicion that it might have been Mrs. Peerdeck. But even then there seemed no motive, and her alibi looked perfect. In the future, I'll have an added respect for your father's ideas, no matter how strange they may seem." "In the future?" "Yes, don't you want there to be one?" "What kind of a future?" Her hands trembled slightly in his. "Don't pretend any more," he answered in a voice so low that Mr. Murray, going past the living-room door just then, thought they must have quarreled, they seemed so silent. "You know very well what kind of a future I mean, and want." End of section 12. The End of Death Below the Dam by Esther Haven Fonseca.